For the last 4 days, I've had an orgasm every night before bed while Jarok watched me. At first, I thought I'd be shy, but by the time the 4th day rolls around, I'm sitting propped up in his arms while I stroke my clit and cling to him as he tells me I'm a good girl and how pretty my cunt is. He hasn't touched me other than a light, fleeting caress or to hold my hand. But his presence and knowing that I arouse him is making me crazy with lust. It's like now that I've flipped the switch, I'm alive again. Alive and very, very turned on. Even now, my panties are damp just thinking about crawling into bed with him tonight. Sitting between his knees and leaning against his back and just touching myself. And kissing, so much kissing. I'm busy envisioning all that kissing when the proximity alert on the station blares. "Incoming spacecraft," it intones. I look over at Jarok, and he puts away his tools and gets to his feet. He rakes a hand through his hair, dodging his horns, and lets out a heavy sigh. "Getting real tired of company around here," he mutters. I flinch. Sorry. He looks over at me and realizes what he said. "Not you," he amends gruffly. "You don't count." He puts his blaster in a holder at his belt, straightens his tunic, and then moves to my side. "Stay in here until I give you the all clear, and keep your beast with you for safety." Jarok hesitates, then puts a hand to the back of my neck and presses a kiss to my brow. "I like your company." Then he disappears out the door, and I'm left glowing from that compliment. Bethia storms on board with all the drama that normally accompanies her. She's in a stolen vessel with no scrap haul that I can see, flings herself down the gangplank, and throws herself down upon the nearest workbench, as if she's some sort of martyr. "Why must you live so far away from everything, Jarok? Do you know how many asteroids I had to dodge to get here?" "All of them," he replies in a dry voice, watching his cousin's antics with casually crossed arms. "And you didn't have to come out here." "Didn't I? I wanted to see how you and little Softy are doing." Bethia bounds back to her feet and beams at her cousin. "Where is she, by the way?" "Safe. Had to make sure it was you first." Jarok touches his cousin's shoulder in greeting and then eyes the ship she arrived in. "Where'd you get this thing?" "From a friend." "He know you took it?" Bethia just giggles. "Does it matter? It's mine now." She looks around the hangar bay. "Softy, Softy, come out and play." Lucky me that my name sounds so close to the Misaka word for soft. I give her a wry look as I enter the hangar, my Uli mask in hand, my cloak on. "Hi, Bethia. Long time no see." Sleipnir keeps close to my side, watching the woman, his tail flicking. "Precious," Bethia coos. "I'd come hug you, but you've got a little something stuck to your leg." She gestures at my pet. "How is life in this dump treating you?" "It's not a dump," I say, frowning. "There's just a lot of clutter because of scrap. We're working on cleaning things up." "We?" Bethia gives me a knowing look before turning to her cousin. "Did I miss a mating? Are you two sharing conjugal bliss?" "No," Jarok says flatly. He picks up a scanner and begins to type into the interface screen. "Did you check this ship for trackers before you brought it here?" "I figured you'd do that for me." She offers him a brilliant smile. "And I need new ID for her, too. And possibly a new paint job." Jarok sighs heavily and casts his cousin an irked look. "So, just a friendly visit, huh?" "Friendly enough." She saunters toward me, all smiles. Now, Sophie, fill me in on everything going on in your boring little life. I want to hear all the details. She links her arm through mine, deliberately skirting wide around Sleipnir, and tugs me toward the door that leads back to the living quarters in the station. I glance over at Jerok. Do you need help, Jerok? If you can keep her entertained for a little bit, that'll be plenty of help. He glances up from his scanner and gives me a warm look. I'll be fine. Bethia hums thoughtfully, eyes narrowed. She squeezes my arm and puts on her playful smile again. Show me what you've done with the place, then? I lead her inside the station, though I can tell from her confident walk and the way she glances at everything that she's been here before. She doesn't look surprised by any of it, except perhaps at the rooms I've cleaned out and the tidied-up terrarium. Very pretty, she says in a bored tone when I show her the plants. Her gaze narrows in on me. So, where are you sleeping? With Jerok? Her pointed question takes me aback. Of course not, I sputter. He's made me my own room. Can I see it? Bethia gives me a sweet smile. I'm just curious, of course. Something tells me those are deadly words coming from this woman, but I nod. Sure. I glance around for Sleipnir, but he's found a piece of scrap and is carrying it into the vines, no doubt to eat his kill in private. He doesn't seem to be worried about Bethia, so I relax a little. It's not Bethia's fault that our last visitor tried to rob Jerok and murder him. She's just being nosy and visiting her cousin, like she said she would. I guide her away from the terrarium, heading for my quarters. It's not much to look at. What? Amidst all this opulence? Bethia says sarcastically, gesturing at the rundown station. Shocking. There's something about her teasing that irks me. Jerok works really hard to keep this place running, I point out, a little stiff. She doesn't see the constant repairs he's doing, the filters he tirelessly changes out so we have fresh air to breathe, the maintenance logs he goes over every morning. This place is as safe and secure as it is, precisely because of Jerok's efforts. It gets better here every day. Don't get upset, Softy. I was just teasing. She pats my arm as I lead her back down the hall into my quarters. This where you're staying, then? Yes, this is my room. I let her go, watching as she looks around the room with mild interest, her hands clasped behind her back. Bethia's gaze lands on my bed, and she pauses, then goes to my bed, bends over, and takes a deep, long sniff. The look she gives me is knowing. You aren't sleeping in here. I freeze. She straightens, takes a step toward me. Your blankets don't smell like you. You haven't slept in them for days, have you? Her voice turns soft. If I go smell Jerok's blankets, will they smell like you, little human? Bethia, Jerok calls over his wristcom, irritation in his voice. Can you come out here to the hangar bay? With her gaze locked on me, Bethia raises her wrist to her lips. Be right there. She lowers it again and smiles at me. Well? It's none of your business. I cross my arms over my chest. That's where you're wrong. There's a syrupy tone to Bethia's voice that reads as false, and when she reaches forward and straightens the cloak I'm wearing, my skin prickles and I wish Sleipnir was here. The bounty hunter's fingers curl in the fabric, and she tugs me ever so slightly forward. The situation's made all the more alarming when she leans forward, her face practically in mine. Jerok is family. He might think he's alone, but I look out for him, and he's been hurt in the past. I don't like to see him hurting. Her mouth curves into a sweet, sweet smile. And so, I have to ask about your relationship with him, because if you hurt him, I will hunt you down and cut you into tiny little pieces. Then she boops my nose and leaves the room.
47. Jerok. The male in Bethia's hold glares at me while I wait for my cousin to return to the ship she's stolen. "I'll pay you handsomely," the male grates out. "Just let me free and help me take control of my ship once more." I say nothing. Truth is, I'm irked that Bethia has a prisoner in her hold and didn't tell me. What if Sophie had come up here? What if this male grabbed at her or made her scared? The thought pisses me off. Worse than that, he now knows my location, so something's going to have to be done about that. Damn it all, Bethia knows better than this. "My name is Jamaf Saran," the male states, "Guild Bounty Hunter. I can pay you handsomely." I can't help but notice that he's got rough prosthetics himself. Saran is not a strong family name. "Were you on Thresh 3? I ask, nodding at his limbs. 2, the male says flatly. 3 years of siege only to end up like this. He gestures at his body, at his bright red cybernetic eye. But that's in the past. So it is. Except I keep trying to leave it there, and the universe keeps reminding me of it. My cousin bounds into the ship, breathless, and then glances over at Jameth. She smirks at him and then leans against the wall, beaming at me. "So, do you think you can fix this old beast up? Disguise her? Maybe strip off the markings?" Bethia gives me a keen look. "It's got a secondary dark matter drive as a backup that you can tear out and keep if you're so interested." The male in the hold, Jameth, growls low. "You're not stripping my ship." "No one's talking to you," I mutter, and grab Bethia by the arm, hauling her away from the caged male. "Cousin, do you want to tell me why you're keeping another bounty hunter captive?" She leans in toward me. "No." "Let me rephrase that. You need to tell me why you've got a captive." Bethia grins. "It's called flirting." I bite back a groan. Bethia has been, and always will be, completely impossible. Does he know that's what it is? He'll figure it out eventually. "So, do you think you can help me disguise this ship?" Her tone is airy and light as she slings an arm around my shoulders. "It'll mean staying here for a few days, but I'm sure you and your friend Softy won't mind. You came here to snoop on us, didn't you?" "Me?" She feigns incredulity and then ruins it with a grin. "Maybe. Are you two keffing yet?" "None of your business." This is why I like living alone. I move out from under her arm and head toward the bridge of the small ship. It's well kept, for all that the owner looks to have parts as low rent as my own prosthetics. He must sink all his credits into this ship. A secondary dark matter drive is pricey, and his nav setup looks to be state-of-the-art. No wonder Bethia stole this ship instead of just reselling it to someone else. "What are you going to do with your prisoner?" "He's playing hard to get right now, and don't change the subject." Bethia thumps into the seat across from me and leans over the nav panel, her chin resting on her folded arms. "Do you need to know where the human clit is? I can instruct you. Heck, I can even join you two in bed and show you the ropes. I promise not to make it weird." My cousin volunteering to show me how to pleasure my mate? It's already weird, but she knows that, and it's just more of Bethia's antics. "Pass, but thanks." "So you do know where the clit is?" Very interesting." Her eyes narrow. "This makes me happy, cousin." If the clit is that little bud that Sophie touches when she comes, yeah, I do know where it is and what it does. My neck gets hot at Bethia's praise. "She's just visiting. Don't get your keffing hopes up." "Just visiting your bed, you mean?" "No, I mean she's leaving when the Vasathai return." Her eyes widen. "Oh!" Her voice drops in a whisper. "Should I make sure that they don't return? They're friends, but you're family, Jarok. I can take them out for you." "Don't take out anyone, Bethia," I say tiredly. The last thing I want is to destroy people I consider friends simply so Sophie has nowhere else to go. If she wants to stay, it needs to be her choice, not mine. Otherwise, I'm no better than her first captor. You can't go around killing everyone that gets in your way. Do you even know what a bounty hunter does for a living? She scoffs. But fine, you play around with little Softy, diddle each other until they come back, and then what? You're just going to wave goodbye and let them go? My mood is growing more sour by the moment. I glare down at the controls in front of me, not seeing them. All I see is Sophie's lovely face, smiling at me. Sophie tucked against my chest as she sleeps, the Caranu sprawled on her other side, Sophie holding tightly to my hand as she comes. Fierce longing tears through me. Yeah, I'm gonna let her go. Idiot. Bethia leans back in her chair, crossing her arms over her chest. Her braids clack as she tilts her head. You don't let people just leave you. You have to take action until they see things your way, like I'm doing with Jemif. Yeah, that's working out great for her, clearly. I put a hand on the panel in front of me, deciding to focus on what I can control. Scrap. I can remove the dark matter secondary drive and replace a few of the newer parts with older ones. A bad paint job, some fake identification, and this ship is pretty much yours. Sound good? She beams at me. Sounds perfect. How long do you think it'll take? As much as I'd like to get my cousin out the door so I can have time alone with Sophie again, the dark matter drive is enticing. It could bring in a lot of credits, maybe enough to get Sophie the Caranu for keeps. She loves the creature, and it loves her, and it keeps her safe. If she has to leave my side, at least she would do it with a protector. Give me a few days. Am I going to interrupt private time? Bethia asks lightly. Not at all, because you're going to be staying on your ship with your prisoner. She mock pouts. But we both know Softy isn't using her bed. The Caranu might not like you invading it. Excellent point. Bethia tilts her head, regarding me. Well, I appreciate the favor, cousin. If you need anything from me, just ask. Actually, I hesitate. If you happen to run across any human artifacts, I'll pay you for them. And seeds, flower seeds, for the terrarium. Didn't realize you were into gardening. I'm not. My neck gets hot again when she titters. I'll pay you, all right? I'll see what I can do. She pats my arm and gets up. I'm going to go bother Jemif some more. You need help with anything? There's nothing left to do but get started. Well, and let Sophie know that we'll be forced to tolerate my cousin for a few more days. I'm good. I head off the ship, automatically seeking out my human. Not yours, I remind myself. Your guest. She belongs to herself. Still, I like to dream. Sophie is in my quarters, curled up in my bed, her book in her hands. She looks over at me, and there's a concerned expression on her face. Jarrok, we need to talk. She sets down her book and sits up. About Bethia. She's staying for a few days while I fix up her ship, I interrupt. I hope that's all right. Sophie gets to her feet and moves toward me. She licks her lips and puts a hand on my chest, as if she needs to touch me. She knows we're sleeping in the same bed together. She smelled my pillow. Immediately, I'm angry at my cousin. Clearly, she's made Sophie feel uncomfortable. She doesn't know anything, I say firmly. Don't let her bully you into... It's okay, Sophie says softly, and pats my chest again. I'm okay with that. It just means I'm sleeping with you tonight. Is that okay? She can stay in my bed since I won't be using it. She looks up at me with such big, earnest eyes, and I realize that this is a big step for her, just like it is for me. It's as if she's marking me as her territory, and I stand a little prouder at the realization. If you like? I do, Sophie whispers, giving me a shy smile. She reaches up and lightly touches the back of my neck, and I automatically lean down. As I do, she presses her lips to mine again, and then licks me with her tongue. I'm going to show you how to really kiss later tonight. I stare down at her, dumbfounded. You mean we've been doing it wrong all this time? She just giggles.
48. Sophie. Having Bethia around is kind of annoying. I know she's Jarrock's cousin and he's close to her, but man, she does not shut up for 5 minutes. I'd forgotten just how grating her personality can be, since it's been months since she flew with the Vosithai on the Little Sister. She's nice enough, but she's also a lot. She has a story for everything, and because of that, she never stops talking. She talks through the afternoon as Jarok works on transforming the exterior of her borrowed ship. I put on work clothes and tear away at the scrap backlog from the other pirate ship. I've worked with Jarok enough that I know a lot of what to look for, and he shoots me appreciative looks when I start working. I like helping him out. It makes me feel like we're a team, like he can count on me. And because I'm working in a separate area of the hangar bay, I don't have to listen to Bethia's stories about the last bounty run she did, or the convicts she dragged back to the prison planet and cashed in on. I can let my mind wander and think about Jarok. I think about tonight. I'm really going to kiss him. It's been a long time since I've truly kissed someone with tongue. I've had to kiss the occasional alien back in the day, or an alien's human pet, for their amusement at our disgusting human traditions. Those don't count, though. They weren't to share a special moment, to be intimate with someone. No one looked at me with such intense yearning and longing as Jarok did when he asked to kiss me back. He won't find it gross, I suspect. I wonder if he'll call me a good girl if I let him touch me. The thought makes me shiver all over, my nipples getting hard. I never knew I liked hearing something like that, but it's the way Jarok says it, all warm, sultry praise, as if I'm being the bravest, sexiest creature alive just for touching myself. I press my thighs together at the thought, imagining him telling me what a good girl I am as he slides his hand between my thighs. Oh, fuck. I like that idea too much. I bite back a whimper and pull apart a cluster of wires. I keep thinking about that idea all through dinner, as Bethia continues to dominate the conversation. I eat my noodles quietly, imagining the look in Jarok's eyes as he gets into bed with me and finds me wet, because I know I'm wet right now. I've been thinking about touching all day, and I'm practically pulsing with need. Jarok is mostly quiet through dinner, too, letting his cousin carry the conversation and stealing the occasional glance at me. I know what he's thinking. He can't wait for her to leave. I can't either. When I first came out here, I couldn't understand how someone could live so remotely, so very alone. Now I understand it, and I can't wait for Bethia to leave. There's a coziness to it being just the two of us here, like we're in our own little safe bubble at the end of the universe. Eventually, Bethia yawns and pushes away from the table, ending her story. I guess I'd better go torment my prisoner for a bit before I feed him. Torment? I ask, worried. Are you torturing him? I knew Bethia sometimes did unsavory things for her job, but I didn't think... The bounty hunter only grins. Singing. He loves my singing. Jarok snorts. You mean croaking. You hush. I get to my feet. I'll go put fresh blankets on my bed. It'll give me a moment to compose myself, even if I'm practically trembling with anticipation. Will you feed Sleipnir for me, Jarok? On it, he says. I head down the hall, pulling fresh blankets out of the cleanser unit in the wall and heading toward my old room. When I go through the doorway, though, I see Bethia casually seated on the edge of the bed, smirking at me. You can save the blankets, precious. I'm gonna sleep on my ship. Poor Jamif gets lonely if I wander too far away. Oh, all right then. I hug the blankets to my chest. Do you need anything? That's so cute. You act like you already live here. She gets to her feet and saunters over to me, grinning. I know I said some harsh things earlier. You threatened to rip me apart limb from limb. And I meant it. She puts her hands on my shoulders and beams. I will, but I also want to tell you to be good to my cousin. I know he acts all gruff and mean, but he's a fragile soul, always has been. That makes me scowl. He's not fragile. He's the strongest person I know. Interesting. She taps a finger on the tip of my nose. I like that you defend him. Why wouldn't I? He deserves to have someone stick up for him. I know he can take care of himself, but this universe has shit on him enough. Of course I feel protective of him. I have feelings for him. I'm just saying, he's had to put up with a lot. So he has. Just reiterating my warning. She pats my shoulder and then walks away. I think for a moment and then call out, Hey, Bethia? When she turns around, I plunge on ahead. You know more about things than I do. How much do new prosthetics cost? For Jarok, his are constantly on the verge of malfunctioning. I think about the way he grimaces in the morning, about how the circuits twitch and jump sometimes, about how he limps heavily. He lives in pain daily, and I want to take that away from him. I know it might not be possible to eliminate it all, but surely new limbs could help. Too much, Bethia says flatly, and then tilts her head thoughtfully. Unless you want me to pry them off Jamif. No, not like that. God, Jamif's prosthetics are not much of a step up at all. You know what I mean, on the black market. I wave a hand. Ask around and see who's selling. Bethia studies me. I'll keep an eye out. He's never said anything, though. Why would he? He's proud. How many times have I offered to help him out, only for him to snap at me when he's in obvious pain? He doesn't like to feel like he's weak or not in control, and I get that. Huh. The bounty hunter purses her mouth. Guess that makes me a shitty cousin. Her eyes narrow. You could sell that pet of yours. He'd probably pay for everything and then some. My heart clenches. The thought has crossed my mind. That Sleipnir, no matter how much I adore him, is worth an absolute fortune. I can't sell him, though. He deserves to live somewhere where he's loved and showered with affection and has as much freedom as possible. He's not mine to sell, I say lightly. I hate that I've thought about it, though. It feels traitorous. I wouldn't do it. Just like Jarok hasn't turned around and sold me to make some quick cash. There are boundaries, and I'm not so far over them that I'd destroy another living creature's happiness for my own. The tricky part is that it's Jarok, and I'm starting to feel like I'd do a great many things for his happiness. I killed a man for him, didn't I? And I didn't even think twice about it. I smile politely at Bethia as I set the blankets down at the foot of the bed and head toward Jarok's quarters/personal workspace. He's not around, probably still feeding the Caranu. I change into my night clothes and comb my hair out, sitting on the edge of the bed and waiting nervously for him. Because it's time for kisses.
49. Jarok. I groan as I return to my quarters and smell the scent of Sophie's need. Most of the time her perfume is subtle, only enveloping my senses when I stand close to her. Tonight, though, her perfume seems to be everywhere. She sits on the edge of the bed, her legs crossed as she rubs her calf and looks restless. Her eyes have that glassy, distracted look in them that tell me she is thinking about touching herself. I love that look on her face. I love that she so enthusiastically reclaimed her body, despite her fears. I love watching her fall apart in my arms as she clings to me. And I can't wait for the day that she invites me to touch her. Her gaze locks on me as I shut the door, her lips curving into a little smile. Bethia said she's sleeping on her ship. Good. I almost wish she'd take off with it, too. I don't like that she's brought a stranger on board, but my cousin can handle herself. It's more that she's around when I really want to just spend all this time alone with Sophie. It's like Bethia knows what I'm thinking and has made it her personal goal to talk my ear off and keep us apart. I could use a few hours away from her. Couldn't we all? Sophie shifts her legs and then moves back on the bed, a silent invitation for me to join her. I should go shower. My hands are clean, but I'm sure I did more than my share of sweating today as I worked on the ship that Bethia is renaming as the Pleasure Spot. It's because no male can find it, she guffawed as she smacked me on the shoulder. But Sophie looks so enticing, I find myself heading for the bed instead of the lavatory. She looks up at me with shining eyes, and to my surprise, her hands go to my belt. My cock, already aching, stiffens to new heights. Her hands are so close, her scent so musky and enticing. What are you doing, Sophie? I reach out and gently card my fingers through her soft hair. It was up earlier, and now it falls down around her shoulders like a dark cloud. It's beautiful. She's beautiful. She leans into my caress, closing her eyes and pressing her cheek against my palm. I missed you today. When I was but a short distance away? My chest hurts from all the feelings that threaten to pour out. My cousin is enthusiastic. Sophie turns her face, nuzzling against my hand, her lips pressing against my skin. I don't want to think about her for the rest of the night. Me either. Come to bed, she tells me. Her hands move to the clasp of my belt, and then she flicks the switch. The belt loosens and slithers, retracting. Sophie touches the auto-fastener on my trow next, her hand grazing over my cock. I freeze. Sophie does too. She looks up at me, her lips parted, her breathing fast. Can I look at you? I groan. Have you not looked yet, then? I have memorized the folds of her pretty cunt and the curve of her hips. The images will haunt me for the rest of my days, imagining my fingers against their softness. She shakes her head, biting her lip. I didn't want to be impolite. Didn't want to look unless I was invited. Sophie presses her mouth against my palm again, her touch feathery soft. I'm yours, I murmur. Do what you like with me. Sophie looks up at me, her eyes shining, and she tugs on my unfastened trow, pulling them down. I told myself tonight was just going to be kisses. Deep kisses. But then I thought about you, and her palms flatten against my hips. I wanted to touch you, too. Is that okay? As if there would ever be a situation in which I would refuse. You know I would love your touch, but only if you are ready. Shifting on the bed, Sophie glances up at me. I feel pretty ready right now. I'm all aching and turned on at the thought of being with you tonight, even if I'm the only one touching myself. She leans in and slides my trowel all the way down my thighs, and then she's face to face with my cock. Her gaze locks onto it, onto the 4 piercings that stud the head, then the 2 that stud the base, one on top, underneath my spur, one underneath, next to my sack. She gazes at me, breathless, and her fingers flutter in the air close to my skin as if she wants to touch me, but hesitates. You don't have to, I murmur. If you just want to look, I understand. The way she stares at me is making me hard as a metal pipe. Even now, pre-cum wets the head of my cock, gliding down my skin, just from her stare. Instead of backing away, Sophie reaches out and traces one small fingertip along a vein on the underside of my shaft. I nearly choke with the pleasure of it and force myself to remain still as she touches me. Your cock doesn't look like a human cock. That deflates some of my pleasure. I glance down at my cock, and it looks as it ever has. This is bad? Oh, no. Her cheeks flush. No, you're different in good ways. Her finger continues to tease up and down that vein, petting it. In what ways? I am curious now. Curious and utterly aroused. Well, you're blue. She chuckles, and the throaty sound makes my body twitch in response. And you have a spur, which is new. And you have these. She runs a fingertip over the stud of one of my crown piercings, sending waves of lust through me. Which, human men have them too. It's just not as common. I've never seen one before. She glances up at me, smiling, and now I'm seeing a lot of them all in one spot. Before I can grunt a response, her fingers graze over the shaft of my cock. You have these ridges, kind of like on your nose, but not. She licks her lips, fascinated as she touches one and then another, and it takes everything I have not to move a muscle. I bet they feel good, though. So good. A groan slips from my throat. And you're so big. Her voice is achingly soft. Like, I knew you were big anyhow, but seeing you up close like this and touching you just reminds me how big you are. My arousal dims. I don't want her thinking I'm too big. Big can be frightening, and I don't want her to be scared of me. I would never harm you. I know. Sophie looks up at me with shining eyes. Her fingers rub back and forth on my skin. You're soft here, too. You feel like suede. It makes me want to pet you everywhere. I pant, my hands closing into helpless fists at my sides. I'm glad you like it. I want to please you. You do, she tells me, in that low, sweet voice. And before I can say anything else, her fingers curl around my shaft and she leans in and swipes the tip of her tongue across the head of my cock, an utterly mischievous expression on her face. It takes everything I have not to come in that moment. I close my eyes, picturing my seed splattering all over her face, and I shake with the need for control. Sophie! Shh, she whispers, her breath hot on my cock. I'm learning so much about you right now. Let me keep going. As if I would ever ask her to stop. I am many things, but I am no fool.
50. Sophie. I feel totally empowered and in control as I flick my tongue over the head of Jerok's cock, tasting his seed. It tastes pretty much the same no matter the race, I've learned. But there's something about Jerok that makes me enjoy this. It's clear he didn't expect me to do any of this. I'm not sure I expected to do this myself, but now that I'm touching him, I'm having far too much fun to stop. He's just so expressive and responsive. He acts like my touch is a gift, not an obligation. He has this look of surprise on his face when I put my hands on him, and I love that look. I love surprising him. I love caressing him. I love pleasing him. Kisses can wait a bit longer. For now, he's been so good to me and helped me so much that I want to do this to please him. Well, if I'm being honest with myself, it's not just for him. It's for me too. I love that feeling of being in control, of being the one responsible for his pleasure. I know I could stop right now, and he wouldn't pressure me to continue. He'd suffer with an aching erection and focus totally on me, because that's who Jerok is as a person. He's all rough and grumbly on the outside, and an absolute marshmallow on the inside. And marshmallows deserve to be nibbled on, darn it. So I lean in, pressing my lips to the head of his cock and wetting my mouth with his pre-cum. He sucks in a startled breath that makes me want to do more, and I dart my tongue out, licking him. I swirl the tip around the head of his cock, learning his piercings even as I pleasure him. I'm not sure why he's got 4 studded like a compass, but I find it fascinating and sexy, just like the rest of him. I grip his shaft and press my lips down his length with hot, open-mouthed little kisses. He's velvety soft over steel, hard and hot, and yet so pettable. It's a shame that the Masaka are so enthusiastically into plasfilm for everything and... Shit. I look up at him, horrified. Oh God, should I be using plasfilm? What? His voice is hoarse. Jerok opens his eyes to give me a dazed look. For what? On your cock. I give his length a little squeeze with my fingers. What about germs? Kef the germs, he mutters, shaking his head. Don't stop. You're perfect. Preening with pride, I lower my head and flick my tongue at the piercing nestled on the underside of his cock, against his sack. He lets out a grunt, or more like a guh, as I do. I let myself experiment with touching him, tracing each ridge with fascination, caressing the head and learning his spur. It feels different than I thought it would, more like the cartilage of an ear, but slightly harder. He doesn't seem to flip out when I touch it, so it must not be similar to a clit. The head of him is too big to fit comfortably in my mouth, especially with the piercings, so I focus on licking and teasing, then sucking at the tip as I work his shaft with my grip. He's very quiet as I lavish his cock with attention, and after a few moments, I notice that it's a little too quiet. I want to know that he likes what I'm doing. I want to hear his breath stutter. I want to hear him call me his good girl. I look up at him, lapping at the tip of his cock. His face is rigid with stress, his mouth pressed into a thin line. His hands are fists at his side, and he holds himself so tightly. My poor Jarok. Why won't you look at me? I ask softly. He heaves a labored breath and then, ever so slowly, moves his head down to watch me. His neck is corded and taut, as if it's taking all his willpower not to move. As our eyes meet, I flick my tongue over the head of his cock again, as if I'm licking an ice cream. His nostrils flare. Should I stop? I ask. I've been enjoying myself, and in more ways than one. My panties are soaked, and I'm squirming even as I sit at the edge of the bed and pleasure him. I want more than anything to keep going. But I also need to make sure that this is all right with him. His lack of response is starting to kill my enjoyment, though. One-sided pleasure is no pleasure at all. His throat works as he swallows. There's such intense hunger in his eyes that it takes my breath away. I don't want to scare you. Scare me? I lick him again, teasing deliberately, and his eyes flare with need. Oh, I like that response. It makes me clench my thighs tighter as my core pulses. Because I need you so much. His hands flex again, and one of them creaks. For some reason, that small noise fills me with all kinds of endearment for him. Is he holding back because he's afraid of scaring me with his need? That's so sweet. And completely understandable. I've been so afraid of everything for the last while, and now I finally feel like I'm becoming myself again. He doesn't know that, though, because I haven't said it to him. So he's being cautious, and judging from his clenched fists, is waiting for me to panic so he can withdraw. It makes me ache even more for him, not just because of who he is, but because he's so thoughtful. So I take his hand in mine, uncurling his fist, and then place it in my hair. I want you to touch me, I tell him softly. I need you to show me how much you like when I pleasure you, because I like it. It feeds my arousal, too. I love hearing your breath catch. I love hearing you call out my name. I lean in and rub my face against his cock like a kitten and glance up at him. And if I want to stop or I'm scared, I'll tell you, I promise. You want me to touch you? More than anything, I whisper. His hand creaks again as it tightens in my hair, and I fight back a little moan. Oh, God, yes, that's exactly what I want. This doesn't make you feel like a slave, he asks. I don't want you to feel. It's different, I promise him. This is freely given, not taken. That's the difference. I look up at him and can't resist licking the head of his cock again, letting my tongue drag against the closest piercing. Just because I like hearing you call me a good girl doesn't mean I want to be a slave. He groans, his pupils blown, and he rubs at my scalp before tangling his hand in my hair again. Did you like that? I whimper, nodding, and lick his cock again frantically. So much. Because you know I'll take care of you? Maybe that's it. Maybe it just emphasizes how safe I feel with him, that I let him have control over me in the bedroom, just a little. I make an eager noise in my throat and suck on the head of his cock again, working his sack with my hand. Jarrock's voice is rough and raspy as he holds my face against his cock, sending a searing bolt of heat through my body in response. You're so keffing pretty when you do that. I moan, frantically trying to take him into my mouth. I can fit the head just a little, but the piercings make me stop before getting far. Instead, I suck on the head as tightly as I can and pump his shaft once, roughly. He lets out a low hiss. I want to make you come, I tell him eagerly. I want him to get that same release that he's given me, even if he didn't touch me. They still feel like his orgasms as well as mine, because he coached me through them. I want to share this one with him, too. I rub my face against his cock, gazing up at him. What do you like? Jarrock closes his eyes, and his hand strokes my cheek. I like everything. Keff me, everything. His cock presses slightly against my mouth even as he says this, and I'm not even sure if Jarrock realizes what he's doing. It makes me giddy, though, and I latch onto him again, licking and sucking, my hands on his shaft as if I can somehow ignore physics and feed him all the way down my throat with sheer enthusiasm. I hear his breath catch, and then the taste of salt is in my mouth. I can feel him tense, his tail flicking madly behind him. Wait, he grits out. Do you want me? I take him deeper, because I already know the answer to that question, and I suck hard. With a gasp, Jarrock thrusts into my mouth. He shuttles the head against my tongue, his hips jerking, and then he comes, his entire body groaning with the force of his release. His hand moves to my hair, tightening there as seed spills over my tongue and down the sides of my mouth, and I lap up as much as I can, cleaning him. I love the shudders that move through him, accompanied with a fresh wave of his taste, and when he finally pulls free from my mouth, he's panting, and there's a dazed look on his face. I swipe at my lips, gazing up at him. I'm practically squirming in my seat because I need to hear that I did everything right, that he liked all of it, that he's never come so hard before. I don't know when I turned into this person, in constant need of praise, but when he lets out a little huff of a laugh and gives me a warm look, it feels better than anything. Keff me, you're beautiful, Jarrock whispers, cupping my face in his hands. He gazes down at me with wonder, like he's never seen anything like me in his life. I might just become utterly addicted to that sort of look. He kneels on the floor in front of me, and I feel a pang of distress at the effort it takes him. I hate that his limbs are so terrible, when it's something so easily fixed with money. It's so unfair. But he kisses me with the most gentle of touches, and his eyes meet mine. Now, can I touch you? 51. Sophie. You still want to touch me? I don't know why the thought makes me so shy. Why shouldn't he touch me? I've given him pleasure. Why shouldn't he turn around and give me some? But it's been so long since anyone has thought about my needs that I sometimes forget about them myself. This week has been a revelation, unlocking that sexual side of me again. And yet, it's all been one-sided. For some reason, I thought I'd pleasure Jarok, and then we'd cuddle into bed together and go to sleep. That he's asking for more sends a ping of alarm through me. Jarok nods, stroking my hair. I can smell just how turned on you are, Sophie. You've given me a gift. Let me do the same for you. I hesitate. You're nervous. Tell me why. I don't know why, I admit. I guess because it's different. Let us talk it through. Do you think I will hurt you? His tone is gentle, easy, his fingers stroking my hair, my neck, my cheek. It's like he can't stop touching me. Or take advantage of you in some way? I consider this. No. Do you think that I will do something you don't like and ignore you if you ask me to stop? No. Are you worried I will maul you or bruise you? He extends one hand, and we both hear it creak loudly. Because of these? Not at all. Greatly daring, I reach out and brush my fingers over his mouth. His lips are darkened and slightly swollen, and I realize he must have been biting them while I had his cock in my mouth. I love that. I love that my touch made him feel so good. Then talk it through with me, he says, voice reasonable, gaze easy. If it is not me you are afraid of, is it yourself? It sounds silly, doesn't it? I whisper. Not at all. He runs his thumb along my jaw, then lightly touches my ear, and I lean into the caress. I have never told anyone this, but when I first got my prosthetics, I spent 2 or 3 months seated. I did not walk unless the medical caregivers forced me to. I was afraid that they would not work right, or they would not work for me, and I did not want to get my hopes up. I did not like the way my changed body felt. It was easier to have no expectations of anything. I nod, pressing a kiss into his big hand. What if I don't like it? Then I will stop. It is as simple as that. But what if your touch bothers me? A small curl of shame rises in my belly. Does it bother you right now? He asks, fingers gliding along my neck. Or when my mouth meets yours? When I shake my head in denial, he continues. Then we will focus on the things that you like and go from there. He smiles at me. We can take it one day at a time, one step at a time. If you do not want me to touch you this night, then I will not. But I wanted to ask, because I wanted you to realize how badly I want to touch you, too. I know he does. It's in the avid way he looks at me, the way his hands keep touching me constantly. It's in the way he calls me his good girl when I touch myself, and how he talks me through every orgasm. He lets me know that he's there with me every step of the way. So why does this feel so big and terrifying? I suspect it's because I'm afraid that he'll touch me, and I'll go to a bad place, and it'll ruin any hope I have of us having any sort of joy together. Will you hate me if I don't like it? I ask, trembling. Never. Like I said, we will find things you do like and go from there. You are only as broken as you let yourself be, Sophie. It took me time to get out of my chair and to walk with my new limbs, but I did. I just had to take that first step. You do too. I manage an awkward smile. You relearning how to walk is a very different thing than me worrying about sex. He shrugs. We have both had bad things in our past. I do not mind the comparison. You should neither. Now, tell me that we are done, and I will climb into this bed and hold you until you fall asleep. Or tell me that we are not done, and I will finally get to pet that pretty little cunt of yours that gets so very wet for me. My breath catches, my lips part. I gaze at him, arousal flooding through my system at his bold words. We're not done. Good girl. I moan, my fingers latching onto him as he gets to his feet. I cling to his body, touching rough circuits and scars, the creak of his joints making heated waves roll through my blood. These things are all Jarok, and as he gets to his feet next to the bed, I'm suddenly awash in a burst of confidence. I can do this because he has me. He'll make it good for me because he wants my pleasure too. I let out a happy little sigh and gaze up at him as he puts a hand on my jaw and lets his thumb trace my lips again. Where do you want me? On the bed? On your back? Do you want your clothing on or off? Remember, I've seen it all. There's no reason to be shy. It's like he's addressing my worries before I even pause. He's right. He's bathed me all over, so there's no point in being hesitant about anything. I consider for a moment and then pull my sleep tunic off over my head. Jarok gives me a look of approval as I climb into bed, then lie down. I'm nervous, despite his calm demeanor, because my head is full of all kinds of noise. What if it doesn't feel good? What if I panic? What if... He strips off his clothing, stepping out of his trough and then standing at the side of the bed so I can look at him. I know this is just as difficult for him as it is for me, because he's self-conscious about his prosthetics, but I think he's beautiful. I don't see problems. I see a survivor. So I reach up a hand, and when he takes it and sits down at the edge of the bed, I feel better. He kisses my knuckles, rubbing his mouth against my skin. Is there any place you don't want me to touch you? Anything you consider off-limits? I consider this. I think I need to look at you the entire time, so I know it's you. I lick my lips, surprised at how dry they are, as another wave of anxiety rushes through me. I don't want to turn around or have you cover my eyes or anything. Of course not. He presses another kiss to my knuckles, then takes a fingertip between his teeth and lightly nips it. It sends a little thrill through my body, that tiny bite, and I find myself relaxing. Jarok knows me and my past. He won't push me into anything uncomfortable. Is it all right if I lie down next to you? He asks, and I nod. The bed groans as he gets in, his heavier bulk taking up the majority of his narrow bed, but I don't mind pressing up against him. He rests on his side, facing me, instead of looming over me, and I like that. He's giving me space. I reach up and run my fingers through his thick hair. Jarok leans forward and rubs his nose against mine. Can I kiss you again? In response, I lean in and press my lips to his. I like kissing, I admit. Your mouth feels good. He takes my lower lip between his teeth in a love bite, and then licks away the sting. I moan against him, tangling my fingers in his hair as I lean into the kiss. He nuzzles at my mouth, his tongue gliding against mine, and I feel the slick thrum of the ridges on his tongue moving against my smooth one. The sensation is different, but uniquely Jarok, and I love it. He tastes like warmth and comfort, and when his tongue drags against mine again, it sends a pulse of heat all the way through my body, and I gasp. "Does that feel good?" he asks, voice smooth and rich. I nod, leaning in for another kiss, and Jarok devours my mouth again, taking the lead. He's a quick learner, because now I'm no longer in charge of the kiss. He's in full control, licking into my mouth and claiming me with flicks of his tongue. When we kissed before, I only touched the tip of his tongue and didn't realize just how the ridges on his tongue would feel against mine, or that they'd remind me of his cock. When he lightly thrusts into my mouth, I feel the answering pulse between my thighs and moan again. Jarok continues to kiss me, and for a time, I lose myself to the world around me. I love the heated press of his upper body against mine, the way his tail tip lightly strokes against my calf, the way his breathing rasps between each kiss as we come up for air. I'm drowning in his taste and his touch, and I've forgotten how wonderful a nice, senses-drugging kiss can be. His hand strokes over my shoulder and down my arm, and then his knuckles graze the tip of one breast. I gasp. The touch was unexpected as the zing of arousal that flares through me. "Bad?" he asks. "Good." I kiss his upper lip, silently asking for more. "So good." Jarok rumbles something that might be pleasure, and then his mouth is on mine again, even as his hand lands fully on my breast. He caresses the mound of it gently, then focuses his attention on the tip, his thumb rubbing over it in a way that makes me want to crawl out of my skin. I whimper and press up against him, urgently licking at his mouth. He nips at my lower lip at the same time as he gives my nipple a light pinch, and I whimper because it sends another flare of heat through my body. "Here you thought you wouldn't like to be touched," he murmurs, rubbing his nose against mine. He looks at me with those hot, proud eyes, as if I'm the most amazing thing possible. "But look at how pretty you are right now. You're perfect, and you should know that." I dig my fingers into his skin, lifting my mouth for more kisses. "You want me to touch you lower, or should I keep my hand on these pretty breasts for now?" "Will you keep kissing me?" He chuckles, and it's like liquid chocolate pouring into my veins. "I don't think I could stop." I moan. I love that he enjoys kissing me as much as I like it too. I love that he likes his mouth on me. I'm so glad he doesn't want to use plasfilm to keep us apart. I love how raw our kisses are, how our tastes mingle, how I can feel every rasp of his tongue against my own. A shiver of anticipation courses through me as his hand slides to my belly and then pauses. I suddenly want his hand between my thighs, where I'm aching the most. "I'm going to touch you like you touched yourself," he murmurs to me between kisses. "I've watched you so many times, seen what you like. It's good that we're taking things slow, because then I can know just how to touch you right and make you come so hard. Do you want that?" I let out another little whimper, nodding. I love his dirty talk, love how he's telling me what he's going to do, but somehow still checking in with me to make sure I'm on board. It's the verbal equivalent of him holding my hand through this, and I adore it. At this point, I'm more than on board. I'm aching for it. I can't seem to stop making little noises of need in my throat as his fingers stroke my belly, edging ever so slowly downward. I need him, need this so much. It's like the past week has been priming me for his touch, and all of my fear is gone. I'm craving a release, and one that he gives me. When his hand strays to my mound and he strokes the hair there, I sigh. It's like knowing relief is in sight. "Part your legs for me, Sophie," he murmurs, then gives me the lightest kiss. I do, the vulnerability of it just adding to my hunger. I trust him, my gaze locked on his handsome, familiar face as he strokes a finger through my slick. To my surprise, Jarok is the one holding his breath, and it explodes from him when he touches my pussy. "Look at how wet you are. You really liked pleasuring me with your mouth?" "I wouldn't have offered if I didn't." My own breath is a little gaspy at this point as his finger glides back and forth through my wetness. I spread my legs wider for him, my gaze locked on his face. "I liked watching you come. I liked tasting you. I liked touching you." I wiggle a little closer to him, wanting to press my face against his chest. "I can't wait to do it again." He groans and drags 2 fingers through my slippery folds, petting me, before he moves to my clit and focuses there. He changes movements, switching to small circles around the hood of my clit, and he really has been paying attention as I touched myself. I cry out, burying my face against him as he begins a slow, exquisite pace. Not too hard, not too soft, not too slow, not too fast. Then he nudges me with his nose, and when I turn to meet him, his mouth is on mine again, hungry and devouring as he works my pussy with his fingers. He pushes one big finger against the entrance to my core, groaning when he finds out how wet I am. He pushes that finger deep inside, something I've only done to myself once as he watched, and then moves his thumb to my clit and continues to work it. I squirm on his hand. His finger feels big and invading, and a hint of alarm edges at my consciousness. His mouth slicks over mine, and we pause in our kissing, and I hear his hand creak as he pumps into me. It's the creak of his prosthetic that helps me relax, because it reminds me that this is my Jarok, that I'm safe with him. I grab at his hip, at the ridge of scars there, and dig my fingers into the prosthetic thigh. It doesn't feel like human or alien flesh here, and I need that in this moment. "Please," I whimper. "Please, Jarok." "I've got you," he murmurs between peppered kisses. "You're all mine, Sophie. This is all for you." His finger slicks into me again, making wet sounds as it spears into my body, and his thumb never stops on my clit. The pleasure takes over again, and I'm rubbing myself against him, biting at his mouth as he works my pussy, sucking on his lower lip as if it'll somehow help me handle everything that's building up. When I come, it takes me entirely by surprise. The orgasm explodes through me in a gush of response, soaking his hand. I cry out against his mouth, and he murmurs sweet things to me about how much he liked that and how proud he is of me. And it's exactly what I need to hear as I float through the waves of sheer relief. "You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen," Jarok tells me, and when our eyes meet, I know just how sincere he is.
52. Jarok. I wake up the next morning with Sophie rubbing her fingers lightly over one of my jumping circuits. It twitches in my arm, and she gives me a little smile as she massages it back into place. "Did I wake you up?" "It's the best way to wake up," I tell her, and lean in to give her a kiss. She freezes for a moment, and I worry that I've kept things up, but then she flings her arms around my neck, her mouth hot on mine. "My breath isn't too bad?" she whispers between flicks of her tongue. As if I've even noticed. All I know is that Sophie's mouth is on me, her hands roaming my body, and I haven't felt so keffing good in ages. We fool around in bed for a little while, and I make Sophie come on my hand again, just because I want to smell her release all day long. Sophie insists that we both shower afterward, though, so we shower together, and I wash her hair for her as she soaps my chest. It's nice, this being together in the morning, talking about the upcoming day. Actually, it's more than nice. It's perfect. After we dress, we snack on a breakfast of dry noodles while Sophie lavishes love and attention on the Caranu, who seems to be sulking that he wasn't allowed in the bedroom last night. I imagine the bites taken out of my ass every time Sophie sucked in a breath, though, and suspect he's going to be sleeping in the hall a lot in the future. I'll have to make him a nice bed. As we enter the hangar, Sophie touches my hand in a tiny goodbye and heads to the back workbench where she can scrap the engine of the other ship for all the valuable parts. We'll be in the same chamber, of course, but not close enough to talk, and I'm a little disappointed that I've got so much to do on my cousin Bethia's ship. I'd rather spend time with Sophie, watching her blush, making her blush. Ugh. The disgusted noise is courtesy of my cousin, who's hanging out on the cargo ramp of her ship. She gives me a revolted look as I approach, shaking her head slowly. "Do I detect humming?" Bethia asks, her lip curled slightly. "Oh, you are such a fool, aren't you?" "Shut up." I move past her, not even caring that my circuits are a little strained this morning from sleeping curled around Sophie, and I probably need to do some stretches to work on my mobility so I don't pay the price later. I ignore it all because my mood is too good. So what color are we painting this monstrosity? I'm thinking a nice, unpleasant ooly green. The bounty hunter gets to her feet, still wearing her disgruntled expression. "Do we need to talk, Jarek?" "About what?" Hoping I'm not too obvious, I glance over at Sophie. She's set up at my normal table, and as I watch, she puts on my goggles and then gets to work with my blowtorch. I smile with pride. She's a fast learner. I haven't had to show her much, but she's seen me do it so many times that she's picked it up already. Clever thing. Bethia punches me in the shoulder. "Wake up, shit for brains." I rub my shoulder, scowling at her. "Do you mind?" "Yes," she hisses, an angry look on her face. "You're going to get your heart broken, you keffing moron. I'm worried about you." It isn't like Bethia to be so affected by anything. My cousin prefers to keep her cool, and right now she is definitely bristling. "Why are you worried? You like Sophie." Bethia grabs my neck, marching me away like I'm some fussy youth back on the station. "You don't get it, Jarok. She's human. Humans don't think like we do. They don't stay. They just look around for a stronger master, someone that can provide them more safety. Sophie's very sweet, but you do know that you're not going to be able to keep her, right?" Just like that, my good mood vanishes. I can tell from the look on Bethia's face that she's earnest, and I vaguely remember her hinting about an issue with a human in the past. Bethia obviously has something she's not sharing. "Has Sophie said anything to you?" "No, of course not. She's busy giving you sappy looks." Bethia steers me away before I can check. "It's just that I've got experience with humans, okay? You can't trust them. They're very sweet on the surface and they keff like beasts, but you can't expect much out of them. They'll just break your heart in the end." She pats my back. "I just feel like I need to warn you because you're family. I'm looking out for you." "Thanks," I say flatly. I do know that I can't keep Sophie. She's made it very clear that she's leaving with the Vasithai brothers when they return, and a junk heap of a space station in the midst of an asteroid field isn't exactly any female's dream. I know I'm certainly not. Sophie and I are just enjoying each other right now, exploring. We both know it means nothing. I ignore the ache in my chest. "Ooly green, right?" Bethia tilts her head back, staring affectionately at the stolen ship, her braids tinking as the beads clack against each other. "I think so. Make it good and ugly." She rubs her hands together. "Jamef's going to hate it. Thanks for bringing him to my station, by the way," I tell her sarcastically, as I move to the control panel and start opening all the bays so I can begin the exterior paint. You're going to kill him and dispose of his body somewhere, I hope? Because now he knows where I am. No, he doesn't, Bethia says easily. I haven't told him shit. At my furious glance, she continues, I know the root is in the nav computer, but I assure you he's not going to be able to access it. Because you're going to dispose of him, I emphasize again. Right? She shrugs. So, what are you going to spend this money on? That dark matter drive will bring you a pretty pile of credits anywhere you take it. Dunno. I'll think of something. Actually, I already know. New limbs? Dunno, I repeat, keeping my voice deliberately unwelcoming. You're going to buy something for Softy, aren't you? She asks, leaning against the wall next to me. It's written all over your face. You're such a sucker, Jarek. Maybe so. I scowl over at her. Are you going to talk this entire day, or can I get to work? Bethia pushes off the wall with a dramatic sigh. Fine. I guess I'll go bug Jamif. Yell at me if you need anything. I just grunt a response. I'm glad when she disappears farther into the ship because our conversation has made me irritated. No more than irritated. Angry. No matter what she thinks of Sophie, I know her better than anyone. I do. She's not looking to use me. She's not going to try to break my heart and keep me interested until she finds a new master. Sophie doesn't want any master. She wants to be her own creature. She wants her independence. And if I buy the Caranu for her, that'll help keep her safer than I ever could on my own. Sucker, I hear Bethia's voice in my head again. Maybe I am. I might not be able to keep Sophie, but that doesn't mean I can't enjoy every single moment I have with her in the meantime. I flip a few more switches, and as the rest of the panels on the ship slide open with a hiss, I lumber down the ramp again, looking over at Sophie. She's hard at work, my favorite pliers in her hand, her pink tongue between her lips, as she concentrates on the task before her. She looks so charming and determined that my heart effing stutters again. I really am a sucker. 53. Jarok. Bethia makes little comments and jibes all day. Not much, just enough to needle me and to remind me that Sophie's not mine. That this is temporary. That she's just looking for a good time, not a long time, in my cousin's words. All of this makes my Masaka possessiveness flare, and by the time I've got a deliberately bad paint job slapped onto the pleasure spot, I'm in a foul mood and feeling particularly jealous. I don't want another male on the receiving end of Sophie's smiles, or hearing her bright laughter. I don't want another male to wake up with Sophie touching him. I think about how she looked last night as she licked the head of my cock, my hand tangled in her hair, and that possessiveness surges to levels I've never experienced before. Just looking at Bethia pisses me off. Just thinking about Sophie leaving makes me crazy. I don't know how to combat this. I know she won't stay. I can't force her to, wouldn't force her to. But knowing that she's going to leave and make a life for herself somewhere off this station eats at me. I can't concentrate. I poke at dinner, even though Sophie made my favorite noodles. My cousin talks all through dinner, dominating the conversation, pretending to be blissfully unaware of my surliness. Sophie notices my silence, because of course she does, and casts me worried looks. When I accidentally flick the Caranu with my tail, Sleipnir bites my leg. Not hard, just enough to send the message across. My mood's affecting everyone, except Bethia, and that somehow makes things worse. Even with the limited time I have with Sophie, I'm keffing things up. I'm relieved when Bethia heads off to her ship for the night, leaving me alone with Sophie and her pet. She pets the Caranu with affectionate little strokes, speaking in an excessively sweet voice to the thing, who twines around her legs and purrs as if he is indeed the baby she keeps calling him. And for some keffing stupid reason, I'm jealous of the thing, because I'm not getting all of her attention. Keff me, I'm an idiot. I push back from my stool. I'm going to take a shower. Sophie looks up at me, her brows furrowing. Is everything okay? I nod. Just a bad mood. Impulsively, I move to her side and press a kiss to the top of her head because I can practically feel her worry. "It's not you, it's me." "Do you want me to come bathe you?" she asks in a soft voice. The Caribou nips at my leg again, his tail lashing against mine. It's a reminder that he needs something to occupy him before I get to spend private time with Sophie. So I shake my head and press another kiss to the top of her head. "Feed your pet. We'll spend time together after." She reaches out and touches my hand as I walk away, and I swear I feel her touch even after I get into the shower. I flex my hand, gazing down at it in frustration. I've heard jokes about Misaka possessiveness, but I've never experienced it until this day. It's completely and utterly maddening, and yet somehow right. Of course I should be utterly possessive of Sophie. Who wouldn't be? By the time I get out of the shower, I'm still burning with pent-up emotions. I hear Bethia's voice in my head, calling me a sucker, but more than that, I think of Sophie and her sweet smile, Sophie in the way she clung to my hand when she touched herself. Sophie smiling at me over an early morning meal of noodles. Sophie sticking her tongue out as she works. Her joy in the books. She's mine. It's time I tell her how I feel. Get it all out there in the open. Let her know that the thought of her leaving me makes me absolutely insane. Determined, I wrap a towel around my hips and head into my quarters, only to see Sophie staring thoughtfully at the comm panel. It's turned on, but she's looking at the buttons with dismay as if she can't quite figure them out. "What are you doing?" I bark out, my tone rougher than I intended. She jumps in surprise, turning to look at me, her hand on her chest. "Oh, Jarek, you scared me." "What are you doing?" I repeat. There's a dull ache in my chest at the sight of the comm panel lit up. "Who are you trying to contact?" She bites her lip, then gestures at the communications system. "I wanted to see if there were any messages from the Vasathai. I worry about them. They haven't sent a single communication, and I just—" She takes a deep breath. "Sometimes I worry they forgot about me, I guess." My heart burns with a furious mix of emotion. I'm jealous that she's wanting to hear from them. I'm angry that they haven't even bothered to send her a single message to reassure her. And I'm hurt that she's already wanting to leave me behind. Because that's what she's doing, isn't it? Checking when they're going to pick her up? Wordlessly, I move to the panel and type in the commands to check for incoming messages. Nothing. Sophie lets out a little sigh. "I guess that's to be expected, right?" She gets up from the seat and offers me a small smile. "Did you have a good shower?" I don't care about my shower. All I care about is that this female should be mine, and I'm going to have to let her go. More hot, possessive words bubble up in my throat. I want to tell her that she's mine, that she belongs with me, that no one else can love her nearly as much as I do, that no one else would take such good care of her or hold her when she's scared. But I can't say any of those things because they're far too close to ownership. If I tell Sophie that she's mine, I worry I'm going to lose her forever. She's been owned once before. So I say nothing at all. I put a hand to her waist and pull her against me. She looks up at me with dark eyes, her body trembling against mine. "Can I touch you tonight?" I rasp. She gives me a little nod. "Please." I pick her up and lift her onto the comm station's countertop. The bed's too far away, and I need to touch her right now, or I might lose my mind. Her eyes widen in surprise, and her arms go around my neck, even as she tilts her face up for a kiss. "I need you," I tell her. I lean down and press a light kiss to her parted lips. "Need you." "I'm here," she whispers. "I'm not going anywhere." But she is. That's the problem. With a low growl, I grab at the collar of her work jumper and touch the auto-fastener, undoing the clasp. It slithers down her front, the fabric gaping open and revealing her lovely body to my hungry gaze. "Can I touch you all over?" "Yes." "Kiss you all over?" I move forward, putting my hand between her soft thighs. "Kiss you here?" She lets out a little hitched breath of surprise and then nods. "Please." "Mine," I think furiously, as I drop to my knees in front of her. "All mine, and I'm going to show her."
54. Sophie. Jarok's been a little hard to read today. He's pleasant and sweet to me, but his mood seems to be short, distracted. I suspect it has something to do with his cousin. I can't blame him. Bethia is a lot for anyone to absorb, and for my introverted Jarok, I imagine she wore her welcome out about an hour after she arrived, and now he's just in endurance mode. I can relate. I'm pretty ready for her to leave myself. So I stay out of the way, busying myself with scrapping. I tackle the parts I can recognize. I might not know how to chart a proper star course in a navigation system, but I know how to pry apart a matter engine and extract the expensive components that can be resold. I've watched Jarok do it, and when he comes over to check my work and gives me an approving nod, I feel like I've won an award. Best sidekick in the galaxy, maybe. Throughout dinner, Jarok's bad mood remains, and it's leaking over to Sleipnir, who seems fussy. I make sure to feed the Caranu extra and give him more attention, because I don't want him getting frustrated and taking a bite out of Bethia. I decide to set him up in my old bed and give him the metal husk of the engine I was working on all day, and Sleipnir makes happy little crooning noises in his throat, his feet pitter-pattering on the floor in anticipation as I carry it to my bedroom. When I'm sure he's settled and happy, I return to Jarok's chambers and wonder if I should check for messages from the little sister. I'm chagrined that I haven't thought about them at all in the past few days. I guess I really should. It's just, I love being with Jarok. I'm dizzy with infatuation, and I enjoy being on the station. I'm happy here. Content. Well, until Bethia dominates the conversation. I'm loving my life in the little bubble of safety I have here on the station and in Jarok's arms. I don't want any of that to change, ever. When Jarok comes out of the shower and finds me at the comm unit, though, he doesn't look thrilled. He checks for messages, and I hold my breath, releasing it only when there's nothing there. No message from the Va Sithai. No one coming for me. Yet. I never thought I'd be so glad to be forgotten. But then Jarok sets me atop the counter, my back pressing against the comm unit, and the look in his eyes is the most intense I've ever seen it. "I need you," he growls. "Need you." I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. At least not for a few more days. For some reason, the thought makes a flutter of unhappiness coil in my belly. I don't ever want to leave. I don't belong with the Va Sithai. I belong here. Problem is, I haven't been asked to stay. Maybe Jarok's short-tempered because he just wants everyone to leave, myself included. The thought's a crushing one. It makes the breath escape my lungs, and I'm barely paying attention when he unfastens the collar of my sturdy work jumper. "Can I touch you all over?" he asks. Oh. My body immediately flushes with heat, and Jarok has my undivided attention. I realize that we're not going to the bed, and a fascinating tingle unfurls through me. Touch me all over? Yes. Kiss you all over? Kiss you here? His hand goes boldly between my legs, cupping my pussy. I bite back a gasp. He's going to put his mouth on me? Pleasure me? I've never had that done. No one's ever gone down on me just so I could experience what it's like. Please. He lets out a little growl of pleasure that makes my skin prickle, and then Jarok tears at my jumper, shoving it down my shoulders and letting it pool around my hips. I work my arms free of the material, desperate to be naked, to get the gift that I've been promised. When I was an untouched teenager, all the books and movies made a big deal about oral sex, how mind-blowing it would be. Then I got kidnapped by aliens and sold as a slave, and no part of my body was mine anymore. Sex became something to be endured, not enjoyed. Which wasn't to say that I didn't have the occasional orgasm. Sometimes it just happened. through chemical means or enough friction. Those were worse, though, because I didn't want it. It felt like someone else was claiming victory over my body when it happened, and it always left me with a sense of loathing. Things are different with Jarok, though. He's waited for me to learn to like myself again. He's held me so tenderly while I came, and last night he touched me and put his fingers into me, and it didn't feel wrong at all. It felt wonderful. So I want this. I absolutely want this, and I'm just as eager as he is. It feels like a gift, though I'd never say anything so silly aloud. He holds my hips and presses kisses on my exposed skin, and I sigh with pleasure. I love Jarok's mouth, love the way he's so fervent about everything. I love the way he's always careful with me. Every time he's touched me, he's gone out of the way to make sure that I'm all right with everything. I really am lucky that the universe brought me to him. I run my fingers through his messy hair as he pulls the last of my clothing off, tearing my panties away. I'm not even mad about that. Instead, I'm thinking about how when I first arrived, he was filthy and always wore dirty clothing, like he didn't give a care about what he looked like. Now, he washes up every day, and I know that's for me. He's trying to be better for me. It fills me with all kinds of warmth to realize that. His hair is still tangled, though, as if he doesn't quite know what to do with it. Maybe I'll brush it for him later. He liked that. He needs someone to take care of him, just like he needs someone to take care of... I suck in a breath as his hot mouth goes to the inside of my thigh. "Look at me when I taste you, Sophie," he growls, deep and possessive. I am. I focus my gaze on his face, not his hair. I'm here. He looks like a devil, all horns and bright eyes as he flicks his tongue over the inside of my leg. "I want you to watch me use my tongue on you." He nips at my skin. "Want you to know that it's me tasting your cunt, me licking you until you come. I want to hear my name on your lips, understand?" There's a possessive urgency to him that shocks me just a little. It's a good kind of shock, though. My nipples tighten and heat pulses between my thighs. I nod, since he seems to need an answer, and he tugs me forward, tilting my hips and forcing me to lean heavily on the comm station. My pussy is presented to him, my legs spread wide as he gazes down at my open body. "Mine." He looks up at me and then lowers his head to taste. My entire body prickles in response at the feeling of his tongue sweeping through my folds. I suck in a breath, not entirely sure what to think. I love how intense he is, how focused. There's a hard edge to his need right now, like I'm a craving he's been fighting to get under control, and lost. He slicks his tongue over my pussy twice, then lifts his head and studies my flesh. Beautiful. Before I can say anything else, his head dips again, and his tongue is on my clit. I suck in a breath, squirming, my hand on the top of his head. Having his mouth and his tongue there is... intense. There's no other word for it. Part of me wants to wriggle away from the touch because it's too much, and as he licks at me, I gasp because there's no escaping the constant flick of his tongue. Jarok locks an arm around my hip, and one leg is over his shoulder, the other propped up on the counter. I'm splayed wide open, and I dig my fingers into his thick hair as his tongue delves lower, pushing against the entrance to my core. "Oh, fuck." "Knew you'd taste so sweet," he groans, lapping at my core. "So effing juicy for me." His fingers tighten on me, pinning me in place as he pushes his tongue into my core. I writhe against his mouth, against the subtle press of his tongue. It feels different than a cock, but he's teasing the entrance where I'm most sensitive, and I whimper as he pushes his tongue into me again and then pulls out. I can't seem to stay still. Everything in me wants to move, and when he thrusts into my core again with his tongue, I push against him, rocking my hips to take him deeper. And it feels incredible. My breath hitches because he sinks his tongue so deep that I can feel the drag of his tongue ridges as he pulls out. Oh, Jarok. He drags his tongue slowly up from my core to my clit again, flicking against it as he does. Then he presses a hot, open-mouthed kiss to it and gazes up at me. Is this good, Sophie? Do you like my mouth on you, or should I stop? No, I pant. Don't stop. Keep going. My voice catches in my throat. Please, please keep going. He growls, the sound low and sinful, and it sends a shiver up my spine. Good. Jarok gives me another slow, meaningful lick, and as he reaches my clit, our eyes meet. It's utterly intense, sending a bolt of hunger through me, and I whimper even as I arch my hips. His mouth lingers there, and then he sucks on my clit, his tongue pressing in a slow, steady rhythm that mimics how I touch myself when I masturbate. I cry out, my hands knotting in his hair. I'm yanking on it, but he doesn't seem to care. Instead, his grip tightens, and he keeps lapping and sucking at my clit as my hips work frantically against his mouth. I make needy little noises, clinging to his head as he watches me, his mouth locked in place, and it's the most erotic, intense moment I've ever had in my life. When I come, it startles me with how quick and how hard I climax. My entire body jolts, my muscles tightening, and then there's a burst of wetness that makes Jarok groan as he licks me clean. I eventually come down, shuddering, and a little bit lost as he continues to work me with his mouth, kissing and nibbling on all my sensitive parts. I twitch when I get too sensitive, my fingers fluttering over his face. Jarok. He turns and presses a damp kiss to the inside of my palm. Yours. That wasn't what I was asking, but it's perfect all the same.
55. Jarok. I love the dazed expression on Sophie's face as I scoop her off the countertop and carry her to bed. She looks thoroughly wrung out, but more than that, she looks just a little astonished, like she's never deserved to have anyone pleasure her like that. Ridiculous. I loved having my face between her thighs. I loved how wet she was, how she coated my face in her release. I'd gladly wake her up every morning with a kiss on her pretty cunt. She burrows against my chest, tucking her face in. I feel like my bones melted. I chuckle at the thought. It was good then? It was amazing. Sophie lets out a little sigh and reaches for me when I set her down gently on the bed. What about you? She has to ask. I enjoyed it too. Sophie chuckles, shaking her head. No, what about you? She gestures at my erection, which is aching with the need for release. Ah. I shrug. What just happened wasn't about me, not really. It was about claiming Sophie, showing her how beautiful and perfect she is, and getting to taste her. I don't mind aching as long as I get to see that sweet look of release on her face, and to savor her flavor on my tongue. It can wait. It doesn't have to, though. Sophie reaches up for me again, that drowsy smile of release on her face. Come be with me. My mouth goes dry. I take her hand in mine, playing with her fingers. Are you sure? She nods. Come to bed. Is she sure she wants me? A broken-down ex-soldier with nothing to offer? Because I know if I claim Sophie in every way possible, I'm not going to be able to let her go. She's going to grab my heart in her small human fists and shatter it when she leaves. I know this, and yet I still get into bed with her. Because I am a fool when it comes to her, and I do not even care. Sophie lets out a happy little sigh, sliding her arms around me as I lie down in the bed next to her. She is beautiful, her dark hair spilling out over the mattress. She runs her hands over my chest, a smile curving her lips as I get comfortable. I lean on one elbow, pulling her close and settling her smaller body against mine. I'm not going to mount her right away like an animal. I want to touch her to make this as enjoyable an experience for her as I possibly can. I'm well aware of her past and that she needs to be treated gently. Next time we do that, if there's a next time, you should use the bed, Sophie tells me, her fingers tracing little lines on my sleeve. I don't like the thought of you hurting your knees. Why wouldn't there be a next time? She shrugs. I wouldn't force you to do anything you didn't like. Some guys aren't into that kind of thing. Sophie. I touch her cheek, fascinated by the curve of her soft mouth. I would have you for my meal twice a day if I could. Nothing tastes better than you. Her eyes gleam with pleasure, and her smile grows broader with relief. Oh, good, because that was amazing, and I definitely want to do it again. She grabs my collar, burying her face against my throat, and giggles. I liked it a lot. My heart aches. She's so precious to me, this female. Then I will do it, a lot. It will be my pleasure, trust me. Sophie smiles and moves a little closer to me, her nose rubbing against mine. She beams another blindingly bright smile in my direction and then kisses me. You taste like me. You've tasted yourself before? She shrugs. Out of curiosity when I was younger. It doesn't taste like you, though. I love her taste. I love the musky, sultry flavor of her slick. And what do I taste like? She considers for a moment. Bitter? Figures. That sounds like me, yeah. Sophie wiggles closer, kissing me again. You're not bitter to me. You're perfect. I don't know if you've noticed, but I do have a reputation for being a bit of an unpleasant male, I tell her, even as her lips move along my jaw in the lightest of nibbles. My cock is so hard I'm leaking into my trow, but she feels so keffing good I just want to etch this moment into my mind for all time. You can be unpleasant to everyone else, she whispers, as long as you're always perfect to me. I would never be unpleasant to you. I touch her shoulders, unable to resist caressing one of the enticing breasts that are bare and so very close nearby. At least, not now that I know you. I lean in and kiss her, tongues tangling, and thumb her nipple. It stiffens against my touch, and she lets out a low moan against my mouth. Mine. The word pulses through my mind once more. I can't wait to fill her with my seed, to push so deep inside her that her body quakes around mine. The thought makes me pause. I can't make you pregnant, can I? Do we need to get plasfilm? No. She arches against my hand, her mouth greedy on mine. You? Me? We're not compatible. Without help. She speaks between kisses. Can't happen. I'm oddly disappointed. I suspected as much, but the idea of filling Sophie with my child is a pleasant one. If I got her pregnant, I could keep her forever. But that'd also trap her, and I would never do such a thing. It's just a wild, possessive thought, like so many that I have when it comes to Sophie. All right. It just means I need to make every moment with her special. So I kiss her gently, my hand on her soft breast. The nipple is tight under my touch, and I tease it even as I claim her mouth. It doesn't take long for Sophie's sated expression to change, for her sighs to become more urgent. She makes an impatient sound when I pull back to rip the towel off my hips and toss it onto the floor. I glance down at her inviting body and realize for the first time just how small she is compared to a Masaka female. How delicate. My hand looks enormous against her chest, and I worry I'm going to hurt her, that this will be uncomfortable for her. My prosthetics are heavy, and I'm not as flexible as other males. What if I press on something sensitive without meaning to and harm her? What if my circuits act up? What if... Jarok, Sophie says softly. She touches my arm, gazing up at me with a tender expression. It's okay. It's just sex. Not with you, I shake my head. With you, everything is different. Everything is... more. She smiles at me and takes my hand in hers, moving it from her breast to her cunt. "This is for you," she whispers. "Feel how wet I am. All that arousal is for you. You make me feel good, and I want to have sex with you. I don't care if it's brief or messy or awkward. I still want to share it with you." I groan, kissing her again as I stroke through her slippery heat. She liked it when I tongued her channel earlier, and I press a fingertip there. She's wet and yielding and whimpers against my mouth when I push my finger deeper. Kef me, but she feels tight. Her hands lock behind my neck, and she bites at my lower lip. "More, Jarek." "I will." I lick at her parted lips, teasing her as I pump my finger in and out of her cunt. Her body makes slick sounds with the movements, and each one seems to prick at my cock in a not-so-silent invitation. Watching her face carefully, I add a second finger, thrusting gently, and when her body accepts it, I eventually add a third. Sophie moans, clinging to me as I work her pretty cunt with my hand. She's a beautiful sight, this female, her breasts heaving with each panting breath. "Good girl," I murmur to her as she takes all 3 fingers. "My good girl." She gasps, and I can feel her cunt flutter around my hand, squeezing. Kef, she likes that so much. "You're my girl, aren't you?" I croon to her as I pull my fingers from her body and lick them clean, unable to resist another taste of her. My gorgeous, sweet female. With an eager nod, Sophie reaches between us and runs her fingertips over my cock. "I need you, Jarek. Please." She's as ready as I can make her. Fighting back a surge of worry, I carefully ease my larger body over hers. Sophie spreads her legs, encircling them around my hips. I brace my weight on either side of her so I don't crush her, and slowly settle my cock against her cunt. She gives me an encouraging smile, her cheeks flushed with pleasure, and she's so beautiful that my heart feels as if it stutters in my chest. I'm not worthy of such beauty and such a generous spirit, but I'm going to keffing try to make her happy. Utterly conscious of that thought, I lean in to kiss her, my body straining with the effort of not resting any part against her except my cock. She reaches between us again, her fingers grazing my cock as she arches her hips. "You can't break me, Jarek. I promise." I give her a tight nod and fit my cock at the entrance to her core. For a moment I'm transfixed at the sight of my piercings resting against her skin, the head of my cock teasing at her entrance. Kef me, but that's gorgeous. With a hiss of breath, I use my hand to guide my cock into her as slowly as possible. I watch as her cunt stretches to accommodate me, fascinated at the sight. Sophie moans and I feel her cunt twitching as I feed my length into her. "God, you feel good," she tells me. "You're so big." I've barely given her more than the tip and I feel as if I'm going to shatter into 1,000 pieces. Biting back another groan, I continue to stretch her, pushing ever so slightly deeper and shuttling my shaft into her body as I do. I love the sounds she makes, the whimpers coming from her throat, the wet, welcoming squelch of her cunt as I dip in and out, working her so she can take more of me. I've never felt quite so oversized or powerful as I do in this moment. "More," she breathes, her eyes closed with sheer bliss. "More, more." She's destroying my control. I grit my teeth and sink deeper with the next thrust, loving the way her cunt clasps me so tightly as I pump into her. Deeper, deeper, and then my spur drags through her folds as I sink to the hilt. I suck in a breath, fascinated at the squeeze of her body around my cock. Nothing has ever felt so keffing good. She doesn't stay still, though. Sophie wriggles, gasping. "So big." I freeze. Should I pull out? "God, no!" She rocks her hips as if trying to work me deeper and makes a startled sound when my spur glides against her clit. "Oh, God, you feel so good." Fierce pleasure rolls through me at her response. I pull back slowly until my shaft is almost completely free of her warmth, and then sink deep again. She makes that choked noise again, her lips parting, but no words come out. "Good girl," I rasp, my entire being filled with that possessive hunger again. I run a hand down her front, my fingers moving over her collarbones and breast. "Such a good girl as you take all of me." "Everything," she whimpers, and her cunt spasms around me. She really does like it when I praise her in bed. It makes her body respond wildly, as if my words alone can make her come. So I thrust into her again, and as I do, I tell her about how beautiful she is, how good she's gripping my cock, how perfect her pretty cunt is as she squeezes me. I tell her all about how good she is to take all of this, how she's going to come for me so hard, and all the while her excitement ratchets up visibly. A broken sob escapes her as her cunt clenches hard around my cock, and I soothe her with more gentle words about how perfect she is, even as I pound into her willing body. Sophie meets my every movement, raising her hips as I rock into her. The first few times are awkward, but after that we find a rhythm, and I lean over her, bracing on my arms as I move faster and faster, hammering into her just because it feels so keffing good. Her hands are frantic as they cling to me, my name choking over and over again on her lips. There's a messy perfection to our joining. It's not beautiful or graceful, but it's ours, and being here with Sophie feels like I'm home. When her sheath ripples around me, she sucks in a breath, and in the next moment, her entire body seems to tighten. Her nails dig into the plated protection on my arm as if she's desperately trying to anchor herself. All the while she tightens around me, and I realize that she's coming again. I've made her come twice, this time harder than the first. Her release spurs mine on, and with a few more messy thrusts, I can hold back no longer. I sink deep, pounding into her, and finally let go. My release floods out of me like a dam breaking, and my entire body feels as if it's falling apart, so hard do I come. I collapse, the air gone from my lungs as I struggle not to drown in the pleasurable sensations. For a time, there's nothing but the sound of our fevered, raspy breathing. Sophie says eventually, and her fingers trail over my brow. She brushes a lock of hair off my face, wearing a sleepy smile of her own. I liked that. Her body twitches under mine, and I'm chagrined to realize that I'm crushing her under me. Sorry, didn't realize. It's okay. Sophie twines her arms around my neck, pulling me back down again. You're heavy, but it's not a bad heavy. It feels good. Reluctantly, I relax against her again. I kiss her, then ease my weight off of her because I can't relax, imagining that I'm crushing her. The moment I shift my weight, my arm starts to jump in response, and one of my legs locks up. With a grimace, I roll to the side and start to massage the offending limbs. Give me a moment. I'll help. Sophie's hands are on my legs a moment later, her fingers moving in a massage. Would a shower help? We could take one together. Maybe. I'm a little ashamed. I should be taking care of her right now. It isn't your responsibility to try and help a broken idiot who pushed himself too far. She silences me with a kiss, leaning over to press her lips to mine. You be nice. I happen to like that idiot. Like. I'm torn between being flattered by her words or being full of despair. Like is just like. It could mean anything. Sophie likes it here, and she likes me, but it's not enough to make her stay.
56. Sophie. The next morning, I'm sore all over. Even after a hot shower, every muscle in my body aches. It's silly. It's not like I used my thigh muscles for anything specific, but I feel like I ran a marathon, or did an intense yoga class, or, well, did an intense alien. I giggle to myself as I crunch my morning noodles. Man, I am in a great mood. I had amazing sex last night, and this morning I was woken up with oral sex. I've decided that it's better than coffee to wake a girl up, and giggle to myself again. Best of all, Bethia is leaving. I can't say I'm particularly sad about that. I take another bite of dried noodles, my feet propped up on the dashboard of the pleasure spot as I watch Jarok work. Bethia hovers nearby, her hair pulled up in an ornate knot between her horns, covered with more tinkling silver ornaments. She wears a yellow and deep blue jumper emblazoned with her ship's new logo. And I have to admit, she looks nice, despite all the weapons strapped to her waist. She's got a good enough heart, Bethia, and I know she's Jarok's family. But that good heart is overtaken by a loud mouth and a busybody attitude. I'm more than ready for her to go. My aching hips twinge, and I shift in my seat. Bethia looks over at me and smirks. Rough night? I don't answer her. I let Jerok's glare speak for both of us. Tough crowd. Glad my business is done here. She sighs and leans over Jerok's chair as he works. Her ship has been repainted, and I watched with interest as Jerok created falsified flight records for the pleasure spot, uploading them to a distant station that he has an inside connection with. I'm so impressed with everything he can do, and he's never looked sexier as he sits on the stool and uploads the fake logs to the comm unit while Bethia watches. Or maybe he's just making me all squirmy with arousal because I know just how he uses his hips and what that spur and the piercings feels like. Yeah, I really, really can't wait for Bethia to leave. Jerok pushes out of his chair with a glance over at me. Think you're ready to go, cousin. Let me do a quick check on the engine system since we removed your backup. He moves to my chair, presses a kiss atop my head, and then heads out. I melt a little at the show of affection, because I know he's not the demonstrative sort. This morning, though, we've been unable to keep our hands off each other. Something tells me that the moment Bethia's ship leaves the dock, we're going to be back in the bedroom. I can't wait. Bethia slinks into the seat Jerok has vacated and begins to tap on the controls. I watch her idly, munching on dry noodles and daydreaming about what I'll do to Jerok the moment we're alone. I need to get Sleipnir something to chew on and... Remember our little conversation, softy? I blink, looking over at Bethia. About me tearing you limb from limb if you hurt my cousin? She flips a switch and reads a message that rolls on screen, then glances over at me. Still holds true, by the way. I will rip you to shreds if you hurt him. I don't plan on hurting anyone. I'm a little confused as to why she thinks I'm out to shred Jerok's soul or something. I really like him, and he likes me back. What's so weird about that? Because it's not going to work out, softy. Bethia turns toward me, hissing. There's a wounded light in her eyes. It's all fun and games in the bedroom, but the moment someone asks for commitment, you humans always back out. She shakes her head. We both know that you being here is going to cause him nothing but problems. Her words sting, mostly because they have the ring of truth in them. I really don't belong on this station, or anywhere else in the galaxy. That's the problem. I don't belong anywhere, and I certainly haven't been asked to stay. Jerok knows this thing between us is temporary. We're just having fun. The words sound hollow to my own ears, and my excitement about being alone with Jerok takes a nosedive. Me being here has been nothing but problems for him so far. He's probably going to be thrilled when I leave. The noodles I've been crunching on suddenly taste like ash in my mouth. I toss the bag aside, wanting to flee the ship. I'm just trying to set realistic expectations for both of you, Bethia says cheerily, toggling another switch. It's for the best. We're just fooling around, I promise. It means nothing. Maybe if I say it often enough, I'll believe it. I'm leaving with the Vasithai anyhow, especially since I haven't been asked to stay, and Bethia's made it quite clear that I don't belong out here. You'll have to tell them I said hello, Bethia replies absently, adjusting her seat as if she's ready to take off right now. Will do. I jump up from my seat, the urge to flee overwhelming, and nearly run into Jerok as I escape the bridge. The look on his face is downright sour, and I love it, even though I shouldn't. God, I'm a mess when it comes to this guy. I manage a bright smile. I'm going to get back to scrapping. I race off the ship and back into the hangar before I can hear Bethia natter on about anything else. Once I'm out in the bay, I feel like I can breathe again. I take in several lungfuls of recycled station air, appreciating the slight mineral tang of it. I head for the scrapping station, but Jerok's goggles are on the table, and the sight of them just makes my heart ache because I love seeing him in them, hard at work. I veer away, heading for the terrarium. The plants look vibrant this particular morning, the fake station light set to mimic a sunrise. Water droplets sparkle on the leaves, and the air is humid with the fresh watering. I guess I can't weed or plant either until the soil dries up a little more, because the mud just gets cakey and makes it hard to work. With a sigh, I find my favorite bench and sink into it. My sore muscles protest, but this time they don't feel like a sexy badge of pride. This time, they just hurt. There's a little cough to my side, and I glance over to see Sleipnir padding out from his favorite spot, his scaly skin gleaming like an opal. He's a little muddy himself, but his eyes are as beautiful and knowing as ever as he comes and puts his head on my knee, looking up at me soulfully. It's like he knows how much I'm hurting. "Hi, baby," I whisper, stroking his muzzle. "Did you realize I'm sad?" He rubs his face against my thigh, doing that little half cough he makes when he wants my attention. I scratch behind his ears, sighing. "It's not your fault. You're amazing. The best companion and pet a girl could ask for. It's me. I'm just stupid." I fight back tears, because there's no sense crying over anything. I knew what I was getting into when I fell for Jerok. I knew he was a loner and had no plans of changing. I knew that, and fell in love with him anyhow. So, it's my fault.
57. Jerok. My blood feels like ice. I answer Bethia methodically, even though I'm not paying attention to her. I walk and talk, but inside, I'm dead. Sophie's casual words to my cousin ring in my head over and over again. "We're just fooling around, I promise. It means nothing. I'm leaving with the Vasathai anyhow." After last night, I thought things were different. After last night, I thought, maybe, that I'd ask her if she wanted to stay for a little while. Just to be with me. And I'd hoped that her answer might be a good one. After what we'd shared last night, it seemed possible. Clearly, I'm three kinds of a keffing fool. Of course she's going to leave. Of course, what we have means nothing to her. She won't stay because after years of being trapped, Sophie wants to be free. I understand it, and the last thing she needs is a surly junker who's gotten far too possessive of her. So I won't ask her to stay. When the Vasathai return, I'll send her off with a smile, even if it tears me up inside. Because Sophie deserves to be happy, and I want her to do what makes her happy. The pleasure spot fires up, and the ship, now much uglier and slightly weather-beaten, steers toward the hangar bay doors. I raise a hand to wave goodbye to my cousin, and then head inside the airlock. It seals behind me, and I watch as Bethia's ship takes off. The numbness doesn't go away. The cold lingers in my belly. Sophie's not mine to keep. It goes against everything I am as a Masaka. As a people, we're more than slightly covetous, and we get attached quickly. It seems that holds true even if I don't spend much time with others of my kind, because I want to grab Sophie and shut down all communications to my asteroid station. I want to take my shuttle and spirit her away, just so no one can find her. But then I'm just as bad as her last master. There's no winning this. I close my eyes, fighting against the wave of angry pain. I knew this was the case. I knew Sophie was always going to leave. Just because I've developed feelings for her doesn't change a thing. I need to keffing get over it. I take several steadying breaths and try to relax. Sophie's still here, She's mine for now. I need to enjoy the time we have together. Show her how perfect and wonderful she is. Love her with every bone in my body, and maybe she'll come back sometimes and visit. After all, the Vasathai swing by once every year or so to unload a wreck. It's better than nothing. With that thought in mind, I go to find Sophie. She's not in my quarters or in her old one, so I head toward the terrarium. I hear her low voice talking to the Caribou in the syrupy tone she takes on whenever she's coddling the animal, and it brings a reluctant smile to my face. She loves that thing a ridiculous amount, and I think of the funds the dark matter drive will bring in. Hopefully it'll be enough to ensure that she can keep it at her side, always. If nothing else, maybe I can work out some sort of payment plan with the Vasathai, send them credits on the regular. I'll figure it out. A stick lands at my feet, and in the next moment the Caribou bounds across the tile floor toward me, all legs and teeth. A flash of alarm races through me, but it only grabs the stick in its mouth, gives me a playful look, and then bounds off again. Sophie's laughter fills the terrarium. "Sleipner, you're supposed to bring it back to me, silly." I watch as the Caribou disappears into the thick of vines, amused. "I think he's gone with it," I call out. The soft patter of footsteps echoes on the tiled floor, and then Sophie is there in front of me, as beautiful as ever. In contrast to Bethia's flashy jumper, ornate hair, and loads of weapons, she's plain. The jumper she wears is a dull brown, stained with use, and hangs off of her lithe form. Her hair is pulled back into the two tight knots again, scraped away from her face, but it only emphasizes how lovely she is, how delicate, and how wide her smile is at the sight of me. "Did you know Sleipner can play fetch? It's so cute." She gives me a rueful look and gestures at the vines. "Hey, still working on the whole return it to me thing, but it's a start." Sophie studies my face and her smile fades. "Bethia decided to stay?" I must look dejected. I force an answering smile to my face when all I want to do is grab Sophie and hold her tight. "No, she's gone. It's just us now." Her expression grows wistful, her eyes sad. "You're going to miss her?" "Not nearly as much as you," I want to say. I just shrug instead, staring off where her pet has disappeared into the plants. To my surprise, Sophie puts her arms around my waist, holding me, and her cheek pillows on my chest. Her hand smooths up and down my back. She's comforting me. The hard knot of emotion in my throat seems to grow impossibly large, and I clutch her against me tightly. I never want to let her go. Ever. I'll do anything I can think of to get her to stay. Anything at all. My mind races with the need to offer her everything, the Caribou, more books, flower seeds, pretty clothes, but I can't do that. I can't bribe her to stay if she doesn't want to. So I just squeeze her tightly against me and savor this moment. "When does the Jabberwock arrive?" she asks, her voice muffled against my chest, her hand skimming up and down my back. "Not for a few days, at least." Her response is low and sultry, and my cock pricks to alertness. "However shall we pass the time?" I think for a moment. In bed, I want to declare, but maybe that's not what she means. Does she want to do something else? "We can scrap, of course. And if you want, I can show you the basics of how to drive the shuttle." Her hand slides to my tail, and she traces a finger underneath it in teasing, fluttering touches. My cock jolts at that, and my sack tightens. Kef me, but that feels good. "Or," I choke out, "we can do other things." "I like that idea," Sophie murmurs, gazing up at me with a playful smile on her lips. "What did you have in mind?" Wordless, I grab her by the hips and haul her up into my arms. I turn and leave the terrarium behind, heading for my quarters in the bed we've been sharing. Sophie giggles, burying her face against me, and begins to press kisses against my neck. Showing her how to pilot the shuttle can wait. I need to absorb every moment with Sophie that I can.
58. Sophie. I hate that the Jabberwock arrives. Hate it. After days of Bethia hanging around, I want to be alone with Jarok again for weeks on end. Now that we're having sex in addition to sharing a bed, it doesn't feel like there's enough time in the day to do everything that needs to be done. Jarok attends to the station maintenance, and we half-heartedly scrap for a little while before one of us is overcome with lust for the other, and then all thoughts of work go out the door as we make love. I've never experienced the giddiness of being with someone I can't keep my hands off of, and being with Jarok is amazing. Every time I'm near him, I just want to grab him and show him how much I want him. We can't pass by each other or start a conversation without it devolving into frantic, hungry kisses. We make love on every table and workbench in the station. We make love in the shower. We make love in the hallway, my back pressed against the wall as he thrusts into me. We make love on his bed and on mine. I'm addicted to him. I fully admit it. My first thought when I wake up is Jarok, and he's the last thing I see when I go to sleep. My thoughts are filled with him even when I work, and the day-to-day monotony of scrapping and noodle eating is actually a lot of fun. It's a comfortable routine, made all the better by enjoyable company. We can take a break whenever we want, and we do, often. And we usually end up back in each other's arms again. Everything about him is amazing. It's not just the piercings on his cock, which hit me in all the right spots when he's deep inside me. It's not just his spur, though God knows that is certainly amazing, and I've never come harder. Or when he wakes me up every morning with his mouth between my legs. Heaven. But it's more than all that. It's Jarok, and the way he looks at me. It's the way he holds me when I come, and talks to me the entire time, letting me know that he's got me. It's the way he's always so very, very careful to make sure that we're facing each other, because he knows what triggers me. It's those things that I love. It's those moments that make me feel like the luckiest woman alive. I could spend all day, every day, just with him, making love, scrapping, and hanging out. Which is maybe why I'm so resentful when the Jabberwock arrives. I try to hide my mutinous glare as the hatch opens and people pour out of the ship. It's a larger cruiser, one of the biggest ones I've seen for a private vessel. Jarok makes pleased noises at the sight of it as it glides into the hangar. Skater-class engine, those are nice. I nudge him. Maybe if you ask politely, you'll get to play with it. He flashes me a surprisingly boyish grin, and my heart melts a little. However I feel about the Jabberwock being here, it's clear this is a pleasurable visit for Jarok, and I want to do my best to enjoy it. I adjust the cloak and cowl I'm wearing, the uli mask over my features. Even though the crew of the Jabberwock are supposed to be safe, we don't want to take any chances. After all, they might have a surprise passenger like Bethia did. Jarok explained to me that all pirates tend to take on the occasional passenger off the records, usually to make a quick credit or three, and a lot of them are escaped prisoners hiding out from prison systems and law enforcement. I kind of hope they do have a passenger, because then maybe they won't stay long. Jarok, you bucket of bolts! The enormous male Masaka, bounding down the ramp, spreads his arms, a wide grin on his face. Kivian, Jarok says gravely in a subdued greeting. Kivian is not what I expected to see in a Masaka corsair. I thought he'd be like the Vasithai brothers, who tend to wear ship uniforms and weapons holstered at their belts. They wear heavy boots, and the emphasis is on durability, not fashion. Kivian didn't get that memo. When he spreads his arms in welcome, his sleeves billow out and shimmer like something in an old 70s disco. His tunic is made of a fluttering silk with tons of ruffles at the neck, and his belt is jeweled and has not a single weapon on it. His boots are sparkly and encrusted with so many gems that I suspect they're worth more than Jarok's junky old shuttle. Kivian's hair is short and in a flamboyant swoop over one eye, a wild contrast to Jarok's tangled mane that he forgets to brush. The Corsair captain would look utterly ridiculous with all that bling if he wasn't so huge and clearly muscled. I want to move protectively closer to Jarok because that bucket of bolts comment irks me. But Jarok is moving forward to greet Kivian, apparently unbothered by the other male's flashy greeting. They clasp forearms, and Kivian peers at Jarok as if in shock. "I didn't recognize you without all that dirt. What happened? Did the authorities swing by and hold you down? Force you to bathe?" "Were they pretty authorities?" chimes in the big male behind him. "Not funny, Tarek," calls a sharp female voice, and there's the sound of a hand smacking an arm. "Kind of funny," the one called Tarek says, grinning. "He's hideous. That's the nicest way to put it. I've seen some scarred aliens, but this guy looks as if his strong Masaka features got broken and then rearranged badly. His smile is friendly, though, and Jarok greets him just as warmly as Kivian. "I see you brought your brains with you," Jarok says, gesturing at a small human female that steps forward. Tarek just howls with laughter, putting a big hand on the female's shoulder. "Kat said she wanted to see your station this time. We heard the Vas Sithai left a friend here, so we figured why not?" "Zoe's been talking about it non-stop," Kat says, pushing her way past the men. "Show her to me. I need to say hello." Okay, Kat is apparently ballsy as hell. I blink in surprise as the tiny woman saunters up to me. She must be 5 foot, max, and maybe 100 pounds soaking wet. She wears a Port Fleet-issued jumper, the patches removed off of it and replaced with floral embroidery, and she has a blaster slung on her hip that's as big as her arm. And she has freckles, which I haven't seen since I left Earth. She marches up to me and sizes me up, then turns back to the others. "I totally want an Uli mask. Where did you get that?" She looks over at me again and sticks her hand out. "By the way, I'm Katrin, Tarek's mate. He's the big oaf in the back with the goofy smile." I glance back, and sure enough, ugly Tarek is beaming in our direction. He's even bigger than Adiron, which surprises me because Adiron is the most solidly built Masaka I've ever seen. But Tarek is in a class all his own. How he hasn't squished this tiny human woman is beyond me. I look over at Jarok, then reluctantly take my mask off. "Hi," I say quietly. "I'm Sophie." "Oh, look at how pretty you are!" Kat's sharp voice carries throughout the hangar. Her face creases up in an expression of pure delight. "And your accent, is that Alabama?" "Tennessee," I say shyly. "But it's been so long I can't tell you much about it anymore. My memories of Earth are—" I wave a hand, feeling awkward. "Feels like someone else's life, doesn't it? I can relate." Her expression is sympathetic. "Sometimes, yes." She holds her hand out to me. "The others would love to meet you, especially Zoe. But get ready to be grilled about her brothers." Uh-oh. Grilled? Oh, yeah. She's talked about nothing else for days now. Kat rolls her eyes, a bright smile on her face. "It seems they're not great at returning calms, so she's counting on you to fill her in on all the gossip." Well, Zoe's not wrong about that. The Vas Sithai haven't called me either. 59. Sophie. Kat leads/drags me into the Jabberwock to meet the other human women, all enthusiasm. I'm a little more reluctant because it's been a while since I've interacted with those of my own kind. Kim, of course, but that was months and months ago. Before that, it was the occasional run-in with another slave serving a master, and those meetings were never pleasant. Even Kim had been more stressed than happy, but Kat is just bubbling over with happiness. She talks in a loud voice, slaps her mate's ass as we pass by him, and seems utterly fearless. She more or less hauls me toward the bridge, because that's where Zoe will be. When we get to the bridge, though, I'm a little surprised. The ship is larger than the little sister, the controls far more complex than the already mind-boggling array of toggles I'm familiar with. There's 2 seats at the navigation station, and they're very close together. As I watch, a tall, almost too proper-looking Masaka glances over at us. His hair is cut short, and his ship uniform is buttoned all the way up. He looks starchy, disapproving. But then the female next to him turns, and she's anything but. This has to be Zoe, but she's not like I pictured. I thought for some reason that she'd be more like most Masaka I've seen, slender and elegant. This woman is short and busty, wearing a uniform that matches the guy at her side. But her sleeves are rolled up, and her brown hair is pulled into a silky ponytail that brushes against her open collar. She looks over at me in surprise. "Holy shit! Sophie! Hi!" She scowls at Kat. "Why'd you drag her on here? We were going to visit their station, weren't we?" "Your ass is still here on the bridge." Kat waves a finger at her, undeterred. "I figured we needed to come get you before you 2 get distracted and I see something I don't want to see." The proper-looking man at Zoe's side flushes, but Zoe just smirks. "Is it my fault if you watched?" "It is if you guys are fucking on the bridge." "Must we speak of this in front of a guest?" the male asks stiffly. "Right, sorry." Zoe leans over and plants a kiss on the alien's mouth. "Come get me if you need me." His expression softens. "Go, I'll be fine here." Zoe grins and then bounces up from her seat. She immediately comes toward me, her arms outstretched, as if she's going to hug me. I pull back alarmed and retreat a step. Awkward silence fills the bridge. "Right," Zoe says, managing to smile. "I forgot that you haven't been free for very long." Kat just pats my shoulder. "I tried to punch everyone in the face for a long time afterward. You know when Tarek freed me, I spit in his face." I blanch at the thought. Was he very mad? "Nah, he fell in love." She grins at me and Zoe. "Come on, let's go retrieve the others before we invade Jarok's station and make him miserable." Kat pulls me along through the ship, and I'm a little bewildered at so many people. There are 8 crew on board the Jabberwock, and Fran and Kivian's new baby Jasmine. It doesn't seem like that much in the scheme of things, but I'm overwhelmed at just how noisy they are, how crowded despite the large ship. I can't imagine living like this on a day-to-day basis, compared to the sheer quiet of Jarok's station out in the middle of nowhere. It reminds me, a little too much, of the space station we visited where people were wall-to-wall, talking over one another. That's just how it is in space, but I don't like it. Kat leads me into a large rec room, and there's 2 women sitting there, along with a large Masaka male. The alien man brushes the hair of the woman seated between his legs, her eyes covered by an odd-looking visor. The other woman has an enormous baby in her arms and is fussing with what looks like the space equivalent of a diaper bag. "Guys," Kat says, "aren't you ready? We landed ages ago." The man looks up from the woman's hair and scowls at Kat. "Iris wants a braid. I'm almost done." Iris, the woman in the odd visor, smiles sweetly in our direction. "I can skip it if it's a big deal." "No," says the man, that is clearly her mate. "I've got it." He portions her hair into sections and begins to braid. "Fran?" Kat gives the woman with the baby an exasperated look when she's ignored. "Do you really need all that? We're literally visiting Jarok's tiny station." Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were the expert on babies, Fran jibes back, shoving another small blanket into the bag. You want to come hold her while I make sure I have everything? Kat scoffs. No. Fuck, I do, Zoe says gleefully, stepping forward with her arms out. She takes the baby in her arms and squeezes it up to her cheek, grinning. Such a sweet little baby. Yes, you are, she coos, sounding just like how I talk to Sleipnir. She makes kissy noises to the baby, who's more interested in sucking on her fist. You want to hold her, Sophie? Me? I'm horrified at the thought. No, I don't think so. I'm not good with babies. Zoe shrugs and goes back to cooing over the little one. You learn fast enough, Fran says, beaming a tired smile in my direction. Did I introduce myself? I can't remember. I'm Fran, Kivian's mate, and that's Iris. She points at the woman with the visor, then at her mate. Alivos. I know, I say, managing a smile. I'm Sophie, Jerok's guest. Great. Can we please go check the station out now? Kat asks. Tarek says Jerok might have some replacement parts squirreled away for the flux receptor, and I want to go look. What's wrong with the flux receptor we have now? Zoe asks, her tone defensive. Fran digs in her diaper bag. Has anyone seen Jasmine's pacifier? I could have sworn it was in here. It feels like everyone's talking over one another. Fran continues to speak to no one in particular. Zoe and Kat argue, and Alivos barks out a few short words at the women as their voices get louder and louder. Jasmine must be the world's most placid baby because she ignores all of the bickering. Iris does too. She just sits quietly on the floor as if none of this phases her in the slightest. Me? It makes me antsy. I long to be outside with Jerok, even if he's chatting with the men out there. This just feels overwhelming. I clear my throat as politely as possible and then speak up. I need to go check on my Caranu to make sure he's still locked up. Immediately, everyone gets quiet. You have a Caranu? Really? Zoe speaks up, surprised. When did that happen? And is it safe to bring Jasmine? Fran jumps to her feet and takes her baby back from Zoe. Should I stay on the ship? His name is Sleipnir, I say, a little intimidated by all of the attention now focused on me. And he's attuned to my emotions. He won't hurt a woman. That's why he's with me instead of your brothers, I add, glancing at Zoe. We found him on a run. You stole him, you mean, Zoe says cheerfully. I nod. I'm watching him while your brothers are in the Slattraw system. He's going to be sold the moment they get back. The thought makes me hurt, but there's nothing I can do about it. And he's locked up in the terrarium right now, so you're perfectly safe. I settled him there earlier when I heard the Jabberwock was pulling in. Iris's placid expression changes to a melting one. Oh, a terrarium? I'd love to visit it. She reaches up and touches her mate's hand. Can we go, Alivos? Of course. He shoots a look over at me. Provided the Caranu won't tear me into pieces. I shake my head. He's very smart and well-behaved, just a bit of a chewer. Let's go then. Fran slings her bag over her shoulder, juggling the baby in her arms. I'd love to see a terrarium myself. I feel like the world's most awkward hostess as I lead the others off the ship and into the hangar. The moment we emerge from the Jabberwock, Jerok's gaze searches the others until he finds me. He nods at me, but the look in his eyes is heated and makes me feel like he's just as possessive as Alivos, who continues to hover over Iris. Kivian immediately comes over and grabs the baby from Fran's arms, giving its slobbery face a dozen kisses. You need to see my beautiful little daughter, Jerok. She looks just like her father. Have I met him? Jerok jibes back. Fran just laughs, sliding in next to her mate. Kat moves over to Tarek, grabs his ass again, and then rejoins our small group. Zoe immediately sidles close to me. So, she begins, an expectant look on her face. Uh-oh. Yes? I brace myself for Bethia-level uncomfortable questions about my relationship with Jerok. Is Matthias sleeping through the night? I blink. That's not what I expected, but of course Zoe's going to ask about her brothers. I don't know. Does he have trouble sleeping? She nods. Always has. His mind won't shut off. What about Caspar? How are his lungs? And does he still have a death wish? Adiron still sad and lonely? I look at Zoe's earnest face, so eager for information about her brothers, and I feel like the worst person ever. Guilt rushes through me as I realize I've never paid attention to whether or not the Vasithai brothers are doing well. They just always seemed good to me, competent, in control. Adiron seems happy? Of course he does. That's Adiron for you. She crosses her arms, waiting. He's not gonna wander around and mope with his lower lip hanging out. Like me, I wonder? I don't know them all that well yet. Most of our conversations were spent with me learning the nav system, and not very well. She waves a hand in the air. You figure that stuff out eventually. It'll be second nature to you in another month or so. I'm not so sure about that. Shall we go see the terrarium? I gesture lamely at the halls, trying to escape the uncomfortable realization that I know less about the Vasithai than I thought. 60. Sophie. Sleipnir is a hit. Everyone adores the big Caranu, and he doesn't growl at anyone. He sniffs everyone carefully, then parks himself beside Iris for petting, rubbing his head against her hand. It takes me a few, but I eventually realize that her visor gives her limited vision of some kind, and she must be blind underneath it. It explains why Alivos is so protective of her, and her childlike joy at entering the terrarium. The air feels and smells different here, she tells us, her face wreathed in smiles. It does, I agree. I really love it. I've been working on cleaning up some of the overgrown plants, but it's definitely a work in progress. Like the rest of the station, Kat adds. Zoe lounges on one of the benches, a restless look in her eyes that reminds me far too much of Caspar. So, how do you like being here? She asks me. Is it as miserable as it seems? Miserable? I bite back my frown. No, I love it here. You do? Kat's voice cuts like a knife. This place. What's wrong with this place? Kat gestures at our surroundings, disbelief written on her face. Don't know if you've noticed, but it's a bit of a junk heap. Most of the station is destroyed, and you're on an asteroid in the ass end of the universe. What's there to like? Her words hurt my feelings, because it feels like an attack on Jerok. He doesn't need the whole station. The rooms that are repaired are more than enough for him, and he wouldn't be able to keep up with the maintenance on the entire place if that was the case. He wouldn't be happy with the crew here. He likes being alone. As for the junk, that's his job. He's got all kinds of things here. It's not garbage. It's a treasure trove waiting to be unearthed. I lift my chin. And Jerok's the best at repurposing everything. He keeps this station running purely on stuff he scraps out. It pays for food, supplies too. I think he's doing fantastic. I'm sure, Kat says, a devious little smile on her face. The others are smiling at me too, and their knowing looks fluster me. Maybe I'm being too obvious, too adamant in my defense of Jerok. I don't care. This place may not be flashy, but it's roomy and quiet and serene, and it has Jerok. Well, I for one love this terrarium, Fran says, watching as her daughter bats at one of the leaves. I'd spend all my time in here if given the chance. Something tells me Sleipnir loves it here too, Iris says, petting my Karanoo's nose. He does, I say enthusiastically. He loves to go hide in the bushes, usually with something he's chewing on. And he digs in all the dirt. He's my little helper, even though it's not all that helpful sometimes. The group chuckles. Hey, Sophie, can we talk for a minute? Zoe is at my side again, gesturing at a bench a good distance away from the others. I suspected she'd want to talk more. She's looked positively antsy this entire time, and I know she's going to ask me more questions about her brothers. I knew it, and even so, I don't feel ready for it. I'll be as bad at this as I am with the nav system. But I nod, following her when she sits on the bench. She tucks one leg under her as she sits, the other leg swinging free. Zoe glances at me and then looks around the terrarium. You're not in love with one of my brothers, are you? I sputter because that wasn't the question I was expecting. What? No, of course not. They've been very kind to me, but no. My face heats at the thought. Why would you even think that? Zoe shrugs. I was trying to think why they would bring you along with them. And I was wondering if you were entangled with one of my brothers somehow. But then I saw the way you and Jerok looked at each other and figured out the truth. I blush. Your brothers were just being kind to me. They're corsairs. They're not paid to be kind. She crosses her arms over her chest. It doesn't fit. I think perhaps they miss their little sister more than they've let on, I say softly. And they took me on because I reminded them of you. Ever since I arrived on the little sister, they've talked about you nonstop. Her eyes look suspiciously wet. I'm sad those fucking idiots aren't here. She sniffs and wipes at her eyes, glancing away. Slattra system, huh? When I nod, she lets out a sigh. And let me guess, no comms. Not a single one. Well, I've got a buddy over on a station in that system. Maybe I'll put a call out to him and see if they've dropped by to refuel. She swipes at her eyes again and manages a smile. So, when are you going to tell them that you're staying? I go still. My hands are clasped in my lap and I clench them tightly, hoping I don't betray a single emotion. I'm not staying. Her eyes narrow. Why not? Or did I read the situation wrong? She tilts her head. I thought I saw a hickey on Jerok's neck. You didn't read it wrong. I will not fidget. I will not. I dig my nails into my knuckles, and the pain helps me focus. But Jerok is a loner. He wouldn't want me to stay. Wouldn't he? Zoe's tone is dry. I stare down at my hands. Good Lord, why are all these people so confrontational? It's been so damn long since someone's talked to me like this that I've forgotten what it's like. Jerok has made it very clear that he likes his isolation, I say firmly. We're just enjoying each other's company. Do you know, Zoe says in a soft voice, that Jerok is legendary for his dirt and his bad mood? That there are bets amongst the other corsairs as to how long it's been since he's had a bath? I frown. That's cruel. He bathes all the time. He doesn't smell. He bathes for you, Zoe continues gently. You're not attached to my brothers like you are to him. It's obvious. And you love this station like Jerok does. So again, I have to ask, why are you going to rejoin them when they return? Do you feel obligated? Because I'm sure they would want you to be happy. Hell, they'd probably be thrilled if you stayed with Jarok. He's a good friend to them and a safe place to anchor. And if you're worried about the navigation systems, Caspar knows them just as well as anyone else does. He's just lazy. She studies me with a curious look. Or are you hoping to go back to Earth? Because I can assure you that's never going to happen. I shake my head. Going back to Earth has never been on my radar. Not really. I'm too different from the person that was taken. I wouldn't know what to do with myself. I'm just looking for the place I belong. Don't you think you've already found it? A knot of pure longing forms in my throat. Jarok's been alone for so long. He's never indicated that he's interested in me staying, and... He's a man, Zoe says bluntly. Something tells me he'd be really good at hiding his feelings if he thought you didn't share them. But if you don't, how will you ever know the truth? She reaches out and pats my knee. You might have to be the one to make the first move here. If he's half as thick-headed as my brothers, he's probably bending over backwards to make sure that you're comfortable and don't feel pressured, and all the while hiding what he really wants. It seems too good to be true. How do you know? Because he looks at you the way Centaur looks at me, Zoe says. And because you've been here for weeks and he's not flinging you at us or asking us to take you with us when we leave. Instead, he's bathing and smiling. Trust me, it's a big deal. She gives my knee one last firm pat. Besides, if I'm wrong and he says no, you're leaving anyhow, right? She makes it sound so easy. Just confess how I feel and let the chips fall where they may. Assume the best. But this thing with Jarok and me, it feels so very fragile. I'm afraid of saying or doing the wrong thing and destroying it. Is it better to enjoy a short time of bliss or gamble it all on forever? I wish I knew. Either way, Zoe's right, though. I need to talk to Jarok. I need to make sure he knows how I feel and that I want to stay. I need to lay it all out, because I love him enough to strip my emotions bare, no matter how frightening it is.
61. Jarok. The corsairs of the Jabberwock give me knowing looks as the women head into the station to see the terrarium. I cross my arms over my chest and pretend to listen to the conversation about their most recent run-in with the law, but all I can see in my mind's eye is Sophie's face, eyes big as she listened to the women talking, the way she looked uncertain and just a little worried. I can tell that their presence bothers her a little. Her easy smile has vanished, and even though her lips are curved, her expression is strained, as if she's just tolerating them for my sake. In that respect, we're very alike. It's odd to me how someone as perfect as Sophie is awkward around her own kind. I thought she'd be thrilled to see them, but I couldn't help but notice that she kept glancing over at me as if she wanted to be rescued from their conversation. The moment the women disappear, though, Kivian drops all pretense of talking about piracy. He claps a hand on my shoulder. So, are congratulations in order? For what? I try to flick his hand off. A mating, of course. Connubial bliss. Potentially babies. He bangs his hand on my shoulder, and Tarek ruffles my hair as if I'm some kit who recently just discovered his own cock. If I may speak freely, and I think I can, I think you'll be very happy. My Fran is perfection, and if yours is half the female, she's going to keep you on your toes in all the best ways. We're not mated, I growl at him, shrugging both of them off. Much as I would love for it to be different, it's not. She's just staying because the Vasithai thought it might be better for her. Looks like more than that to me. Kivian rubs his jaw thoughtfully. Tarek decides to chime in, ignoring how obviously uncomfortable the conversation makes me. Timid little thing, I think. Reminds me of Iris when we first found her. Remember that? Just sweet and fragile and terrified of everything. She'd have starved before asking for a bite of food. He shakes his head. For some reason, that irks me. My Sophie as timid as all that? They don't know how brave she's been. You're wrong about that. She yelled at me when she first got here. I smile at the thought. She was also brave when she went with me to the station. Brave when she took out the pirates that thought to rob me. No, Sophie's not timid. You just don't know her. That creature yelled at you, Tarek Holmes. Give her credit. She's not as scared as you think. I open my mouth to say more, but then a flash of conversation with Sophie floats through my memory. I can't seem to snap out of this funk, this constant fear that everything I've fought so hard for is going to disappear out from under me again. And I like you, and that scares me. The thought flattens me. Sophie's only scared when she feels she has something to lose. And they thought she looks scared right now? Is it because she's afraid that the Jabberwock's arrival means she thinks she'll lose something? Like me? It makes me want to shove everyone aside and go comfort her. I think I'll go see if they need help in the terrarium. Not so fast. Kivian slings a friendly arm around my shoulders, snagging me before I can get away. The girls are probably going to talk about all kinds of things for a while. Let them swap secrets. Do you need anything bartered? The Corsair captain steers me back toward his ship. Tarek, at my back, and Centaur stands at the hatch, stiffly alert as always. Drink? Carcinogels? More noodles? Extra plasfilm? Tarek jokes. I think for a moment. Don't need it. You filthy scrapper, you, Kivian teases, breaking all the hygiene rules the moment a human arrives on your station. Didn't think you had it in you, old friend. I shoot him a glare, but Kivian's teasing is harmless. He's utterly in love with his human female and can't keep the goofy, proud smile off his face. No plasfilm, I clarify. But if you have some human books or clothes, or even some flowering seeds, I'll take them off your hands. I'm sure we've got something, Kivian continues. Do you have something for me? Any new weapons or parts I might be interested in? I shrug. You're welcome to look through my stores, and I did acquire a dark matter secondary drive recently. I was planning on taking it to a nearby station to handle, but if they want to take it off my hands for the right price, and I can get a few things for Sophie, I'm happy to sell it to them. Centaur exchanges a look with Kivian, and I can tell that they're interested. Good. Kivian slaps my back as we head up the ramp to the hatch. We'll get you loaded with human trinkets, I swear. As we pass Centaur, he frowns at us. I thought Zoe said the female belonged to the Vasathai? My mood immediately sours. She doesn't belong to anyone, but she is part of their crew, yes. They're training her to be Zoe's replacement. Which means she isn't staying. Which means that me loading up on books or clothes or whatever human things the crew of the Jabberwock can give me to put a smile on Sophie's face is useless. Just me being foolish. But then I think about her comments about being scared, about how the more comfortable and happy she is, the more terrified she gets. And I think about Tarek's comments about Iris, how she wouldn't eat if she had to ask. Does Sophie want to stay, but she's afraid to ask? Because she's happy with me? I don't know. Part of me feels like she should have mentioned something, but then I think of the shy looks she cast in my direction as Kat dragged her away, as if she wanted to be anywhere but with them. As if she wanted to be alone with me again. I need to talk to her, desperately. Let's just get our business going, I say. The sooner we deal, the sooner we're concluded and I can pull Sophie aside and talk to her. Tell her how I feel. Ask her if there's any way she'd consider staying. Ask her if there's any way she could fall in love with a broken male like me. Kivian haggles for the drive. Tarek cracks jokes, and Centaur listens to them with the same stiff expression he always wears. I nod and pretend to listen, but instead I'm thinking about Sophie. Sophie, who gave me shy kisses and took my cock in her mouth because she wanted to pleasure me. Sophie, who loves to be called a good girl and runs her fingers over my circuits when they jump, just because she knows the twitching bothers me. Sophie, who refused to let me be rude to her in the beginning, but has such a hard time saying what she wants the moment she feels vulnerable. My Sophie. She...
Centaur!
The frightened cry comes from the hangar bay. It's human and female. The two proper male's face goes ashen and he jumps to his feet, charging away from the bridge. I follow behind him because suddenly I'm worried something's gone wrong. Someone's hurt Sophie, my Sophie, or her pet, or... I make it to the ramp just in time to see Zoe fling herself into Centaur's arms, sobbing.
They're gone, she cries. My brothers are gone.
62. Jarok. Sophie is paler than I've ever seen her. She hugs her arms to her chest, her expression blank and remote as she stands next to me inside the hangar. I want to put an arm around her and comfort her, but I'm not sure it'd be welcomed. So I move close enough for her to touch, so I can let her know that I'm here if she needs me. Everyone's gathered in the hangar again, and it's hard to listen to Zoe weep when everything I've been told about her is that she's a tough sort, the kind that can keep up with her rough-and-tumble brothers and never bat an eye. To see her huddled in Centaur's arms as she cries, I don't like it. I don't like it because it makes me want to comfort Sophie, who has to be feeling something similar and yet holds herself aloof. The others look worried, too. Franz practically plastered herself against Kivian's side, and the flamboyant corsair is holding his daughter, the child mauling his drapey sleeve, and he doesn't even notice.
Tell us what happened, Zoe, Franz says in a soothing voice. We want to help, but you have to talk about it.
I clear my throat. I might have a flask or two of something strong to drink, somewhere. Should we get that? I gesture at my station. A homeworld blend, it's fine, Centaur says, smoothing a hand over Zoe's brow and brushing her hair back from her face. Just give her a moment. I've never seen the sour navigator look so very tender as he gazes at his mate, comforting her. A hand touches mine. At first I think my circuits are jumping, and I've mistaken it, but when I look down, Sophie's fingers brush against my own. I clasp her hand, my chest warming at the touch. She needed me.
I'm okay,
Zoe manages between hiccups. She sits up, wiping her palms over her face like a child, and then sniffs hard. Centaur pulls out a handkerchief and Zoe blows her nose noisily into the square of plast fabric.
I'm okay, she repeats again. They're not dead. They're just missing.
No one said they were dead, Centaur says gently, and when his mate tucks her head against his chest again, he shoots us all a glare, silently telling us not to disagree with him. Zoe closes her eyes and takes a deep, shuddering breath.
Okay.
She takes a second, clearly trying to compose herself, and then continues.
Sophie mentioned she hadn't had a comm from my brothers either, but she knew they were in the Slatra system. And I know they're not great communicators, so I wasn't too upset over that, but...
She takes another hiccupy breath, snuggled against Centaur's chest.
I also know a guy that runs shipping lanes in Vitar, and I thought I'd check with him.
Vitar? Iris asks, frowning. Her mate stands behind her, both hands on her shoulders.
What's that?
Planet in the Slatra system. Vitar is also the capital city of the planet, Torek explains. Your Caranu is rumored to be from a forested moon there, Kivian adds, but no one's allowed in the Slatra system without the proper documents.
Right,
Zoe sniffs again.
So I sent a comm to my friend asking if he'd seen the Little Sister's ship signature pull up in any of his traffic logs. I figured they'd need to refuel somewhere, maybe get some supplies. If they were under a different name, I could still find them by the ship's signature. So I sent a comm to Javeri, not expecting to hear back for a while. He was there, though, and...
Her lip wobbles and her voice trails off. My hand squeezes, and then Sophie steps forward, her voice gentle.
Her friend said that the Little Sister had been pulled in as salvage some days ago. The ship was empty, abandoned.
Silence fills the hangar.
What about the escape pods? Kat asks quickly. All intact, Zoe chokes out. It just means that they met with someone else, Sophie volunteers. Maybe the sister had engine trouble, and they teamed up with someone else. Answers are bound to come in.
Zoe nods jerkily against Centaur's chest.
It's just... It'd kill them for the sister to sit in a scrapyard abandoned.
She swipes at her cheeks again.
They love that ship. They wouldn't abandon her. I'm sure they had a reason, Sophie says. Her hand is so tight in mine. We just don't know what it was. Kivian clears his throat, glancing down at the daughter in his arms. He pulls a bit of sparkly sleeve out of the baby's mouth and looks over at Fran, who nods as if she knows what he's going to say before he says it. "Looks like we're going to have to cut our visit short then," he says. "We'll go retrieve the sister from Vitar and see if we can find out what happened." "It makes sense. I understand. Let me know if I can help in any way." Kivian grins at me. "You can start by falsifying our records so we have clearance to the slaughter system." I nod. "I'm sure I can manage something. Give me a few hours. I'll have to check the flight records of the scrapped ships floating in orbit around my asteroid, see if any of them have access, and then it's just a matter of tweaking the flight records and attaching them to the Jabberwock. Normally it'd take days, but I know they won't want to stay that long. So I'll just make it work in less time." "How much?" Kivian asks. "Don't worry about it," I say gruffly. "Use those credits for fuel if you must. And you're free to bring the sister back here to dock until you find out what's happened to the others." It's unlike me to be charitable, even in the face of a crisis. Kivian looks surprised at my suggestion, but his gaze falls to where Sophie's tightly holding my hand, and then he nods. He gets it. Before he met Fran, he was a reckless idiot. Now, well, he's a slightly less reckless idiot, with a mate and a baby. I imagine there are jobs even Kivian turns down so he won't put his mate in danger. The group separates, heading back into the ship. Centaur lifts his mate in his arms and carries her up the ramp, and his expression is achingly tender for someone who I've always thought of as unyielding and humorless. Falling in love seems to change everyone, because I know how he feels. I'm as protective of Sophie as Centaur is of Zoe. Soon enough, it's just me and Sophie standing in the now empty hangar. Her hand is still tightly locked onto mine, and her expression is calm, but there's a rawness to her gaze that worries me. I need to get to work because Kivian needs those flight records, but Sophie comes first. I squeeze her hand. "Where's your pet, love?" The casual word slips out of my mouth before I realize what I've said. Love. Sophie doesn't notice, though. She gives me a weary smile and gestures. "I gave him an old compressor to chew on and left him in the terrarium. I hope that's okay." "It's fine." She could tell me she let him shit in the shower and I'd be fine with it. I just want that hollow look in her eyes to go away. I tug on her hand, leading her away from the Jabberwock. "And you? Are you fine?" She starts to nod, and then after a moment she swallows hard. No, I don't think I am."
63. Sophie. It's been an awful afternoon. Here I thought it'd be a social one, where Zoe and the others would crowd into our space for a while, and then they'd eventually leave and I'd get to be alone with Jarok again. Not my favorite, but doable. But then Zoe had asked to check the comms for her brothers, and I'd thought, what would it hurt? So we did. And now Zoe is collapsed against her mate's chest, weeping because her brothers are missing, their ship abandoned. I know this end of space isn't safe. God, no one knows that more than a human on her own. I know that piracy is an accepted sort of thing, and it's entirely possible that the Vasithai were boarded and captured and are being held for ransom. It's also entirely possible that the authorities finally nailed them and they're in prison somewhere. It's also possible that they're dead, but I don't want to think about that. I feel helpless and cold and so afraid. Zoe's pain eats at me and makes me feel selfish because she's grieving her brothers and I understand it. But at the same time, I can't help but wonder what happens to me now. And then I feel like a jerk for even thinking about myself. It's just, what am I supposed to do? I would love to stay with Jarok, but now I worry if I bring it up, he's going to feel cornered, like he has to give me a place to stay because I've got no one else. I want him to ask me to stay because he wants me to stay, not because he feels obligated. But it's something to stress about later. For now, the crew of the Jabberwock needs flight records, and something tells me that Jarok is going to need me. When he gets stressed, some of his circuits start to jump and twitch, distracting him. I can help with that, at least. Jarok parks himself in front of his workstation, pulling up something that looks a bit like a data pad. I copy all files from the scrapped ships into a database here, so we're looking for a needle in a haystack. Once we find if anyone's gone to the system, it's just a matter of manually coding the records to reflect the Jabberwock instead of the old ship. It's not hard work, just time-consuming, because every system uses a different set of relays to record their information. He absently rubs his bicep. Sure enough, one of his circuits is twitching, sending a tremor down his prosthetic arm. I move to his side, stroking his sleeve and looking for the twitching circuit with small touches. I've learned that if I keep one finger pressed on the loose circuit point while my hand massages the twisting wiring back into place, I can get things back to normal for him faster. I find the bad spot, press on it, and work the rest of it as he types away. "What do you need from me?" I ask. "Are you hungry? Thirsty?" He groans when I rub his bicep. "Just keep doing what you're doing, love. That's perfect." That's the second time he's called me love now, and each time it fills me with such warmth that I want to, well, cry. It terrifies me, even as it fills me with joy, because what if he does love me, just not enough for me to stay? What if he sends me away with the Jabberwock? Or what if it's just an expression and he doesn't really love me at all? I swallow the knot in my throat and keep rubbing his arm, moving up to his neck and trying to ease some of the tension there. It's no hardship to keep touching him, to press my hands to his warm skin. Just helping him with my presence, trying to ease some of the knots of worry that build up. He's utterly focused on his task, and I bring him drinks and make a bowl of noodles for him to eat while he works. After a few hours pass, Jarok's circuits start to twitch again, and I work on his arm and then both of his legs while he types feverishly. "I've found a record," he tells me. "An old freighter named Thief of Clouds. Stupid name, but it'll get us what we need." His gaze is locked on the datapad. "Now, I just need to convert the flight logs and add some code so they override any other systems that attempt to access their records." "You can do that?" He laughs, not looking up. "I'm going to keffing try." I run my fingers through his hair and then lean in and kiss his cheek. "You can do it. I'll go check on Sleipnir." Jarok grabs my hand before I can leave. Our eyes meet. "Sophie," he says, "wait, we need to talk." Oh no. His tone is utterly serious and terrifies me. I try to pull out of his grip, smiling. "It doesn't have to be right now, really." He ignores my words, his gaze locked on mine. "I just want you to know you don't have to worry. You'll always have a spot here." Somehow, hearing it said aloud makes everything worse. He doesn't tell me that he loves me or wants me to stay. It's that he doesn't want me to worry. I swallow hard and fight the knot in my throat. "You don't have to say that just because I don't have anywhere else to go. I'll manage. You don't need someone intruding on you permanently." Jarok shakes his head, and his thumb skates over the inside of my wrist. You're misunderstanding me." I am? A sliver of hope pierces my heart. "What do you mean?" "It's not intruding. Not with you."
64. Jarok. I'm such a keffing idiot. It's not intruding, not with you. Could I have said anything stupider? I wanted to tell her that I love her and need her, that I want her on the station forever, at my side. Instead, I choke out some foolishness about how she's not intruding, and now she's looking at me with confusion. "Jarok," Sophie says in a gentle voice, "now is probably not the time to talk about this. Everyone's making gut-check decisions that they'll regret in the morning. Let's talk about things when you've had time to really sit and think about things. I still have her wrist in my hand, so I pull her toward me. She comes around the desk and moves to my side, resting her hip against my leg. I want to pull her into my lap, to kiss away the worry I see written on her face. Why is it so keffing hard to admit how I feel? I'm not making a quick decision, I manage to tell her. It's something I've thought about for a while now. You belong here, with me. She blinks at me, her eyes wide. Then she gestures at the Jabberwock at the far end of the hangar. You're saying that because no, I'm saying it because of you. I slide my hand to her waist and pull her close. Because you make me happy. I like having you here. The thought of you leaving keffing tears me up inside, and maybe I'm greedy and selfish, but I want you to stay with me. Not just until the Vossithai show up again, but always. Forever. She stares at me in shock. Hot discomfort pricks at my neck, but I ignore it. Even if you don't feel the same way, I just want you to know that no matter what happens between us, you'll always be welcome here. Her silence makes me lose it. I ramble just to say something, anything. It doesn't have to be in my bed. We can just be friends if that's what you'd prefer. And I'll show you how to fly the shuttle like I mentioned, because then you can come and go as you please. And Sophie moves forward, puts her hands on my face, and kisses me, silencing the stream of nervous nonsense I'm spewing. Her lips are soft and the kiss brief. When she pulls away, she gazes at me with a shy smile on her face. You felt that way for a while? I nod. I love you, she tells me. I want to stay here forever with you. I love being here. I love being at your side. I love waking up with you. But I didn't want you to feel pressured into taking on someone just because we slept together. I know how much you value your freedom. I lean forward and press my brow against hers. It's not freedom if I'm missing you. I would never ask you to stay if you wanted to go, but if you stayed, it'd make me the happiest male in the universe. She giggles. That title might already be taken by Kivian's tailor. I chuckle at that. Second happiest, then. I kiss her again, unable to believe my good luck. She's not running away. She's not making excuses as to why she needs to go. She's smiling at me in my arms. It feels like a dream. I love you. Just being with you makes me happy, and I never thought I'd deserve happiness. Sophie shakes her head. You deserve everything, Jarok. I know we started off rocky, but you've been so kind to me. No one's ever been so good to me. She leans in and presses another kiss to my lips, her eyes full of emotion. You're sure I won't be a problem? Never. She bites her lip, clearly thinking. I'm positive, I reassure her. I want you to stay. I want to stay with you, Sophie agrees, her fingers tracing along my jaw. But would you go with me? Go? With the Jabberwock, she says, that look of worry still in her face. If they need more help. They're going to retrieve the little sister, and they might need more hands. Zoe might not be able to help out much, and she'll need Centaur, and Fran's got a new baby, and... You want to go with them? What about Sleipnir? I'm surprised. I thought she was incredibly uncomfortable around the others. I know she thrives when it's just the two of us, so she must feel very strongly about this. He'd have to come with. I won't go if you don't go with me, Jarok, but I felt like we should at least offer. She bites her lip again. I'd want someone to marshal the troops if I went missing. Didn't I want the same thing back in the day? When I was captured behind enemy lines and no one ever came for me because I wasn't important? The Vossithai brothers have family waiting for them. They don't deserve what I went through. No one does. So I nod. I'll float the idea past Kivian, see what he thinks. I pull her closer. But you and I stay together no matter what. We don't separate for anything. Anything at all. She shakes her head. No separating. You're stuck with me. As if that's a hardship. I pull her closer, hardly daring to believe that she's mine. You absolutely sure you want to be stuck with someone like me? Sophie traces her fingers over my jaw, her gaze moving over my face. Her fingertips move up and trace the scars around my replacement eye. Not stuck, she whispers. Never stuck.
I'd happily spend every day for the rest of my life here with you, scrapping and eating noodles. You make me feel safe and happy and special. You won't get lonely?" Her fingers continue to move over my face in the softest touch, as if she's memorizing me with her fingertips. "How can I get lonely when I'm with you?" "And Sleipner," I add, though part of me wants to keep her praise all to myself. Her smile fades just a little, sadness creeping in. "Sleipner has to come with us because he's worth a fortune. And because he'll chew a hole through the station wall if left unattended for long?" She shakes her head. "No, he has to come with us because he's expensive. He's the only bargaining chip we have if someone's holding the Vasathai for ransom." The thought didn't even occur to me, but she's right. "You'd give him up?" Sophie shrugs, but I can tell the question bothers her. "How could I not? There's no right answer. It would kill me to have to give him to someone else, but he's not truly mine. He belongs to the Vasathai. I can't hold him if selling him could bring them home." I hold her close to me, hating the melancholy in her tone. I'm going to do my best to make sure that doesn't happen.
65. Sophie. It's late into the night before Jerok finishes his work on the flight logs. Some of them are corrupted, which means he has to painstakingly rebuild the records from scratch, typing away. And all I can do is watch and be quietly supportive, my cheek on his arm as he works, my seat pulled up next to his. I tried to sit farther away, but he just pulled me back to his side, telling me he preferred me right next to him, and his tail curls around my waist. It's still hard to believe that this man is mine. Good things never happen in my life. I springboard from a rough childhood into sexual slavery. It's difficult for me to imagine a future of happiness, of waking up every morning and looking into Jerok's handsome face. The thought makes me so full of joy that it's utterly terrifying. It's far easier to think of all the ways it could go wrong, but I try to push those thoughts aside. I don't want to give them space in my head any longer. To reassure myself, I stroke my hand over his tail. Jerok stops typing and gives me a heated look. "Did that bother you?" I ask meekly. "Sorry." "It's a distraction," he tells me, putting a finger under my chin and tilting my face toward his for a quick kiss. Tails are sensitive. I file this away for future knowledge. "It's late," I point out. "Are you good to keep going? Do you need a carcinogel, a drink, something to eat?" He shakes his head and taps the screen. "Just uploading the finalized logs to the Jabberwock right now. If you're tired, head to bed, and I'll join you soon enough." "I'm good." I don't want to sleep. Sleep was an escape once upon a time, a way to hide in dreamland rather than face my reality. Now, though, my reality is something I've always wanted, a place to belong, a wonderful man that loves me, and I don't want to waste a moment of this by sleeping. His hand moves to my thigh possessively, and we watch the screen as the logs are uploaded, merging and adjusting the Jabberwock's records so we can head into the Slatraw system without issue. Hopefully. I have no idea how Jerok learned everything he does, but I'm not surprised. He's clever, and he's managed this old station for years, simply with what he has on hand. Of course he can figure out how to do most anything with the ship. It just makes sense, and I'm so proud of him for being so clever. I want to learn how to do this too, not just so I can have another skill, but so I can be a good partner to him. "Done," Jerok finally says, and rubs my thigh again. It makes me squirm a little with arousal, that small touch, and I find myself hoping his hand will creep even higher, to touch me where my pulse throbs even now. "Should you let Kivian and the others know?" I ask, trying to concentrate on the task at hand. He shakes his head. "They've got a baby on board that ship, and by galactic standard hours, it's the middle of the night. They'll change out fuel cells in the morning, so I'll talk to Kivian then. See if he wants more crew, and mention that we can trade the Caranu." Grief threatens to overwhelm me at the thought, but I nod. I can't weigh one life against 3. I just can't. It has to be done. All right. For now, you and I should go to bed. Jarok pulls me against him and presses a chaste kiss to my brow. Bed sounds wonderful. My body's humming with a slow burn sort of need, and I'm more than ready to slide into bed with my mate and kiss for hours before touching each other in increasingly more pleasurable ways. Heck, just thinking about it makes me even more fired up, and I'm antsy as I settle Sleipnir for bed in my room with a nice chew toy of metal and a kiss on his leathery head. When I return to Jarok's quarters, though, his shoulders are slumped with exhaustion, and he looks wiped. I notice for the first time that there are circles under his eyes and realize just how long a day he's had. My poor love. I move to his side, touching the auto fastener at my collar and letting the fabric slither off my body as I walk toward him. His clothing is pooled at his waist, and by the time I reach him, I'm wearing nothing but underwear and a tight band that serves as a bra. He groans as I slide my hands over his shoulders. His head presses against my breasts, his horns a hard contrast against his velvety skin. You're tired. Not that tired, I counter, and I need you. I know, I can smell your need. He presses a kiss to my belly, his hands on my waist. Kef me, but you smell amazing. We don't know how much time alone we'll have for the next while, I reason, tracing a finger along the shell of one of his ears. Don't you think we should take advantage of what we do have right now? He glances up at me, and I slide the band off my body, freeing my breasts, and move closer to him. I love you so much, Jarok. More than anything, I want to be with you tonight. I love you too, Sophie. He nuzzles at my breasts, his mouth going to the valley between them and pressing kisses there before moving to my nipple. My beautiful, perfect female. You're perfect, I whisper back, caressing the sides of his face as he teases my nipple with his lips. He snorts at that. I'm in pieces. You're a survivor, just like me. I skim my thumbs over his jaw. And I love that, just like I love all of you. He nips at my breast, sending a skittering pulse of joy through my body. The joy continues to build as he lavishes attention on my breasts, on my belly, and eventually on the place between my thighs where I'm sensitive and achingly wet. We make love slowly, taking our time with one another, and by the time I push him back onto the blankets and straddle his hips, we're both more than ready. I ease onto him, and when I ride his cock, his spur glides against me in the most enticing ways, strumming against my body each time I lower myself on him. It's not the most comfortable of sex positions. He's so big that at times it feels like too much, but I still love it. When I ride him, I can feel his thick scars under my thighs and the slightly unpleasant sensation of metal under the plaskin of his prosthetic leg where it meets his hip. These are just all the more arousing to me, though, because they're wholly Jarok, and when I come, it's with a cry of his name, our fingers laced as I ride him. He comes a split second later, as if he was waiting for my release before claiming his own, and rocks me on his length, even as he fills me with his seed. When I collapse on his chest, I'm filled with that terrifying sensation of joy all over again. Like things are so perfect, they surely can't continue like this. I twine my fingers in his hair, holding on to him as I press my cheek to his breastbone plating and listen to his heartbeat. I love you, I tell him again. I love you so much. My Sophie, he murmurs, stroking my back. My good girl. It's like he knows just what to say to me to make me feel at peace. I go to sleep curled atop my mate, sated and content.
66. Jarok. I wake up in the morning with Sophie's hair in my mouth, my cock and thighs sticky without release, and my mate snoring and sprawled over my chest. I've never been so keffing happy. I lightly trail my fingers up and down her spine as she sleeps, unwilling to awaken her. Last night we should have showered after sex, but she'd dozed off and I didn't have the heart to move her. I like wearing her scent anyhow. In a brutal, animalistic way, I like the thought of others smelling it on me, knowing that she's mine. Maybe that's crazy, but I don't care. Sophie loves me and wants to stay with me. It's like a dream, one I don't want to wake up from. To think that this gorgeous, lovely female has been through so much and still wants to be touched. To think that she can see happiness with me, a broken war veteran scarred both inside and out, who hides away from the universe. I know that living on an asteroid in a broken-down, abandoned station isn't a dream for anyone. Most people can't wait to get away from this place. I'm too far out from most of the comm bands to get vid transmissions, too far from most stations for an easy visit, and it's just a solitary life. I expected to spend it alone, save for the occasional visitor looking to trade scrap. But the thought of waking every day with Sophie at my side fills me with such utter joy. She deserves better than me, but if she wants me, I'll gladly be hers. Eventually my circuits start to twitch and I grimace, knowing that I have to get up. I carefully extract myself out from under my mate, who sleeps like the dead. She smacks her lips and rolls over in the blankets, presenting me with her fine-looking backside, and I'm tempted to climb back in. No. I have to talk to Kivian. Sophie wants to help with any sort of rescue of the Vasathai brothers, and I understand that. If we can help out, we'll do so. I owe them because they dumped Sophie on my doorstep and made me take her in despite my reluctance. If they were here right now, I'd keffing kiss each one in sheer gratitude. Since they're not, though, I'll help with the rescue. I take a quick shower and change into a fresh pair of trow and a work tunic, then head out into the hangar to see if the crew of the Jabberwock is awake. Kivian and Centaur are on the bridge of the other ship, despite the early hour, and I tell them Sophie's plan, that we want to help out with the rescue, and for us to help with the retrieval of the little sister. I talk about the Caranu, too, though everything in my body revolts at the thought of selling him since I know Sophie's so fond of him. I also mention what I haven't told anyone else before, that I've got plenty of weapons and a stash of unmarked credits at my disposal. "How do you have so many weapons?" Centaur asks with a frown when I outline just how much I have at hand. "You're a keffing scrapper." "I am," I agree. "And when you get boarded by the authorities, do you leave your weapons out? Or do you have secret hiding places stashed all over your ship to hide such things?" "Not all hiding spaces get found before the ship comes to me." I shrug. I keep what I find, just in case it's needed. "It's needed," Kivian says flatly. Gone is his normal flamboyant attitude. His clothing is somber and functional today, reflecting his mood. "I hope for their sake all that's needed is a ransom." Centaur shakes his head. "It's going to tear my mate apart if something bad has happened to them." He glances over at me. "Generous of the female to offer up her pet. We'll try not to use that tactic, but until we know what we're up against, it's good to have options." I just nod. I don't like the thought of it either, and if I have to clean out my savings and my arsenal to make Sophie smile, I will. "Do you think they're dead or just in hiding?" "Not dead," Kivian says immediately. "There'd be blood everywhere. A murder on ship just makes a damnable mess. Bio-waste in all of the sockets and the moldings and just... ugh." He shakes his head. "And the smell?" Centaur just stares at him. "What?" Kivian says defensively. "It's true. If you're going to kill them, you don't bring them aboard your ship and do the deed. You leave the mess behind. This wasn't about money, though, or else the ship would be claimed instead of floating free in space and picked up by shipping lane patrols. This is something else." He's probably right. You don't kill a pirate right away, not when there's a potential for ransom or bounties. "They'll turn up," I say. We just have to be ready for whatever kind of trouble they bring with them. Extra crew will come in handy, Gideon says. Can your female fire a blaster? Does she need training? She can take care of herself, I say proudly, thinking of how she defended me. You keeping her? Centaur asks in a quiet voice. Zoe's going to want to hold on to her if not. She already thinks of Sophie as family because of her connection to the brothers. My jealousy surges just a bit. She's not anyone's to keep. Sophie belongs to herself. And she said she wants to stay with me, but I'll let her know about Zoe's offer. Kivian gives me a cocky grin. She might say she belongs to herself, but they still like it when you try to stake a claim. I think of Sophie in my bed, still sticky with my seed, and my chest hurts from all the emotions pouring through it. She knows how I feel. The Corsair nods. Good. I like to see you happy, friend. His smile widens. A scrapper in a good mood beats a discount for all. I snort. Don't get your hopes up about that. I get to my feet, my need for Sophie raging through me. When do we leave? Kivian checks his wrist comm, tied in with the Jabberwock's systems. 3 standard hours from now, give or take. He gives us a wry grin. Baby sleeps best on a quiet ship. I wave a hand at them. I'll be ready. You have a room for me and Sophie? She needs privacy. I'll make sure something's ready, Centaur replies. Let me know if you need help with the weapons. I nod, but I'm not thinking about weapons right now. I'm thinking about Sophie, warm in my bed, her hair spilling on my blankets. I want to rejoin her there, and 3 hours gives me plenty of time to pleasure her before we have to join the others. So I head off, trying not to seem too eager. I pass Sleipnir in the hall, and the big Caribou yawns hugely, showing me his teeth. I hesitate for a moment, and then pull a piece of scrap out of the closet we have designated for treats. Don't tell Sophie I'm spoiling you, I say to the creature. Go sharpen your teeth on this for a bit while I wake your mistress up. The Caribou takes the metal hunk with an almost greedy eagerness, patting away to go gnaw on the carcass. I have no idea how his teeth aren't shredded after all the metal he chews, but he seems to enjoy all of it. With the pet occupied, I head for my quarters and let the door slide shut behind me with a gentle hiss. Sophie's still in bed. She's a heavy sleeper, my good girl, and I remember what she said about sleeping being her escape for so long. No doubt she trained herself to sleep deeply and easily. That's all right. I know just how to wake her up. I move to the bed and ease my body down on the corner of the mattress, hating that my limbs creak more than the bed does. Sophie yawns and rolls over onto her back, flinging an arm over her eyes. Perfection. I peel the blankets back, admiring her beautiful body for a moment before I put my face between her legs and wake her up in her favorite way. It doesn't take long before her hands are in my hair and her legs wrap around me, and Sophie breathes out my name with a sigh of pure bliss. You don't have to wake me up like this every day, she tells me, gasping when my tongue flicks over a sensitive spot. I know I don't. I just like to. So I nuzzle her sweetness and keep going.
67. Sophie. Are you sure your quarters are comfortable? Fran asks me, patting the baby strapped to the front of her tunic. Little Jasmine's fists flail, catching Sleipnir's fascinated attention, but he doesn't move from my bed. They're wonderful, thank you. We appreciate you making room for us. I smile at her shyly. We don't want to be a bother. Fran just stares at me. Girl, how long were you in captivity? You're doing us a favor. This isn't a bother. This should be us thanking you guys. How long was I in captivity? I flinch. 9 years. Too long. She makes a sympathetic noise in her throat. It wasn't long for me, and it still felt like forever. She runs a hand over Jasmine's back, rubbing the baby again. Okay, well, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Skater-class engine, but when we hit the hyperlane, we're going to glide past a lot of galaxies. When we're at full throttle, you might notice a little sliding. She mock shuffles her feet on the floor like she's ice skating. You get used to it, but just make sure you have everything tied down and watch your food and drink. Fran pats the baby again. You'll see me wearing this constantly for the next while because of that. All right, I'll remember. I move over to Sleipnir and rub his favorite spot behind his ears. Do you think he'll be okay, or is it going to be scary for him? I honestly don't know. This is the first time we've transported anything other than people, but I'd say just keep him with you and keep him occupied. I nod. I can do that. The flight isn't going to be great, because the Jabberwock is a lovely ship, but it's not made for a Carinu. The biggest place to move around is the cargo bay, but he can't be left unsupervised because of his ability to chew anything and everything. My task during this journey is going to be keeping a close eye on my buddy, which I don't really mind. It's either that or cage him, which I don't like, or put him in stasis. Is there anything you need from me? Fran shakes her head and then pauses, as if she's just remembered something. If you talk to Zoe, be gentle. She's a little fragile right now. Of course. Fran bustles toward the door, then snaps her fingers. And if you come by my quarters after the little one is down for her nap, I want you to go through my old clothes. My hips are a little bigger than they used to be, thanks to the baby, and I have some stuff that might fit you. I try to bite back a smile. The Jabberwock is still in the asteroid belt, maneuvering slowly out of the dangerous orbit of the rocks, and our journey has barely started. Meanwhile, Fran's been doing her best to mother me and be a good hostess. She's showed me all over the ship, got fresh bedding, talked about the noodle supply they're carrying just for Jerok's particular tastes, asked if the temperature of the quarters agreed with me, offered up scrap for Sleipnir, and basically has fussed over us constantly. It's very sweet. It's been a long time since I've had anyone fuss over me in a sisterly/motherly way, and it makes me want to cry just a little because it's so nice. I'm trying not to weep like a baby every time someone is kind to me, though, so I manage a wobbly smile and hug Sleipnir. Sounds good. Fran nods at me, heading into the hall. She pauses, and I think for a moment she's going to offer something else, blankets for Sleipnir, perhaps, or to make me a snack. If you want Jerok, he's in the armory with Olivos. Thank you, I'm good. She finally leaves, and I'm alone with Sleipnir. I scratch absently at his ears, thinking about Jerok. He's been tied up with the guys ever since we left. I'd packed a small bag of my things, mostly just a change of clothes or two, and my books, and I thought Jerok would do the same. To my surprise, Jerok had wheeled out an entire crate full of weaponry and a lockbox that he said was full of credits. I'm still more than a little stunned at the realization that Jerok had so much money squirreled away. Maybe it's less than it looked like, but it looked like quite a bit. It makes me wonder what he was saving up for. Kind of ironic that my lover shows up with an absolute shit ton of guns, and the only thing I'm concerned about is a box of money. It's just, his prosthetics are so troublesome. Why would he hoard money instead of getting better limbs? It doesn't make sense to me. The guns, I understand. How many times have I pulled random things out of engine compartments or ventilation shafts as I helped him out? I've seen food wrappers, noodle containers, a desiccated orange finger, empty weapon cartridges, and there was the one clump of used plasfilm that still makes me shudder. It reminds me of driving around in a friend's car when I was a teenager and seeing the random stuff in the glove box. People shove things in their vehicles and forget about them. If humans do it, I imagine aliens do too. I can only imagine what Jerok has acquired over the years. But that makes the money thing all the more confusing. Why save when it can be put to use? And he's brought it out now to help the rescue efforts for the Vossithai brothers, who Zoe is convinced are not dead. Was he saving up for limbs, and now he's going to be resentful of having to give his savings over? Or was he saving for something else? So many questions and no answers. Jerok will be back later. I'll bring it up then. I scratch at Sleipnir's ears, and when he lolls on the bed, I decide maybe I will too. I pull out my books, and then pause. Outlander's on top, and the sight of the old clock on the cover gives me an idea. I caress the book absently. Reading it has always been a comfort to me, a way to escape into another world. At this point, though, I have it half memorized, and I can think of someone else that could use a good distraction. Zoe. Come on, Sleipnir, I tell the Caranu, patting his flank. Let's go take a walk, you and I. The big creature groans and rolls over on the bed, exposing his long belly. His many legs are flippity-flopping like the laziest of cats, and he's so cute I can hardly stand it. I poke one of his toe beans. Walkies and then snacks, The Caranu immediately jumps up from the bed and begins to rub against my legs, nearly knocking me over. I laugh, rubbing his head. Yeah, you know the word snacks at this point, don't you? Well, come on. I tuck the book under my arm and open the door to the room again, peering out into the hall of the Jabberwock. It has that ship smell to it, of recycled air and fuel, but there's also a faint undertone of something herbal and pleasant, as if Fran's trying to cover the ship's functional stink. I head down the hall with the Caranu at my heels, pausing when he sniffs at metal wall panels and shoving his head away when he gets a bit too licky. It'll be good for both of us to take a walk, however meandering. The Jabberwock's metal halls are bigger than I anticipated, with metal grating above and below, and wiring and pipes of all kinds tucked behind the grates. I don't know a lot about ships, other than how to dismantle them, but it seems pretty nice. I guess I can't help but compare the austere surroundings to every sci-fi movie I watched as a kid. They hold up surprisingly well, because this hall looks like something that could have come out of Star Trek or Aliens. This particular hall is crew quarters, with lots of doors spaced a fair distance apart. There's the sound of muffled voices and a metal stairwell leading below decks. I try to recall what Fran said was on the second floor. A rec room, a training room. Oh, and the armory. Right. A door hisses open down the hall, and Centaur steps out. The Caranu at my side automatically growls, moving in front of my legs protectively. It's okay, buddy, I tell him softly. Centaur's a friend. The elegant-looking Masaka pauses at the sight of us, his hands clasped behind his back. He looks very proper, especially compared to the rest of the crew. I think of Tarek and Kat, who seem to constantly be covered in engine grease of some kind, arguing over the best way to prepare a breakfast noodle at the top of their lungs. I think of Kivian, who never met something shiny he didn't like, or Fran, who just likes to be in everyone's business. Iris and Alivos seem to do their own thing, but Centaur is like, well, he's like the disapproving hall monitor back in school. It's unfair to think of him like that, because Zoe clearly loves him, and she's not nearly as stuffy as he is. Hi, I say brightly. I was taking Sleipnir for a walk, and thought I'd say hi to Zoe, see if she needed some company. When Sleipnir pushes against my legs again, I tap his hindquarters. Sit, behave. If cat lizards could grumble, this one would. He reluctantly sits, though, and I'm pretty sure he's glaring at Centaur. The alien man studies both of us for a moment, and then gives a crisp nod. I asked her to take some time off, relax. Company might be welcome. He hesitates, then seems to rethink it. I'll be back shortly to check on her. I smile and move past him in the hall, tapping my leg so Sleipnir knows to stay at my side. I'm pretty sure Sleipnir gives the littlest, sulkiest growl as Centaur moves past, but other than that, he behaves very well. The door that Centaur emerged from has a lot of alien writing on it, but I can't read any of it. I knock instead. Zoe, it's Sophie. The door opens, and Zoe looks out at me. She seems worse by the hour, her uniform disheveled and her hair falling out of her ponytail. Her eyes are red-rimmed, and she looks exhausted. Hey, you doing okay? She rubs a hand over her face. How's the Caranu settling in? He's fine. I should ask how you're doing. She gives me a weak smile. Checked comm bands all night, looking for mentions of my brothers, or 3 Masaka prisoners picked up. Nothing. Centaur wants me to sleep, but... She shrugs. I can't sleep. My mind won't shut off. I brought you something, I say. It's not much. I've probably read it dozens of times at this point, but it helps distract me when I need a distraction. I hold the worn, thick paperback out to her. It's hard to part with it when I have so little, but it also feels like the right thing to do. Her eyes open wide in surprise. You sure you want to do this? I know how rare books are out here. Her hand skims over the cover affectionately. I think Fran mentioned this once. I've never read it. It's very romantic, I tell her enthusiastically. The hero is just perfect. And there's Scots and kilts and really great love scenes. Zoe smiles, gesturing at the quarters she shares with her mate. You want to come in and sit? I could use a distraction. I don't want to be a bother. She rolls her eyes and grabs my arm, hauling me into the room. You're not a bother. You're my sister.
68. Jarok. It's a long, keffing day. Everyone on the Jabberwock is nice, of course. Our quarters are cozy even if we have to share with the Caranu. Centaur pilots us smoothly out of the asteroid belt without so much as a jostle, and Alivos and Tarek talk weapons with me for most of the day, appreciative of the cache of blasters and pulse grenades I've brought with me. There's a big bowl of hot noodles for meals, and it's pleasant. Still worries me, of course. It's not the brothers, or the fact that I'm away from my station. I expected that going in, and I'm prepared to be surrounded by people for the next while, even if it isn't my favorite. The crew here aren't so bad, and there's plenty of room on board the ship to spread out. We're going to be sliding through shipping lanes at high speed for the next week, so there won't be much to do except wait for the next refueling, unless we get information on the Vasithai, of course. Something tells me that we won't. Mealtime is pleasant. There's even a few games of sticks in the rec room after dinner, and Sophie seems to want to watch, so I sit on one of the overstuffed couches that are near impossible for a stiff half-cyborg to get out of easily. And I watch my female as she laughs and watches, bright-eyed, as Kat and Tarek argue over sticks, the Caranu lounging at her feet. She tries to pull in Zoe, but the other female is content just to watch, and eventually leaves to go join her mate on the bridge. When Fran and Kivian leave for the night with their child, I see Sophie yawning and decide it's a good time for us to escape too. I make a fool of myself, trying to get out of the couch, and when I finally do, my limbs start acting up. They sizzle and send noisy feedback through my body, and when we get into our room, she settles Sleipner in the corner with something to chew on and then attends to me. "Let me help," Sophie protests, when I try to push her hands away irritably. "I'm not an invalid. I know you're not, but I can help, and I want to." She ignores my efforts to push her away and runs her soothing hands over the worst circuits, which she knows by heart at this point. She hums to herself and takes care of me, and I'm an ass because she really does help. She can reach places that I can't, and her lighter touch and smaller fingers do the trick more often than not. "Thanks," I mutter, when the last circuit stops its irritating jumping. "Why are you in a bad mood?" she asks, sliding her arms around my neck and moving to sit in my lap. "Is something bothering you?" Here I was, thinking I was hiding my foul mood a little better than I am. How to explain to her that being on the Jabberwock terrifies me? Because I see her laughing and talking with the others, and how easily she fits in. I see her whispering with Zoe. I see her spending time with Fran, and even now she's wearing a new tunic that she got from one of the other women. I see all this, and I'm not jealous. I'm worried that she's going to realize that she wants to be around people, and that staying with me on my lonely station is a bad idea. That being around a fun, boisterous group like the Jabberwock's crew is going to remind her that she could see the universe with the Vasathai, and that she wants to do more than just hole up with a broken old soldier. But I don't say any of these things because I don't want her to feel pressured to stay with me. I want her to stay because she wants to stay. So I bury my face against her neck, breathing in her lovely scent. Tell me about your day. How was your first one on the Jabberwock? She hums for a moment, thinking, and then sighs. Tiring. That surprises me. Tiring? Sophie nods, and when I lift my head, she settles hers on my shoulder. I'm trying to be open and friendly because they're all trying so hard. Zoe's in a bad place, and so I'm doing my best to keep her company. I feel obligated to help out in that respect, you know? I don't know how to pilot a ship, but I can be company at least. It's just tiring. She curls a finger in the front of my tunic. Makes me wish we were back home, and then I feel like a jerk for thinking that because we're supposed to be rescuing Zoe's brothers. This isn't about fun. It's about getting them home safe. And yet, she smiles faintly, and yet I just want to run away and hide. I rub her back. All of this surprises me. You look like you were having fun today. Every time I turned around, someone else was stealing your attention from me. She lets out a little groan. No. There were so many times I wanted to crawl back to our rooms and just hide. Everyone's so nice, but it's a lot. She burrows against my chest, rubbing her cheek against the joint of my prosthetic arm to my shoulder. I like being alone with you. I thought you might like it here more. That you'd prefer to be with a crew than alone with me, I confess. Living in an abandoned station isn't the height of luxury. But it's ours, she says softly, or at least, it's yours. It's quiet and peaceful, and we can just be ourselves. Maybe we're more alike than I thought. I smile and wrap my arms around her. Well, I won't bother you tonight, then. You need your sleep. Bother me? She sits up, studying my face. Do you mean sex? My ears get hot. Not if you're tired. First of all, Jarek Unrock, I'm not that tired. And second of all, sex with you is never a bother. Not ever. It's a joy. Her hand slides down to my cock. But is it going to bother you if Sleipner's in the room with us? I nip at her lower lip, unable to resist. Is he looking our way? She glances over at the corner of the room where the Carinu is sloppily and noisily mauling an old wrench. Nope. Then I think we're good. I run a hand down her side, cupping her ass. If you're good, that is. Her eyes gleam with promise. I am, but I should probably be on top.
69. Sophie. It's funny how time seems to crawl on the Jabberwock when it flies past on Jarok's station. Theoretically, both are in space, but the difference is like night and day. It feels as if we're never ever going to get to the Slatros system, even though Zoe assures me we're on track. Not that I'd ever let her know how antsy I am. It's just that she hovers over the navigation like a woman obsessed. She's not sleeping much, barely eating, and I know Centaur's worried. Zoe's response is always the same. They'd fight tooth and nail to get me back, so I'm going to do the same for them. Hard to argue with that logic. The constant sliding is a little odd. You get used to catching your dinner bowl as it glides toward the edge of the flat table. You get used to feeling as if you're in a tilt-a-whirl when you close your eyes. And it definitely makes sex interesting. Last night, Jarok paused inside me and slid against my sensitive parts until I came. It was a rather unique experience that I'm eager to repeat. But then again, all sex with Jarok is great sex. I just worry that the sliding is hard on my guy. As the unofficial circuit wrangler, I can't help but notice that his limbs are bothering him more and more. His wires jump more often, the feedback more intense when it does. Yesterday, he had an awful headache that took hours to fade, even with the trip to Med Bay. You don't have to be a genius with cybernetics to figure out that the sliding takes a toll on those with electrical parts. I noticed Iris wearing a ribbon over her eyes instead of a visor several times over the last few days. It's something similar, I suspect. I hate to see Jarok in pain, and my new goal is to figure out a way to help him while we're stuck traveling. One day when it's quiet, I seek out Alivos. No one said specifically that he was in the same war that Jarok was in, but Iris has mentioned that Alivos has nightmares from time to time, and he looks to be about the same age as Jarok. He's got a limp that's more pronounced as the sliding continues day after day, and so I suspect he's got a fake limb himself. If he does, his are better than Jarok's, because I can't tell there's anything prosthetic with him, whereas with Jarok, there's no hiding it. There's scarring all around his mismatched eyes, my Jarok, and the limbs he has are covered in skin that doesn't quite match his skin tone. And there's massive scarring where they're connected to his tissue. They work like normal limbs, but they're also a little heavier, a little bulkier, like no one cared enough to match the limbs up with his body. Likely they didn't care at all, and the thought just enrages me. But if there's a way to get around the endless misery of Jarok's prosthetics, Alivos might know. So one afternoon, when Jarok is helping Tarek and Kat fix something in the environmental systems, I head over to the training room. Alivos is there when he's not with Iris or doing maintenance on his weapons. After a few days of very little to do but watch the crew, I know everyone's patterns. Alivos looks up in surprise as I enter the training room. He's doing something that looks a lot like pull-ups, but he's only using one arm, and he's making it look effortless. When he spots me, he swings forward, dropping off the bar and skidding to a halt in front of me. "Everything all right, Sophie?" I manage a bright smile. "Everything's fine. I just wanted to talk to you about something personal, if you have a moment." The expression on his face grows wary, and he glances at the door. "Should I get Iris?" I raise a hand, hoping he's not misunderstanding my meaning. "I'm talking about prosthetics. I noticed you limping sometimes, and I didn't know if there was a good way to ask if you had some similar to Jarok." I inwardly wince at the shuddered look he gives me. I know it's personal, but I had to ask. His bother him dreadfully, and I want to help. "It is personal," he agrees in a harsh voice. He picks up a towel and mops his face. "No one talks about the wars. No one." Ugh, I've stepped into it then. "I'm so sorry. Forget I said anything." He raises a hand, not looking over at me. "My knee. Not the whole limb, but my knee got keft and they replaced all of it. Luckily, my leg that was blown off landed nearby, so they were able to reattach it." He gives me a wintry smile. "That was about the only luck I had in that war." I stare at him in horror. "I'm so sorry." "Don't be. You didn't do it." He leans against a piece of equipment and gives me a curious look. "I can't help you with that, though. My knee isn't like Jarok's replacements. That's a whole different handful of sticks, as the gamblers like to say." "Mess of worms," I murmur absently, comparing it to a human saying. "I understand. It was worth a try, though. Thank you." "I know a guy, though." He towels at his sweaty hair. "A trader on 3N that has connections." 3N? I ask politely. 3 nebulas. It's a big station. Lots of trade going through there, of all kinds. He was able to get me a connection that got Iris her visor. Alivos nods at me. Does a fair market on replacement prosthetics, too. All of them much higher quality than what your male is wearing. My heart leaps in my throat. That's exactly what I need. I memorize the name of the station. 3 nebulas. Can you get me in contact with him somehow? No. His flat refusal makes me flinch. Oh. I'm not saying no to be a prick, Sophie. He wipes at his hands absently, shaking his head. Zakoar of the Broken Back won't see anyone without proof that they have the credits up front. I see. It's nice of you to try and get new limbs for him, Sophie, but are you aware how much they cost? A lot, I know that much. I hesitate again. And I'll have the Caranu, provided we don't need him for ransom. Just saying it makes me choke, though, and I want to vomit. I think of Sleipnir's trusting face, all craggy with teeth that he's never ever used on me. I think of how excited he gets when I appear, or when he gets his head scratched just so. How can I give him away for money? Then again, how can I not if it's the difference between a life of constant pain and misery and one of good health for Jarok? You keep offering up your pet, and I know he's the only bargaining chip you have. You, want to try talking to your male first, though? When I give him a blank look, he continues. He's not exactly a pauper. He brought a lockbox full of credits on board to help with the rescue. You mean he has enough for limbs already? I thought he was saving up. Alivos snorts. He's got enough for 3 sets of limbs. I don't know how he's so keffing loaded. People leave their stuff in their ships, I say absently, thinking of Jarok. I knew he'd brought his savings with him on the ship, but I thought he was still in the process of saving up. I thought that maybe with that combined money and the sale of Sleipnir, we could maybe afford to replace one arm or whichever limb is bothering him the most. It's clear I don't know the first thing about alien money. It's also clear that I need to talk to Jarok, pronto.
70. Jarok. Sophie's in a pensive mood at dinner. Her laughter is as sweet as ever, and she seems to eagerly listen to everything the others speak of, but she pokes at her noodles and ends up offering most of it to Sleipnir. She seems deep in thought every time she looks at me, and it makes my heart clench in my chest with worry. Is this what I've feared, then? Has she decided that my station is too quiet for her after all? She's given me no indication that she's unhappy in the last few days. We've actually been happier than I thought possible. Every night, we sleep together and enjoy each other's bodies, and every day we're together. Just knowing she's mine fills me with such joy, such peace. I haven't had a nightmare in ages. Sophie makes all the wounded parts of my soul better again. I thought I did the same for her, but now I worry I've overlooked something. That someone has said or done something to hurt her sensitive feelings, and now she's in pain. Or maybe she doesn't feel well? I study her, looking for signs of sickness, and when she gets up to get another drink, I discreetly sniff her noodles in case the taste is off. She catches me smelling her food and gives me a puzzled look as she sits back down. "Just making sure it tastes all right," I whisper to her. "You're not eating much. Do you want to trade?" I offer her my bowl, though I've probably eaten far too much already. Sophie's expression changes to something soft and sweet, and she leans in and gives me a kiss on the cheek. "I'm fine, really. I'm just thinking. Can we talk later?" "Of course." She smiles at me and laces her fingers with mine, resting them on my thigh. Her attention turns toward Kat, who's telling a ridiculous story about Tarek losing a bet over whether or not his hand would fit inside a fuel processing pipe. It did not, apparently, and everyone roars with laughter by the time Kat finishes the story. I smile appreciatively, though I can't say what the story was about more than that. I just keep thinking about my Sophie and what's troubling her. Her burdens are my burdens, and I want to help, whatever it is. I'm relieved when Iris yawns and Alivos takes that as a cue to hustle his mate off to bed. The others begin to peel off, and when Sophie looks over at me, I nod. I'm more than ready to go to our quarters and be alone with her and just unwind from the day. We say our goodbyes to the others, and I put a hand at the small of her back, ushering her down the halls of the Jabberwock toward crew quarters. "I can feel your circuits twitching through my clothing," she tells me. "You should have said something." I glance down at the hand I have on her back, and sure enough, a cable is jumping under my skin, sending vibrations through the limb. I'm so used to the small jolts and irritations that I don't notice them half the time. I didn't realize. Sophie casts me a worried look as we step through the door into our chamber. I open my mouth to say something when Sleipnir headbutts the back of my knee and I nearly collapse, thanks to the constant sliding. "Jarok!" Sophie reaches for me, her eyes wide with alarm. "I'm fine," I growl, holding onto the doorframe. I glare at the Caranu, but it only makes that dismissive cough in its throat and hops onto the bed, circling 3 times before plopping down on my side. "Thanks, Sleipnir. I'll remember that the next time I have a table full of fresh scrap." The Caranu just yawns, showing a mouthful of massive teeth. "Are you sure you're all right?" Sophie's hands are all over me, running down my chest and on my arm. It distracts me, and very quickly my thoughts turn to mating instead of her pet. When her hand moves over my hip, I cover it with my own and rub her skin with my thumb. I'm better now that I'm alone with you. Her mouth works and her eyes dilate at the sound of my voice. A little thing I've noticed means she's aroused. But she makes a noise of protest in her throat and shakes her head. "We need to talk first." "We do?" I brush her hair back from her neck. Fran's given her several new tunics, all of them tight-fitting and with lovely patterns that show off her breasts and trim waist, but they're also a bit of a pain to unfasten. I fuss with the auto-fastener at the back of her neck, relieved when it chimes and finally begins to unzip. "How about you talk and I listen while I touch you?" She moans when I peel her clothing back, brushing over a nipple. "I like that idea, but this is important, Jarok." I lean down and press my mouth to hers, lightly. "I will listen. I promise." Her lips nip at mine and she lets out a happy little sigh, as if tasting me makes her feel better. Then she takes my hand and heads toward the bed, and pauses at the sight of Sleipnir sprawled out. There's a couch on the other side of the room, and she steers me toward it instead. "We can talk as easily over here." I sit on one end, and when she tries to sit next to me, I tug her into my lap. "Your legs," she protests. "They're fine. The circuits are going to twitch whether or not you're on me, and I'd rather have you on me." I slide my hand into the gaping front of her tunic and kiss her neck even as I caress her breast. "Tell me what you wished to say." She lets out a trembling little sigh as I find her nipple. "Well, it's hard to concentrate when you're touching me like that." Her arm slides around my neck, and she leans fully into my touch. "Oh, but I don't want to tell you to stop." I let out a pleased rumble, my hand sliding between her thighs. "Then I won't stop." Sophie whimpers as I kiss her neck, my fingers gliding over the folds of her cunt. She's so wet for me already, slick and hot and needy. Her hips rock instinctively when I dip the tip of a finger into her core, my teeth scoring the sensitive skin on her collar. "Look at how beautiful you are," I tell her as I push my finger deeper. "My beautiful Sophie, I've waited for this moment all day long." "Jarok," she pants, her fingers clawing at my tunic as I begin to work her pretty cunt. "Jarok." "Yes, love, I'm listening." She shudders against my touch, making needy little sounds. "How rich are you?" "How rich am I?" That makes me pause. Why is she asking? 71. Jarok. So focused on making my mate feel good, it takes a moment for her question to register in my mind. How rich am I? I shake my head. Does it matter? My thoughts are purely on Sophie, on the cunt that tightens around my fingers reflexively. I know she likes a finger deep inside her, but she likes her clit being stroked the best, so I rub my thumb against it as I nuzzle against her teats. Credits are not important to me. She arches against my hand, squirming. Her hands cling to my shoulders as I pleasure her, loving the sound of her panting. I can endure being around others on the Jabberwock as long as I get to do this every night. When we shut the door to our room, it feels like just her and I again, alone on my station, and there is nothing I want more than to make her feel good. "Jarok," she whines, utterly lost as she rocks harder against my fingers, desperate to come. You're distracting me." Good. I want her to lose control. I push my face against her bared skin, licking at the slopes of her teats as she bounces on my hand. "Come for me, Sophie. Let me make you feel good." With a cry and a shudder, her cunt spasms and she stiffens. I work her harder, determined to wring out every last bit of pleasure and to make the orgasm last as long as possible. With a little cry, she finally collapses against me, utterly spent, and I run my fingers through her slick folds, pleased I made her come so hard. Every time I make her come, it's like a effing gift. I pull my hand free from her clothing and lick my fingers, tasting her. Good girl. Unfair, she tells me with a sigh. I'm trying to talk to you. I'm listening, I promise her, even as I suck her honey off my thumb. Are you? Her hand glides to the back of my neck, and she pulls me in for a deep, intense kiss. Her tongue flicks against mine, and then she bites at my lower lip. On your back. I want to ride you. Now I'm the one that groans. She nips at my lip again, then soothes away the bite with a playful lick. You like it? I do, I rasp. Kef me, I really do. I slide her off my lap and tear at my clothing, determined to get naked with her as quickly as possible. She pulls the rest of her clothing off as well, tossing it to the floor. We both glance over at Sleipner, who's sprawled on the bed and ignoring the fact that we're going to be mating a few feet away. So far, most of his protective instincts don't seem to be roused by my time with Sophie, but to be on the safe side, we mate each time with her over me. The moment I lie back on the couch, Sophie straddles me. Her legs spread wide, and she leans over to kiss my chest even as she reaches between us and grasps my cock. I don't know which I love more, she tells me with a little sigh, the piercings or the spur. Do you love them? My breath hisses out from my throat as she rubs her folds along my length, wetting me with her juices. God, yes, her words are moaned. So much. She guides the head of my cock into her body, and I can feel her clench with excitement around my length. So good, she tells me again. So damn good. I put my hands on her hips, concentrating on holding her steady as she works her way down my shaft with little twitches of her hips. She always goes slow, feeding me into her body the first time, and I'm not sure if it's because it's a tight fit or if it just feels incredibly good for her. Maybe both. Either way, it's the most keffing erotic thing I've ever seen, and we both groan when she finally seats herself fully on my length. Sophie splays her palms on my chest, bracing herself even as she works her hips, riding me. Feel good? She pants. Amazing, I reassure her. I love the sight of her working herself on my cock. How much? She asks again, breathless. How much what? She wants to talk now, of all times? She rocks back against me, seating herself fully on my cock again, and I groan at how good it feels. How much did you bring in credits? To the Jabberwock. Why? I clutch at her hips when she stops moving, a serious expression on her face. Sophie, enough to buy new limbs? She presses. Or at least one? I blink at her. I guess? Then why haven't you? She frowns down at me, as if I'm an idiot. We're really having this conversation now? With me balls deep inside you? I can't even think straight, not with her channel clenching me so tight. She rocks her hips against me, and it's the most sensual and most determined thing I've ever seen. Why do you live with awful limbs if you can get better, Jarrock? I want to know. Do you think you don't deserve it? Her pace picks up again, and she begins to work herself on my cock furiously, her hips moving at a frantic pace. You think you don't deserve good things? I shake my head, words failing me. I love the look of sheer determination on her face as she wrecks me with her pretty cunt, as she savagely takes what she wants from me, using me as she works on her next release. I can tell she's close when her entire body jerks after a particularly hard stroke, and I move my hand to her cunt, seeking out her clit. Sophie cries out the moment I touch it, my fingers getting in the way of my spur, and it becomes a challenge to make sure she's constantly pleasured between fingers and spur, until she lets out a keening sound and clenches tight over me. My girl, I growl, my hands moving back to her hips as I rock deep inside her, forcefully claiming my own release. My mate. Yours, she cries brokenly, her lower lip trembling as she pants. Yours. With a great shudder I come, and it's like something breaks inside of me. I snarl incoherently as I work her hips on my length, spilling deep inside her with every grinding thrust until she's full of my cum and we're both sated. With a little sigh, Sophie leans forward, resting her cheek on my chest, and I stroke her hair. We're both sweaty and sticky, and I wouldn't move from this spot for all the credits in the universe.
You deserve good things, she tells me again. I don't know why you don't think that.
That's not it, I tell her. Does she really think I hate myself that much? Then again, I've never given her any indication otherwise. Maybe she does. When you get a limb replaced, they put you under. You have to have an upload of some kind in your mind because it all has to be wired together in some way. Have to get your brain to recognize the arm and all that. And I've never had anyone I could trust enough to watch me. She props her chin up on my chest, looking at me.
You promise?
I promise. It's not because I don't want new limbs. I huff out a tired laugh. I'd love that more than anything. But most of the guys in that market would just as easily rob you or murder you before giving you the limbs you asked for.
Alivos knows a guy,
Sophie says, her eyes bright with enthusiasm.
He knows a guy that got Iris her visor. We could talk to him after all this, provided we don't need the money for the brothers. If we do, there's always...
Then she shakes her head.
Or we can offer something else.
She licks her lips.
I don't want you to be in pain when you don't have to, Jarok.
My keffing sweet girl. She's talked to Alivos about this? There are no words for how I feel right now. She cares so much. I'm so keffing lucky. With a groan, I squeeze her in a tight hug.
Love you,
I choke out. Whatever you want, we'll make it happen.
I want to grow old with you, she tells me, smiling, and to wake up without you in pain. Can you make that happen?
I'm sure going to try, because I don't think I could refuse this female anything. 72. Jarok. The planet of Vitar is a gold and green swirled ball, spotted with a thick cloud cover. It looks beautiful, which is surprising given that it has an artificial ring around the entire planet, and that artificial ring is cluttered with so many stations, ships, private residences, and keffing whatever else they could launch into the skies that it looks like the planet itself is swirling with garbage. Kinda reminds me of my spot in my asteroid belt, actually, with all the dead ships floating around. The thought brings a faint smile to my face.
Wow,
Sophie breathes at my side as we gaze out at the view from our spot in the rec room. There's probably a better view on the bridge, but we don't belong there. We're not crew. Sophie makes another noise in her throat as she stares out at the massive planet in view.
I can't decide if it's pretty or not. What's the point in keeping the planet pristine if you're going to junk up all the space around it?
Because no one on the ground cares? I give her a wry smile and put a hand on her shoulder, liking that I can give her a possessive touch. I love that she's mine, and she leans in when I reach for her. They don't have to have it in front of them, so they don't care.
I guess. From this view, it just seems hideous.
She wrinkles her nose, leaning in to watch a city-sized piece of machinery churn past.
I bet it's pretty on the ground, though. All that green. Will we get to see it?
Probably not. I hate to disappoint her, but I also don't want to lie. Our clearance probably won't take us past this ring. The spaceport we're heading to is somewhere in this mess, so we'll likely just head there and continue on our way once we retrieve the sister. Her hand steals down to her side where Sleipnir is rubbing against her thigh.
And that's where Carinu are from? Down there?
Protector kin are native to the moons, I think. They're supposed to be very green and lush. She looks over at me, her eyes lighting up.
Can we take Sleipnir home, then?
Sophie,
I know he's worth a lot of money.
She turns and sits down at the window seat, tugging on my hand so I'll join her. The Carinu bounces up onto the seat on the other side of her, rubbing his big head against her hair in a cry for attention. Absently, she raises a hand to pet him, her attention still on me.
But he was taken from his home, just like me. If we can free him, we have to take that chance.
Love, I interrupt gently, rubbing her hand. I don't think that's possible. Sleipnir has been raised around people, likely since he was born. That's why he's so comfortable on stations. He can't go back into the wild. He won't be able to survive.
Oh.
Her eyes grow glassy and she turns toward her pet, who promptly gives her a sloppy lick on the cheek. Sophie chuckles, but I can tell she's sad.
I just want to do right by him, you know. He's smart, and he's a good boy. She rubs the Caribou's head. And if he'd be happier freed, he's happy with you, I point out to her. You're his home now. As long as you're good to him, he'll be happy. When she tugs her hand free and swipes at her cheeks, I know she's upset. Just because his story had a bad beginning doesn't mean it has to have a bad ending. She turns to me, and her smile brightens again. You're right. I'm going to do my best for him. But what if we have to sell him? To rescue the others? You won't, I say firmly. I won't allow it. But a ransom... I shake my head. It's not going to come at the cost of something you love. I brought more than enough credits for our contribution. I know we brought him as a bargaining chip, but I've changed my mind. You shouldn't have to sacrifice your happiness and his for another. There'll be another way. There always is. I'll sell my keffing limbs one by one before I let them take her pet from her. Sophie flings her arms around my neck, letting out a choked sob. You're so good to me, Jarek. I love you so much. I love you too. I stroke her hair and then her back. I want to touch her everywhere. I want to squeeze her to my chest and never let her go. I want her to smile for the rest of her days because she deserves happiness. She brings so much joy to me, I hope she feels a fraction of the same. You know I love you. I do. She sniffs and buries her face against my neck. I'm sorry I keep crying. I really am a softie. I like that she's soft. I don't think we would have ever understood each other if she was as broken as me, so I'm grateful for her soft heart. So very, very grateful. Be as soft as you want with me. Sleipner leans over her and slurps us both with his abrasive tongue, and Sophie squeals in delighted laughter. It's like that creature knows he can get away with everything now that I've promised he can stay forever. I'm doomed to have Caribou-sized shits in the terrarium for the rest of my days, it seems. But if it makes Sophie happy, it makes me happy. She wipes at her face, giggling, and then wipes at my cheek for me. Sleipner loves you too. Lovely, I say in my best cranky voice, but she only smiles wider. She knows I'm all talk. I can't intimidate anyone anymore, it seems. Her laughter dies down and she studies me. Do you think we'll find them here? She doesn't need to say who them is. I don't know, but the little sister is here, and it's a good place to start. I rub her shoulder, tucking her against my chest again. We'll find them. How are we going to get to the city, to Vitar, if we can't get down on the planet? A good question, and one I've been asking myself. But I've been reassured that the crew of the Jabberwock has it all under control. Credits talk. Kivian and the others will bribe their way to where they need to go. I'm told there's a plan. Kivian's plan? Sophie makes a noise in her throat. I'm scared to ask. Kef me, I am too.
73. Sophie. I do my best not to fuss over Jarok's appearance as he and the other guys suit up in crew uniforms, ready to head out to one of the many Vitar spaceports. They are all dressed in generic tunics with utility belts and black trow. The tunic a deep blue with a shiny chromatic pinstripe at the edges to hide the auto fasteners. The logo of their ship, the Silver Mistress, is emblazoned across the shoulder. Or so I'm told. I can't read the symbols that make up the Masaka written language. 201, though, Alavos, Centaur, and my Jarok are dressed alike. It's been decided that Tarek will stay behind with us, because his ugly face will pull more notice than Jarok's prosthetics and cybernetic eye. I'm sure some of it is that Tarek is going to be our protector, in case anyone tries to board, and they know how he is in a fight. I wish it was Jarok staying, but he is determined to go with them. I get it, since they're taking his credits, and he's just as good with ships, if not better, and their various engines as Tarek is. It's the selfish, worried part of me that wants him out of danger, so I don't fuss over him as much as I want to. Fran does not give a shit about fussing. She toys with Kivian's flared collar, smoothing his hair and buffing one of his horns with her sleeve before adjusting his belt. He wears the same uniform as the others, but he's accessorized. He looks like a damn peacock, but I guess that's all part of the show. His horns and ears have been adorned with jewelry, and his neck is encircled with several shiny chains. His fingers are ringed, and his boots wing out above the knee, finely tooled and made from something iridescent that had better not be Caribou skin. His shirt is more puffed sleeves, flamboyantly open to his navel, the better to show off his bling. And he just, well, he'd be ridiculous if he didn't carry it so well. As it is, he just looks extravagant. Like he knows he's pushing the boundaries of good taste, but also knows he can get away with it. I look over at my plainly dressed mate, with his mismatched eyes and scarred face, his hair only vaguely brushed, and he looks grimly determined. I know he's tolerating all of this because it's important to me, and my heart swells with love. When Fran brings baby Jasmine out to kiss her father goodbye, I move to Jarok and kiss him too. "Come back safe or I'm going to be really mad," I whisper to him. "I will. Don't you worry about me." "Oh, I'll worry anyhow." But I nod and move to stand with Tarek, Kat, Iris, and Zoe. Iris doesn't seem ruffled by the fact that Olivos is heading out with a massive gun strapped to his waist. But I can see frustration on Zoe's face and know she wants to go with them. She can't, of course, because a human with a Misaka crew means she's someone's pet, and pets aren't always safe or welcome. I can't count the number of times I was groped, fondled, or mishandled while waiting in a safe spot for my Praxian owner to return. It's best if she stays with us, even if she hates it. "If you're not back tonight," Fran begins, worried. "We'll be back tonight," Kivian promises. "I won't stay on station. Far too dirty." He puts on a pristine white glove with a flamboyant cuff and smirks at his mate. "And you know how much cleanliness means to me." She just snorts, holding her baby close. "You ever ready to dock, Tarek?" Kivian asks, turning his attention to the big burly alien. He nods, stepping forward and sliding into a chair on the bridge. "Just say the word and I'll acknowledge that we're pulling in." "And the females?" Kivian asks, turning to look at our little group. "Heading to our hidey hole," Fran reassures him. Zoe looks unhappy, but nods. "The plan is to bring the ship back. The Silver Mistress is my personal ship, and it's not designed to tow, but we'll make do." He tugs at his gloves, adjusting them as if the fit of his cuffs is the most important thing in the world. "We're towing this hunk of junk as a favor to a good friend of mine, and I'm already on a rushed schedule as it is. Are we following?" "And if they don't buy it?" Centaur asks. "Then we bribe, and if that doesn't work, we take by force." He gives the group a sly little smile that indicates he wouldn't mind if this were the case. I swallow, trying not to panic. Suddenly, this isn't a good idea. I want to go home with Jarok. I want to leave and abandon everyone and everything because I'm terrified. What if this goes wrong? What if everything fucks up and something happens to Jarok? What if... Jarok's gaze meets mine. He offers me a silent thumbs up, the gesture strange on an alien hand. But it's the thoughtfulness of it that calms me. He knows I'm worried, but he's telling me silently that he's got me. I nod back, and he smiles. I can practically hear his praise. Good girl. Once Tarek acknowledges the Silver Mistress is ready to land, Fran ushers us all to the cargo bay. There, she touches a secret panel in the wall and reveals a keypad. She presses her hand against it, then types in a code, and the wall slides open, revealing a cozy nest of benches decorated with tossed pillows, a small bookshelf, and a crib in the corner. It's still a closet, of course. It can't be enormous because it has to look natural in the ship itself. But this has Fran all over it. Small touches that acknowledge that she's making it as comfortable as possible. And something tells me that the women on this ship spend time here regularly. "Come on, Sleipnir," I murmur to my buddy as we file in. Once the door is shut behind us, Kat flops down on one of the cushioned benches and puts her head down on the pillows. "Wake me if something happens." Zoe sits next to me, picking up a book, but she doesn't glance at it. "I don't know how you can sleep at a time like this." "It's easy," Kat mumbles. "You stay up all night having wild monkey sex, knowing you're going to be spending downtime in this closet the next day." She waves a hand at our surroundings. It is a bit like a closet. It's well lit, if a touch warm, and there's plenty of seating at least. I pick through the stack of books as Sleipnir drops himself onto the bench next to me and thumps his head in my lap. A gaudy purple cover catches my eye, and I pull out a romance novel. Warrior's Woman by Johanna Lindsay. "That's a good one," Fran whispers as she walks past me, setting down her daughter in the crib. I haven't read it, and I tell myself I can't possibly read a book at a time like this, like Zoe, that I'm just going to sit and be anxious and worry. But Sleipnir rubs his jaw against my thigh, and the paperback is just big enough to hold in one hand, so I crack it open and start to read.
74. Jerok.
"She's dented,"
Kivian cries out in disgust, making some of the Vitarians look over at us with frowns.
"Who dented her?"
Alivos shifts nervously at my side, and Centaur frowns. I sincerely hope that Kivian isn't picking a fight. Now that we're on the ground with the port authorities, I can't help but notice there are a lot of armed Vitarians crawling all over the station. They're easy to make out, with their crested yellow plumes and feathered skin, and they walk with a strange gait, their knees bent backward. It's clear that the Vitar are descended from avians, but they also seem a little predatory. I remember the old histories of Sak Empire wars with the Slatran Consortium, and even though those times are long gone, the hard feelings remain. We get several ugly looks from the Vitarians, and Kivian's flamboyant act isn't helping things. The Vitarian with a data pad in front of us makes a noise that sounds like a cross between a cough and a squawk.
"An asteroid hit her and set off proximity alarms. That was how she was discovered. Abandoned."
The Vitarian makes a sign with his hand, twitching. Kivian puts his hands on his hips, shaking his head.
"She looks dreadful. Who's going to clean this mess up? Are you the owner, then?"
"I could be," Kivian grins broadly, his expression growing flirty. The avian isn't impressed.
"It is a simple yes or no answer."
Centaur clears his throat, and Kivian changes tactics. "I am not the owner, but I am very, very good friends with him. He toys with one of his rings, and I sure hope the bribery angle works, because I'm not sure we can take on an entire station full of Vitarians." I start counting heads, just in case. 2 at a shipping panel, the one here with the data pad, 4 along each wall, a second station nearby with the same setup, a control room above us.
"Where is the owner, then?" the Vitarian asks.
Kivian strokes his chin. "Well, he should have been on this ship. Your guess is as good as mine." The Vitarian makes the hand gesture again from earlier, the gentle touch of one hand to the opposite ear, as if he's blocking the words. I've seen that gesture somewhere before, and when I glance at the other avians at the panel, I see they make the same gesture. A tidbit about our past floats into my memory, and I remember that the wars with the Slatran Consortium were fought over religion. Are they still religious, then?
"I need a release from the owner," the avian says.
"Well, I'm quite certain he would give you one, if he weren't so very dreadful at leaving his toys unattended." Kivian's smile is bright and easy, likable. He toys with his rings again. "I'm sure we can come to some sort of agreement." The avian just squawks, his downy feathers ruffling.
"Do you think to bribe me, sir?"
"Bribery?" Kivian pretends to be shocked. "Not at all." I turn around, as if politely adjusting my clothing, and duck my head. As I do, I speak into the communicator wired along the curve of my ear. "Try a religious angle," I whisper. "Tell them you need the ship for a vow to the gods of some kind." "It's just," Kivian continues smoothly, "I made a vow to the gods." As I turn around, tugging at my cuff, I see the Vitarian cock his head in a very avian manner, his round eyes blinking rapidly. "A vow?" "Yes. I promised to the gods that If something ever happened to my brothers, I would do my best to bring them home." He affects a pious expression, bowing his head. "I'm not sure what happened, but I can at least bring their beloved ship back." The avian makes that strange finger-to-the-ear gesture again. "A vow to the gods is very important." "It is," Kivian assures him. "I will twist in the darkness of the black hole of sin for all eternity if I do not keep my vows. My ancestors will weep tears of sorrow. My descendants will—" "Bring it down a notch," Centaur warns quietly. Kivian ends with a cough, clasping his hands over his heart. "Let me just say, much rides on my vows." The Vitarian blinks again. He types something into his datapad and then puts his claw-like hand out. "I would not wish to keep you from a religious vow. Swear to your gods that the ship is meant to be yours." "I swear it by Holy Mother Fran and the Holy Daughter Jasmine." Kivian's look is utterly sincere as he puts his ring-covered hand into the Vitarian's grasp. It is a bit like the human handshake I have seen the females do, but when Kivian pulls back, his rings are gone from his fingers, and the Vitarian tucks something into the front of his clothing. "Come back in 6 standard hours. You will need to pay an acquisition fee, an off-worlder fee for taxation purposes, a docking fee for how long we've held your ship, and any other tickets or fines she has acquired in her stay here." "Fine. Lovely." The Vitarian keeps typing. "Until then, please leave my dock." Kivian clasps his hands, smacking them together loudly. "I shall do so. Perhaps I will spend the time praying." Alivos surges forward, tugging the captain by his arm. "Let's go pray in quiet at a cantina somewhere, yes? Get out of this nice male's feathers." "Of course," Kivian states. I follow behind them, and I can feel the eyes of all the Vitarians watching us. They might agree to this for now, but I can only imagine what sort of fees we're going to have to pay to acquire the little sister back from them. Bribery makes the universe go round, but we have to play this carefully or else we lose the ship and our credits. I follow behind Alivos and Kivian, my hands on my weapons, Centaur at my back. "I'm not sure I like how easy that was," Centaur murmurs into our linked comm as we head into the narrow, crowded halls of the Vitarian station. "They're going to just release the ship without asking more questions. Either they're extremely crooked, or this is a trap. Or both," Alivos mutters. "We'll be careful," I add in. "Now that I have Sophie, I'm not jeopardizing my future with her. Watch yourselves at the cantina. Don't drink what they put in front of you. Don't talk to anyone. Just hold your glass and listen to the music." "I'm not sure if a religious man like myself should be heading to a cantina," Kivian says. "What would the Holy Mother Fran think?" "She'd probably want you to shut your trap," Alivos comments. I chuckle because she probably would. 75. Jarok. It's a long 6-hour wait for the little sister to be released. I expected something along these lines, of course. Paperwork at any sort of station is never fast, and the more palms that need to be greased, the slower things can move. I worry about Sophie, sitting in hiding with the other females inside the guts of the Jabberwock. I know she's safe, but this is the longest I've been apart from her since we've met, and I don't like it. I need her, and the craving to see her continues to grow stronger by the moment, until I'm twitching and ready to start throwing things by the time we leave the cantina and head back to the docking bay where the Jabberwock is stationed. Sure enough, the sister has been pulled into the adjacent bay as promised. She looks much worse for the wear next to the Jabberwock, her paint dull and a massive dent right at the crest of the ship, like she's taken a few too many shots to the head in a bar fight. Centaur makes a pained sound at the sight of her, and I know he's thinking of his mate. I'm thinking of Sophie, and if the sight of the abandoned ship is going to hurt her. My mate's just so keffing soft. I wouldn't change that for anything, but I wish I could protect her from moments like this. Kivian just looks pleased at the sight of her. He puts his hands on his hips, studying the ship, then gestures at myself and Centaur. "You two, go and check her out. Make sure she can clear the dock on her own or see if we need to tow her. I don't want to scratch the Silver Mistress if we don't have to." He turns to the avian in charge of the dock. "Let us work out the payment details, shall we? I am eager to get off and return to my prayers." I fight the urge to roll my eyes. Kivian's lucky he's charming because he's also keffing obvious. His good looks and jovial manner are the only reasons he gets away with so much. Centaur and I go inside the abandoned ship in silence. There's a somber feeling that hangs in the air as we board the bridge, and everything inside is utterly still. Dead. There's a fine layer of dust on everything, and it's obvious that wherever the brothers went, they went some time ago. I think of all the times I was jealous that Sophie was waiting anxiously for a comm from them and feel like a callous fool. It never occurred to me that they might be in danger. "Any signs of anything?" Centaur asks me as I fire up the ship's logs. I scan them quickly. Nothing, just regular entries. Nothing that says where they went, but that's not a surprise. The Vitar would have checked the communication logs, too. Let's check the rest of the ship. We split up and go room by room, checking everything, but it all looks undisturbed. We meet back up on the bridge, and I run a scan, but no life forms show other than the two of us. Centaur sends a comm back to Kivian. "We're all clear here." "Excellent!" Kivian's jovial voice blares into my ear. "I've worked out the payment details with our kind hosts, and they've graciously changed out the fuel cells on the Sister. She should be ready to go, and we'll be right behind you." I take a seat at the captain's chair while Centaur moves to the navigation station. "Ready when you are. I'm more than ready to get this over with. I just want to see Sophie again. I know that the moment we're out of the Vitar orbit, Centaur will go back to the Jabberwock and Sophie will come over here. At least then we'll be alone together." "Running a diagnostic," Centaur says. We run every single test possible in the engines, checking for problems, but nothing pops up. There's no issues, no malfunctions, nothing that would have caused the three brothers to abandon a working ship. It just makes no sense. I'm baffled by it, and I can tell Centaur is, too. The navigator runs a hand down his face as we wait to launch and leave the Vitar docks. "It doesn't make any sense. None of this makes sense. Why would they leave the Sister behind?" "Ransom's the only thing I can think of," I say, but it's not a great answer. It means they've been held captive all this time. "If that's the case, then where's the ransom? Where's the request for credits?" Centaur looks weary. "They've just vanished. Zoe won't be satisfied until we have an answer." I suspect Sophie won't either. Something will make itself known. 3 grown males don't just disappear. They're somewhere, and they're probably causing trouble. "Here's hoping." Centaur's voice is grim. "I'm glad there's no signs of a struggle, and yet—" I know what he means. "And yet you wish you had something to bring back to your mate, some sort of information that would help." He nods. "I don't like that I can't comfort her." I know just what he means. I'm a mess at the sight of Sophie's tears. I can only imagine scrappy Zoe weeping and how much it tears him apart. "Let's just get things moving," I say, my mood souring. "I'm tired of looking at your face. I'd rather look at my mate's." "Feelings mutual," Centaur says, unruffled, and links up the Little Sister's navigation with that of the Jabberwock, setting a course. Everything goes smoothly, and we leave the orbit of Vitar behind. I watch the green and gold planet disappear behind us, the cluttered ring surrounding it fading from view. Sophie's missing this view. I watch as we pass by one of the far-flung moons and think of Sleipnir and how much Sophie adores him. Everything makes me think of my female. It's like my brain has been completely rewired and nothing matters except her. I don't even mind it. If anything, it pleases me. I'd much rather think about Sophie than, say, scrapping, or the war, or anything else. The minutes crawl past as we put Vitar behind us, and when the request to board comes from the Jabberwock, I practically leap out of my seat. Centaur does too, and I know he's more than ready to see his mate again as well. We're both twitchy and restless as the Jabberwock pulls up alongside the Sister and extends the umbilical that connects the ships together. I accept the connection and move to the portal, watching as each protective set of doors opens. Then Sophie is there, coming through, her face wreathed in smiles, and I can't stop smiling either. Our eyes meet through the windows of multiple doors, and her grin grows even broader, her steps quickening as she moves through the tunnel, the Caranu at her heels. "Happy for you, friend," Centaur says in a low voice, and he sounds pleased. I'm happy for me, too.
76. Sophie. This isn't the ship I remember. As Jarok sets up the navigation of the Little Sister to align with the Jabberwock, I wander up and down the halls of the abandoned ship. Sleipnir follows nearby, but when he heads into the kitchen and starts sniffing around, I don't follow him. I head toward crew quarters, feeling melancholy. It's like a ghost town in here. It doesn't feel like a home, and it certainly doesn't feel like the place I lived in before I came to live with Jarok. Not that it ever truly felt like home, but it didn't feel like this. It didn't feel abandoned, deserted, a shell of what it once was. The funny thing is, I keep expecting to turn a corner and see broken things in the ship, to see light panels that have gone out or a screen that isn't working. But everything's just fine. There's a layer of dust on all the surfaces, and the floors are dirty, as if booted feet walked over them dozens of times. But other than that, it's just as it ever was. I pause in front of Adiron's room, running a finger over the dust that's accumulated in the carved lettering on his door. I want to peek inside, but it doesn't feel right to snoop, even if they're not around. Footsteps. I recognize the heavy steps and turn to look over at Jarok with a weary smile. We good to go? The sister is set to ride behind the Jabberwock at a safe distance. We're pretty much on autopilot for the next while. He comes to my side and slips his arms around my waist, resting his chin atop my head. You all right? Yeah, I say softly. I just don't understand it. Where do 3 men like that go? What made them leave their ship behind? And their weapons and their credits, Jarok adds. I installed a secret panel for them in the engine room a few years back, and I checked it earlier. It's full. Wherever they went, they intended to come back. That makes me feel worse. Do you think they're dead? I don't know what to keffing think, to be honest. He presses a kiss to the top of my head. But I want you to know you belong with me no matter what, even if we find them tomorrow and they desperately need a navigator. His hands slide up to my breasts, cupping them. You belong with me. I chuckle. They must be super desperate if they want me as a navigator. No, they know what a smart, wonderful female you are. He nuzzles at my hair, brushing his mouth against it. I should return to the engine room. I need to watch over the diagnostic checks to make sure nothing's been tampered with. I just wanted to check on you. Sure you're all right? I'm sure. I hug his arms against me, feeling very loved and protected, tucked against his chest and enveloped in his arms. If it's all right with you, I think I'll clean up. It doesn't look like anyone's done it in forever. Absently, I rubbed the toe of my shoe against a scuff on the floor. That might not all be recent. They are 3 adult males in a ship, after all. I doubt a Voss Sithai has ever cleaned up after themselves. I laugh, because he's not altogether wrong. The brothers don't need a navigator as much as they need a maid. Because cleaning's a distraction as well as a pleasure for me, I do it by hand instead of starting up the cleaning bots. I pull out all of the cleaning equipment from the closet in the hangar, and it's all just as I left it. Yeah, the brothers aren't big on cleaning up after themselves, but I knew that. I head into the kitchen and pick through a sea of wrappers and empty noodle cartons, wrinkling my nose and fishing a door handle out of Sleipnir's mouth. Unless whoever took them decided to eat all their noodles and toss down the wrappers, something tells me that this is more Caspar and Adiron's doing than anything else, I tell the big Caranu. They're pigs. Matthias is a little better, but not by much. After I clean up the sea of wrappers, I scrub the countertops and the floors. I turn the food dispensers to cleaning mode, and the machines whir and steam, making a ton of noise as I move to the next room, and the next, and down the hall. By the time I'm satisfied that the areas Jarok and I will be using are as clean as they can possibly be, I wipe my sweaty brow and move to one of the wall panels, checking in on Jarok. He's still in the engine room, glancing between his datapad and the screen of scrolling information in front of him. Still running diagnostics, it seems. I want to go and kiss him all over, because I'm filled with such love for him. Even through all that's been going on, his first concern is how I feel. No one's ever put me first before him, and it's the most incredible feeling. I'm not sure I'll ever get used to it. It makes me want to shower his face with kisses, and shower places below his belt with kisses too. But my Jarok is busy, and I don't want to be the reason he misses something important. With a sigh, I turn toward the lavatory. It's the last room left, and the lavatory itself is a project all on its own. There's a massive steam shower, toilets, sinks, and enough equipment for a contingent of 8, the capacity of a ship like the Sister. Each private room has its own small lavatory, but the showers in those are sonic. This one's water, and the thought of a hot, steamy shower sounds amazing right now. I hesitate for a moment and then look around for Sleipnir. He paces around the hall, sniffing along the cracks I just cleaned, and then paws at one. I move forward, curious, and peer at the narrow space between the door and the hallway that's a handspan wide. I thought it was a slot for more bots, but Sleipnir seems very interested in it. I put my hand in and touch cool metal. I pull out a long-handled, freestanding broom, shiny and chromatic, and Sleipnir's ears perk up. "You," I scold, even as I screw the bottom of the broom off. "Such a naughty baby, aren't you? You smelled all that metal and wanted a snack." I pull the long handle off of the broom and hold it out for Sleipnir. His powerful jaws immediately crunch around it, and he races down the hall with his prize, no doubt off to find a bed where he can slobber on it in private. I roll my eyes and head into the lavatory. Perfect time to shower, at least. The lavatory is just as gross as I thought it would be, but after living with 3 guys on board the Sister, I'm not entirely surprised at the state of it. Nothing here looks amiss either, right down to the finger smudges on the big mirror over the sinks. I shake my head in disgust at men, alien or otherwise, who don't know how to turn on a damn scrubber, and strip my clothes off. I turn on the shower heads, all of them, and the room immediately begins to fill with steam. There's a wooden bench at the far end of the shower booth, and I sit on it, closing my eyes and letting the steam melt some of my worries away. It feels good in here, I realize, the heat easing some of the aches out of my body like a sauna. And I wonder absently if it'd be good for Jarok to try. Maybe we need to get a steam shower back on our station. Our station. Funny how I've decided it's half mine, though I don't think Jarok would disagree. He'd give me the entire thing if it made me happy. I don't want anything but him, though. Smiling, I open my eyes and get to my feet. The lavatory is filled with clouds of steam, the air thick and muggy. I glance over at the mirrors absently, and pause. The mirrors are fogged up with condensation. In the condensation, someone's written something. It's a message. 77. Sophie. I stare at the mirror in utter fascination. It's a message. Someone's left a message for us. I just can't read it. The lettering is unfamiliar to me, and I can't read Misaka. Obviously, this message was meant for someone to find. I gaze at the lettering, trying to make it out, and the symbol at the front looks vaguely familiar. I think that's the Misaka honorific for Lord. Is this a name? Jarok will know. Excited, I go to open the door to the bathroom, even though it's steamy and I'm still naked. It's not like there's anyone else on the ship anyhow. As I touch the handle, though, the door doesn't move. I frown, running my fingers along the edges, and discover that one of the wires connecting the door is broken, hanging limp next to the panel as if it's been cut. How did I miss that earlier? Something moves in the steam behind me, and my heart plummets. I'm not alone in this room. My first instinct is to curl up in a ball and try to hide, but that's stupid. Whoever is in here knows that I'm in here too. It's not like I've been quiet about it. I move away from the mirror, looking for something to use as a weapon. I can't find anything, and my searching hands move over smooth porcelain and metal, trying to twist knobs off or pull a handle free so I have something to use. The only thing I have is a towel. The moment I grab it, I hear the click of a blaster being armed and the gentle whine of it firing up. I freeze as the barrel moves next to my head. "Who are you?" I ask. The words come out in English, which is silly because this alien won't know English. There's a squawk, and my translator chimes in. "Remain where you are." I do, not daring to move. I hold the towel just over the bench, my back aching from being bent over, but I'm too scared to straighten. I feel intensely vulnerable naked, but more than that, I'm unarmed. I wish I had a gun or a club. And Sleipnir, my Sleipnir, he'd protect me. I wonder if he smelled this intruder earlier when I thought he was sniffing out the broom. Did he notice the scent of another, and silly me thought he just wanted a new chew toy? I'm an idiot. I've been so trusting, and now I'm going to pay for it. I raise my gaze up to my captor, daring to look at him. It's one of the bird people, the Vitar. He's covered in a fine layer of golden feathers, his face beaky and triangular. His eyes and hands are raptor-like, and there's an arching plume at the back of his head. He wears a black uniform and boots, and looks like some sort of demonic cross between Big Bird and a humanoid. He nudges the blaster's barrel toward me again. "Where are your credits?" My credits? I don't have credits." He tilts his head, then nods, and to my horror, I realize he's talking with someone else via comm. Someone else is on this ship, too. "We heard you speaking earlier. Your mate said there are credits. Where are they?" I blank out. Jarok mentioned that there were credits, but I don't remember where he said they were. Oh God, Jarok, is he safe? Is he being held with a gun to his head, too? I have to get to him. I lick my lips, trying to think. Better yet, trying to stall. If I can keep this guy with me, hopefully that means Jarok is safe. "I don't remember," I say, and it's not hard to add tears and a whiny note to my voice. "Please, I'm just a human." The alien gives me a look of disgust. That's fine. Let him think I'm pathetic. That's how I've survived for so long. I cringe in front of him, and all the while my mind is racing. What do I have in here? What can I use? My tunic is in the corner, along with my belt, but it's a decorative one. My boots? They're soft, except for the flexible soles. Shit. I've got nothing, and I want to scream with frustration. Where's Sleipnir? Desperately, I think of my Caranu, but he's no doubt happily chewing on his new metal stick, oblivious to the danger I'm in. "If you don't know, you're no good to me," the alien says, waving the blaster in my face. I whimper in terror, flinching when he pokes me in the face with the butt of it. "Please." I'm good at simpering. I managed to do it for 9 years, all the while nursing hatred in my heart. "I'll do anything you ask, just don't kill me." It's the right thing to say. Demon Big Bird gets a pensive look on his face, and he lowers the gun just a little. "I've never seen a human before. Stand up so I can get a good look at you." I pretend to be meek as I get to my feet, all the while thinking seething, angry thoughts. I just need him to lower the gun a bit more so I can take it from him, and then I'm going to fill his bird brain full of holes for threatening me and my Jarok. I slowly stand, and when he makes a gesture with the gun, I turn, presenting him with my backside before slowly turning to face him again. "Interesting creature," he murmurs, and then gestures at his crotch. "Well, you said anything." Fuck you, I think silently, even as I drop to my knees in front of him. Fuck you, fuck you. I'm not even scared anymore. I'm just angry. I notice his hand close to his waist, and his grip is looser on the blaster all the time as he grows more and more distracted. I pretend to be an idiot, fumbling with his belt as if I don't know how an auto fastener works. "Please," I whine in my best sorry voice. "Help me with this." He puts his hand on my face instead of on his belt. Close enough. I turn and sink my teeth into his skin. The bird alien screeches in pain, and the blaster goes clattering to the slick tile floors. I spit out a mouthful of feathers as I release him, scrambling after the gun. Before I can reach it, one clawed hand grabs my leg, and faster than I can move, the alien crawls over my body and slams my head into the floor. I see stars. A bright wash of red and stars. Pain blasts through my skull, and all I can do is lie on the floor, utterly dazed, waiting for my brain to right itself again. "Caffing beast!" the bird squawks, as if I'm the problem. I spit out another feather, a silent fuck you to him. At least when I die, they won't say I went down without a fight. "The human bit me," the bird alien snarls at his friend. He pauses. "No, not yet. Let me just kill it." Another pause and a sigh. "Fine." I know without even hearing the other side of the conversation what's happening. He wants to kill me, but I'm too valuable alive. He's just going to have to suck it up and deal with me. "Get up," the alien tells me. "Go fuck yourself," I say, closing my eyes. Captivity, again. I'm going to be sold. I'm going to lose Jarok and Sleipnir, if they're even still alive. As if my wonderful, handsome Jarok knows I'm thinking about him, the comm in the lavatory buzzes. "Sophie, you taking a shower?"
78. Jarok. Something's not right. The feeling niggles at me as I run yet another diagnostic in the engine room, watching the numbers scroll across the screen. They look fine. Everything's reading as it should. There's no unusual fluctuations, no hints that something isn't running optimally. And yet, I can't shake the feeling that there's something off about the situation. It's been lurking in my head, this general feeling of wrongness, ever since we left Vitar. It might be the cynic in me, who finds it was just too easy for us to leave the spaceport, that it should have been more difficult to extract the little sister from the grips of an alien race in a forbidden system. It feels as if we're missing some sort of obvious answer, or we're walking into a trap. But maybe I'm just too used to things being hard for me. Frustrated, I watch as the diagnostic pings with an all-clear response, and I put my datapad aside. Maybe spending some time with Sophie will help me work through my thoughts. I've been so focused on checking and rechecking the sister in the hopes for clues of some kind that I've neglected my poor mate. I tap the screen, flicking through the readings. Sophie's vitals show she's in the lavatory. She does love cleanliness, my mate. I buzz her through the comm, unable to stop the smile on my face. "Sophie? You taking a shower?" It takes her a moment to respond, and I imagine her soaking, reaching for the comm with a wet hand. Those glorious breasts of hers are probably all soapy, and the visual distracts me. Sophie finally responds. "Yes, I'm here." "Can I join you?" I ask, letting a hint of promise slide into my voice. Her answer takes a moment again. "No, I'm good. Thanks." She closes the comm, and I'm stung at her crisp answer. Sophie loves to be held, and we've taken showers together several times before. She loves her hair washed or for me to scrub her back, and she's never...
As the notes fade gently, let your mind feel lighter, ready to re-enter the world of the story.
refused me before. Is something bothering her? Did I do something wrong? Fighting my wounded feelings, I head toward the kitchen. Maybe some food will soothe my sour mood. Sophie probably just needs time to process how she feels about the little sister and the missing Vasithai brothers, and doesn't need me groping her. I head into the kitchen, and it's obvious Sophie's been in here. Everything sparkles with cleanliness. The floor's shining, and there's a faint smell of cleanser in the air. I grin to myself at the sight and head for one of the food dispensers, and nearly trip over the damned Caranu as I do. He's sprawled on the floor, sleeping in that stretched-out way that he does. "Come on, buddy," I say, tapping him lightly with the tip of my boot. "Move it or lose it." The Caranu doesn't budge. In fact, he doesn't move at all. A cold feeling sweeps over me as I stare down at the creature. I look for a breath, knowing Sophie will be utterly devastated if he's died, and I'm relieved to see Sleipner's ribs are moving up and down. He's breathing. As I watch, though, it's like he's breathing too slow, and I put a hand on him, trying to wake him up. Still no response. I give him a little shake, and as I do, I see a discoloration on his neck, like a bruise. As I turn his large triangular head, trying to see, a syringe rolls out from under the Caranu's paws. Kef me. Kef, kef, kef. I'm instantly on alert. We're not alone on this ship. Immediately I know what's been bothering me. All the pieces slide into place. The logs, the diagnostics, everything seems so normal. Too normal. There's no fluctuations that an older ship like the Little Sister would have. They've been tampered with to ensure that my guard is down, and I can bet that's not the only thing that's been tampered with. I go to the wall panel and log into the Sister's controls, searching for life forms. Only Sophie, myself, and Sleipner come back, but that's easy enough to override as well. With the right coding, the Sister will ignore everything it's told to ignore, and I'd be none the wiser. Sophie. I freeze in horror as I realize what this means. Her strange response while she was in the lavatory? Her refusal. I didn't think it was like her, because it's not. Terrified, I turn on the intercom in the lavatory, listening in. Sophie's weeping can be heard over the patter of the shower, and my chest tightens. Her crying always tears at me because I want to fix it for her. Then I hear another voice, a male, speaking to her, asking her where the credits are hidden. My sadness is replaced with cold, hard fury. So that's it, then. It's a robbery. We were allowed to leave with the Sister because they knew she wouldn't be going anywhere. They plan on robbing us, most likely killing us, and then taking both ships back to port. I listen to the man harassing Sophie. There's only one voice in there with her, and judging by their conversation, Sophie's answers, panicked and afraid, the Vitar male is speaking with another Vitarian. I turn on the overhead cameras and see only the one male in the lavatory with her. Sophie is on her knees, naked, crying but otherwise unharmed. He won't harm her, just like they didn't kill Sleipner. Both Sophie and the Caranu are valuables. That part makes me feel better, at least, as I storm out of the kitchen and head for the engine room, where the secret compartment full of guns is located. And then I stop. They don't know where the guns are hidden, but that could change if I open the stash. If I'm being watched, I'll lose all leverage and they'll kill me or space me, and then I won't be able to help Sophie. All right, I'll have to do this with only the weapons I can make for myself. I turn and stare right into the barrel of a blaster. Another Vitarian has come out of hiding, and he studies me with that avian way of his, head cocked slightly. I put my hands up. I don't like the idea of surrendering, but this way they'll take me to Sophie. When I'm with her, I can comfort her and come up with a plan. This isn't over, not by a long shot. So I do my best to look worried instead of furious as I raise my hands higher in the air. Don't shoot! I'll do whatever you want. 79. Jarok. I haven't survived on my own this long on the edge of the universe out of sheer luck. I know how to swim with the pirates and murderers that inhabit these waters. It doesn't matter that I don't have a weapon. By the time my captors lead me into the rec room with a dripping wet Sophie, I'm already setting the stage for my plan. I limp heavily as I walk, deliberately placing my feet in a way that adds pressure onto my prosthetics and makes my circuits jump. I act as if they're worse than they actually are, as if all my limbs are weighing me down and it's effort just to move. Let them think I'm slow and broken. It'll give me an edge when I strike. Sophie jumps to her feet as I shamble into the rec room, a choked sob in her throat. One of the Vitarians immediately grabs her by the shoulder and slams her back down onto her knees, and she weeps even louder, her gaze on me. I fight back the surge of anger I feel at the sight of her. They didn't even give her a towel. She's dripping water and shivering with cold. The aliens nudge me in the back with a blaster, pushing me forward, and I mock collapse at Sophie's side. Her crying becomes louder, her hands moving all over me.
Jarok!
I pretend to struggle to sit upright. I hate that she's so worried, but her tears are just helping sell this moment. As I sit up, I mentally assess the room. There's a crystalline vase with a plant growing in it at the far side of the room. There's a large curved vid screen mounted to the wall. There's a comfortable couch with pillows and other seating, but I don't see a lot that can be used as a weapon. If our captors leave us alone in this room, I can take apart the electronics and use the pieces to craft some sort of weapon. I can take the long sleeves of my uniform and rip them off, fill one end with bolts and gears and use it as a bludgeon, like putting a heavy rock into a sock and swinging it. It's crude, but effective. Sophie's hands caress my face, and I look over at her. She's terrified, her pupils large in her face, and instinctively I wrap my arms around her. I need to comfort her. The butt of one of the blasters slams into my shoulder, right where my prosthetic is attached to my body, and sends a bolt of agony flaring through me. "Let go of the female. She's cold and scared," I growl at them. "Let me comfort her." "Tell us where the credits are stashed," a second alien says, coming up to us. "You can play with the female all you want after that." I snort. The moment I tell them anything, I'm dead. The only way I get out of this alive is holding out on information for as long as possible. "What credits?" "We know there's a stash on this ship. It's a pirate ship, is it not?" They nudge one of the blasters into my face again. I shrug, deliberately not looking in its direction. "I'm just here to take her to the port Captain wants her at." "And you're human? And you're Caranu? Those are both pricey pieces, friend." The Vitarian smirks. "They belong to the captain. I'm just watching them." "If everything belongs to the captain, then you won't mind telling us where his credits are stashed." The avian alien gives me an evil look. "We'll even cut you in if you work with us, friend." Sure they will. Go keff yourself. I'm not telling you anything. The butt of one of the blasters slams into my brow. It makes a loud cracking noise, but doesn't hurt all that much, thanks to the plating on my forehead. I give my head a little shake and glare up at them. "Gonna have to do better than that, friend." This time the alien kicks me, hard, his clawed foot landing at the joint of my shoulder. I slam backward and my arm sizzles with feedback as my circuits flare, the wiring stretched. If I were a normal male, that kick probably would have knocked my arm out of socket. As it is, it just sends pain rocketing through my system. I groan, rolling around on the floor even as my head fills with the pinging alerts of my prosthetic in danger of going offline. "Kev, you," I grit out. "You can make this easy on yourself, or you can make this difficult." The avian looms over me, planting a foot at my shoulder again. "All we want are the credits. Tell us and we'll let you leave with the female." That's when I know they're lying. If they didn't care about taking Sophie with them, they'd be kicking her too, trying to get information out of her. She's not marked up, and as awful as it is, I know it's because a pretty slave fetches a lot more than a beaten one. I glare up at the alien. "You think I'm a fool?" The Vitarian leans on my shoulder until my joints crack painfully. "Leave him alone," Sophie sobs, crawling across the floor toward me. "You're hurting him." "It wouldn't be necessary if he cooperated," the avian says. "Look at how unreasonable he is." And he steps on me again, sending a fresh wave of pain through my body. I can feel where the wiring is coming loose, and it sends needles of pain through my body, as if it were a real limb. It's a nightmare. It gives me an idea.
80. Sophie. I can't stop crying as they abuse Jarok, trying to get him to admit where the guns and credits are stashed on the ship. He takes all that they unleash on him, not saying a thing as they hit his face, kick him, and use the butts of their guns as bludgeons. It's not just terror that makes me cry. I'm so damn angry and frustrated that I'm helpless. That every time I get to my feet to help him, they shove me backward as if I'm nothing. Jarok shoots me a warning look, and I know he doesn't want me to interfere. So I stop trying to help and just bite my knuckles, watching. They don't touch me, at least. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. The two men continue to brutalize Jarek until the door opens and a third bird alien steps through. "Any luck?" he asks. "Nothing." His feathers ruffle, and he makes a sound that reminds me of an angry crow. "Leave it for now, and come help me search then. We don't have much time before we meet up with the others." So there are more coming? Or are they meeting up with a group that's going to haul us back to Vitar? Either way, I'm not a fan. We have to do something, and quickly. I hold my breath as they file back out of the room, leaving Jarok rolling on the floor in agony. The moment they're gone, I rush to his side. "Jarok, are you okay?" He groans, clutching at his arm. His eyes are squeezed tightly shut, as if the pain is too much. "Are they gone?" "For now." I glance around the room, but we're alone. Immediately, he sits up, wincing as he rotates his arm. "Keffing bastards." He tilts his head, neck cracking, and I blink in surprise at the transformation. "Think they're so tough," he grumbles. "I want to wring every one of their skinny necks." I touch his good shoulder gently, studying him. "Are you okay? Do you need to count?" I remember the nightmares he had, where he had to count aloud over and over again to keep himself strong. I'll hold his hand and count with him if he needs it. I just have to make sure he's okay. He gives me a wry smile, his face bloodied. "Knowing you're all right makes me able to handle this." I bite my lip, nodding. The question I've been afraid to ask is on my lips. "Sleipnir?" "Drugged." When my shoulders slump with relief, he continues. "They won't harm him, Sophie. He's more valuable alive and unharmed than dead. You are too." He gives me a protective look. "No matter what happens, you'll be safe." My throat feels tight. I cup his cheek. "What about you?" "I'm going to kill those keffing bastards." He grins, his lips tinged with blood. "Or go down trying." Good. I'm glad I'm not the only one feeling bloodthirsty and full of rage. What can I do to help? Should I distract them? Feign sickness? What? I gesture at the comm panel in the corner of the room. "Can we call the Jabberwock?" He shakes his head. "Comms will be down. That's the first thing any pirate hits. Hopefully, the Jabberwock will notice when our flight path changes. We just have to survive that long." "Got it." Jarok gives me a stern look. "As for what you can do to help, let me handle it. I have a plan, and it'll work better if I'm not distracted by worrying about you." I don't know if I like that. I dab at a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth and frown at him. "I can take care of myself. Let me help you." "I know you can. I'm not saying that to be dismissive. But worrying about you distracts me, and I need to focus." Jarok touches the auto-fastener at his throat and then shrugs his tunic off, detaching it from the pants of his uniform. He winces as he pulls it off, and the creak of his arm is louder than ever, sending a note of concern through me. I help him finish peeling his tunic off, and then, to my surprise, he pulls it around my shoulders. "For you," he says. "Are you all right?" My eyes burn as I nod, fighting back tears. I'm not the one they're trampling on, but I can tell that all of his concern is for me. No one's ever cared so much, and it just makes my heart swell with even more love. I want to kiss him, but his lip is split and bruised, so I just push my arms through the sleeves and tuck the shirt around my body. "When we get out of this, I'm giving you the messiest, sloppiest, longest blowjob ever. If you like." He chuckles, leaning back against the wall as if fatigued. He closes his eyes, and he looks so exhausted that it worries me. "Just so you know, whatever happens in the next while, I don't want you to panic." Jarok's voice drops to a whisper. "No matter how I act." How are you going to act? Like I'm dying. I suck in a breath, my stomach clenching in distress. Oh, okay. I hope that was the reason he was limping when he came in. I hope. But then I remember the agonized creak of his arm just a moment ago, and I'm worried. Give me a signal word. If you're in danger and no longer pretending, use the signal word, and I'll jump in and help. Jarok frowns at me, opening his eyes to glare in my direction. I'm not gonna do that. I ignore his protest, drumming my fingers on my thigh as I think. What about the word terrarium? If you say that, I know that you need my help. Or outlander. But I'm not entirely sure how you'll be able to work that into a conversation. Sophie. He reaches for me. The man is not a great listener, but then again, neither am I. I ignore his attempts to quiet me, shaking my head. I know I don't have a gun and I'm not very strong, but I'm a great ankle biter, and like you said, they want me alive. Sophie, no, I'm not going to use a code word. Jarok's expression is determined. You're mine to protect, and that's what I'm going to do. Well, what about you being mine? I say, equally determined. Maybe I want to protect you too. His smile is achingly sweet, even as he rubs at his shoulder. It's bruised, the skin mottled around his prosthetic, and as I watch, he digs his fingers into the crude wiring coming from his skin, as if pressure will somehow stop the pain that's surely going up and down his arm. I know you do. That's why I love you. And that's why I'm going to keep you safe. You trust me, right? I nod. Then let me take the lead. He grimaces and stops messing with his arm, letting it hang limp at his side. He reaches out for me with his good hand, a faint smile on his face. I take his hand in mine, because what else can I do?
81. Jarok. The wiring in my arm is going to give out. It's never been the strongest. I've always known to be cautious with where my arm is joined to my flesh because the wires and electrodes surgically attached were done sloppily at best, and they always feel a bit too loose at the best of times. After the attack from my captors, though, the wires have been pushed beyond their limits and my body is sending phantom pain to that area even as the feedback alerts in my mind go haywire. Even so, it's a good thing. I try not to let Sophie know what I'm up to. She's worried enough as it is. With a damp strip she's torn off of my sleeve, she dabs at my wounds, her lips pressed into a thin line. I can't let her see how much pain I'm in, or how I'm digging my fingers into the spiderweb of wires at the juncture of my shoulder, loosening and snapping bits as I go. I have to get this done. I have to. No matter how much it hurts, I've had worse. I remind myself of that, even as another searing bolt of pain flares through me. Sophie's at my side, and she's safe, and that means I can endure anything. Our captors return far too quickly, and Sophie and I exchange looks. I dig at my shoulder one last time and feel one of the biggest wires give way entirely. My entire prosthetic arm is hanging by only one or two wires, and the whole thing could come off. I clutch at my bicep and glare at our kidnappers as I stagger to my feet. It's only two of them right now, the other somewhere else on the ship. "Well?" one of the Batarians asks. "Are you ready to talk?" He saunters forward, all confidence, and I try to seem more weak and pathetic than I am. I hunch my shoulders and shuffle backward, making it seem as if my limbs are 20 times heavier than they are. He gives me a narrow-eyed look, poking me with the front of his blaster. "You Masaka aren't much in a fight. How did we lose the war if—" I snarl and with a mighty heave rip my arm free of the last of its moorings. With the weight of my body, I spin around, using the now-dead prosthetic as a club and slam it into my attacker's face. There's a crunch of bones, and the avian alien goes sprawling. His blaster skitters across the floor, spinning, and I see Sophie scramble to pick it up. Good girl. The other lifts his blaster and fires on me. The air hisses and the smell of burning flesh fills the room, but I'm too amped up on adrenaline to notice. I charge toward him and backhand him with my arm in a fluid motion, slamming him to the ground. He lands at my feet, and I raise my arm into the air and beat him again and again. I don't know if I could stop even if I wanted to. I just know it feels too good to slam my heavy prosthetic arm into his face, and each time I pound into him, it's for Sophie. Every hit is for Sophie and how they made her cry, how they scared her, how they threatened her. Jarok! Through a haze of pain and fury, I feel her cool hand on my shoulder. I blink, pausing and turn my unfocused gaze on her. She holds the blaster out to me. He's dead. They both are. We need to find the other. I glance down at the alien at my feet. He's definitely not alive. These avians have brittle bones, it seems, and I've been in too much of a fury to notice my enemy was no longer fighting back. I glance over at the other, and he's dead too, his beady eyes staring up at the ceiling, a sear wound from a blaster in the center of his forehead. I took care of him, Sophie says simply, gesturing for me to take the blaster. Are you okay? Do you need a moment? I suck in a deep breath and then nod. I'm fine. I take the blaster from her hand, noticing that I'm spattered with gore, but Sophie is calm. She watches me with steady eyes as she picks up the other blaster from a pool of blood on the floor and arms it, the gun whining as it comes online. My side aches from where they shot me. My arm aches too, which is hilarious because it's currently on the floor. It doesn't really hurt. It's all phantom limb pain, but my mind doesn't know that. I'm going to have a hell of a pain hangover later. For now, though, we have to finish cleaning house. I nod at Sophie, then look at my blaster. It's off at the moment, which means they were coming in for another round of torture instead of execution, and try to arm it, except I don't have another hand. On the floor, my old prosthetic twitches as if trying to respond. I hold my blaster out to my mate. On, please. She trades weapons with me, a firm look on her face. I'm ready. You should stay back. I don't like that she's going to be in danger. You shouldn't have ripped your arm off and beat someone with it, but we'll talk about what we should and shouldn't do later, she tells me in a prim voice. For now, we need to go kill another alien. Despite the pain I'm in, I grin at her. How in all the galaxies in the universe do people think she's soft? She's the fiercest thing I've ever met. Let's do this then. Sophie gives me a firm nod and puts a hand on my back. At least she's letting me take the lead. I head out of the rec room and down the hall, blaster raised and ready for action. Sophie is a step behind me, calm and cool, and I'm so keffing proud of her I could burst. We head toward the bridge in silence, and I try not to notice how much blood I'm dripping on the floors. It can be dealt with later. The sister has a medbay. I'll be fine. We get to the bridge, the door tightly closed and sealed. I can't open the panel without tossing my gun aside, so I shoot it instead. With a sizzle, the panel shorts out and the door slides open. The bridge is empty, though. How? Sophie asks, just as an alert pings. Escape pod launched, the little sister's computer intones. Flight path set. I lower my blaster, fighting the irrational surge of anger rushing through me. I don't get to finish off my other captor. He's run away like a coward. What do we do? Sophie asks, looking at me. I thump down into the nearest seat, wincing at how much everything hurts. We unlock the comms and ask the Jabberwock to shoot her down.
82. Sophie. I hover over the medbay tube, watching as Jarok's wounds are stitched by a dancing needle that moves over his skin. His bruises are covered in a thick paste and bandaged, and his shoulder is a mess of bloody wires and torn skin. The stupid medbay computer didn't do much for it, just slathered it with more paste and bandaged it, too. Jarok's arm is on a table nearby, the occasional finger twitching as if it's trying to respond to silent commands. Jarok, meanwhile, is sleeping peacefully, his big body calm as the needle stitches up his gut shot. Luckily, it missed all vital organs, but he lost a lot of blood, and a synthetic replacement is being fed into him through a tube in his good arm. He'll be fine, Alivos reassures me, as the ship slides, and we both automatically reach for something to hold on to. I know, I tell him, but I'm not moving from this spot, not until Jarok wakes up. The Jabberwock didn't shoot down our escaped pilot. Instead, they hunted down the escape pod, captured it, and forced the feathered alien to talk. I'm told it didn't take much encouragement to get him to speak, but I don't ask what that encouragement was. I don't want to know, and after what he did to my pet and my mate, I'd take a blaster and shoot him myself. I glance over at Sleipnir, who's in the other tube, sleeping off the heavy dose of sedative they gave him. According to the avian alien, they hadn't been aware of Sleipnir's presence on board and had shot him full of their entire payload just to be safe. My poor Karanu's breathing is labored, but he's been injected with all kinds of medications to counteract the drugs, and I'm told he'll be fine in several hours. "Can I get you anything, Sophie?" Alivos asks politely, touching my arm. "I need to go back to the bridge and monitor things, but I can ask Iris to join you if you'd like company." I turn and give him a faint smile. I'm all right. I'm just going to stay here. Iris and Alivos, along with Centaur and Zoe, have joined us on the Little Sister. Kivian and Tarek, along with their mates, remained on the Jabberwock, and our two ships are currently sliding through space, through some lesser-used paths, to try and lose any sort of trail we might have inadvertently sent back to the Vitarians. It's been a twisty ride for the last few hours, but with Zoe and Centaur helming things, it's all under control. We've split up from the Jabberwock just in case, and we'll rejoin them tomorrow on a flight path, but for now, we're on our own. There's a lot of cleaning to be done, but I can't bring myself to leave Jarok's side, or Sleipnir. One of them has to wake up soon, or I'm going to lose my shit. Alivos pats my arm again and leaves, heading for the bridge. They've changed the ship's systems to manual control, since we can't trust any programming that the Vitarians might have done. According to the prisoner, we were just another ship in a long line of ripped-off space travelers. It seems that the Vitarians have a system. Ransom the ship to whoever's willing to pay, leave stealth agents on board to kill whoever takes her, and then return to port to do the same thing over and over again. No wonder the Slatros system is considered off-limits. It's dangerous, all right. I run my fingers over the tube, desperate to touch Jarok's hand. I'm so damn needy. It's just, he's everything to me. I know he's going to be fine, and he's only unconscious because it's standard procedure for this sort of thing, so the patient doesn't move while being stitched. But it's still making me crazy. I press my forehead against the glass, miserable. "I love you," I whisper. "You know that, right?" "Sophie?" I sit upright, looking over at Zoe as she enters the med bay. It's the first time I've seen her since they boarded, because she's been busy with piloting the ship and a million other things, and I've been busy with, well, hovering over Jarok and Sleipnir. I know no one originally wanted Zoe on the Sister because they worried it would be painful for her, but her smile is bright and her expression is more relaxed than it has been in days. Her eyes are red, though. Alivos told me that she'd burst into tears at the sight of the message written in the steam on the mirror and hadn't stopped weeping for some time. "Hi." I give her a wan smile. Zoe just moves to my side and wraps her arms around me in a hug. Now I'm the one that feels like crying. I put my chin on her shoulder and we just hug each other for a long, long moment in silence. "This is the first moment I could get away," Zoe says, pulling away after a time. "I wanted to thank you for finding that message." "It was purely by accident," I tell her with a wry look. "But you knew what it was?" She laughs, the sound watery and just a little shaky. "Oh, yeah. When I was younger, Adiron found a stash of old human movies somewhere, and we watched them together. He used to laugh at human technology as if it was the funniest thing ever." Her face lights up in another bright smile. "One thing we saw in the movies was people leaving messages written in a foggy mirror, right? So Adiron always thought it was funny to write something, usually incredibly juvenile, in the mirror and leave it for me to find. He hasn't done it in years. Her voice catches, and she pauses, composing herself. But at least it's a message. Do you know what it says? I couldn't read it, just that it was a name. Zoe nods slowly. Lord Strake Sarin. It's an old family house back on Homeworld. Very influential. Or was. They've fallen out of favor since their house leader took up with a human and married her. Such a deviant, I murmur. Is the guy dangerous? Why didn't they leave any other messages? I don't know, Zoe confesses. She looks worried, glancing down at Jerok's med tube and then back at me. The only thing I could find on Strake was that he was the black sheep of his family before they became pariahs. He was the heir before Lord Varin's human wife had a child, so I don't know if he's on a rampage or what. He's also rumored to be a bit of a treasure hunter, so I'm hoping they're all just working together and it's nothing more dire than that. She crosses her arms over her chest and shrugs. It's an answer, at least, and I know they're alive. I don't add on, or they were at the time they left the message, because I'm not going to do that to Zoe. If she believes they're alive, I believe her. She knows the brothers better than anyone. So how do we find this Lord Strake? She snorts. That's the thing. I pulled flight logs and checked with my friend back on Vitar, and you'll never guess where Lord Strake Sarin's ship was last seen. My heart sinks. The Slatraw system? Bingo. Damn. What do we do now? The sister needs an overhaul of her computers, Zoe says bluntly. We can't trust whatever they've shoved into her programming. Centaur suggests that we head back to Jerok's station. My brothers are safe for now, because Lord Strake is a rebel, but he's not a murderer. We can regroup at Jerok's place and figure out where to head from there. I think we'll have to come back to the Slatra system, but we'll need new info for the sister if we take her with us, since she's compromised. I look down at Jerok in his tube, the stump of his shoulder bandaged. He ripped off his own arm to protect me, and it's a sight I'll never get out of my head as long as I live. Now he has to pay for it, though, because no one knows how to reattach a prosthetic arm and get it working again. Even the medbay computers, advanced as they are, won't help. Jerok has to go to 3 nebulas, I tell Zoe. We can't go back to his station yet. 3N? Why? I give her a calm look. Because we're going to take his credits and get him a new arm. 83. Sophie. Heading to the 3 Nebulas station is a little intimidating. I'm going as myself, not hiding under my Uli mask. Instead, I'm going as Jerok's pet, and Tarek and Alivos both are accompanying us as we visit Zakoar of the Broken Back. Jerok protests the thought of us going out of our way just for his arm, but I am utterly adamant and insist upon it. We're helping the others, they can help us. That's how these things work. And late at night, when we're in bed together, I catch Jerok touching the stump at his shoulder. I know what this means to him, and I intend on seeing it through. He won't insist for himself, so I'll insist for him. This time, when we head through the station, it's different than the one we visited near Jerok's home. Sleipnir absolutely will not leave my side these days. If we try to close him into a room by himself, he gets utterly destructive and wild, so it's better to just have him with me at all times. That means he sleeps with one paw on my hip, and even now on the station, he's at my side, wearing the world's smallest collar and hissing at everyone that walks too close. We have a lot of room to walk around on 3N. No one wants to get too close. Really, that's fine with me. I know parading Sleipnir around feels like asking for trouble, but he's so protective of me that we can't leave him behind, and I like having him with me. Plus, we're all armed to the teeth for this visit. I've got a blaster of my own at my belt and 2 knives tucked into my boots. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Even so, I'm a little on edge. Not because I'm afraid for my own safety, but because I'm worried Jarok's hopes are going to be up and we won't be able to get him the help he needs. I glance over at him. He's got a pack slung crosswise over his body, and his old prosthetic is in it. His empty sleeve is pinned up, and though he hasn't said anything, I sense he feels awkward without his arm. He's been quiet and pensive lately, and it's been days and days since we've had sex, thanks to Sleipnir's clinginess. It's stressful, but I'm with Jarok through good and bad. If this Zakoar guy can't help him, we'll figure something else out. I'm not giving up on Jarok. Not now, not ever. I want to hold his hand, but I know I can't. He's got it resting at his belt, just in case he has to pull a blaster out. So I just move a little closer to him to let him know I'm here. He glances over at me and smiles, and I feel his tail tuck into my belt, as if he's going to hold me close no matter what. I'll take it. The crowds of 3 nebulas watch us with interest, several murmuring at the Caranu as we walk past. I see faces of all kinds here. Aliens of all shapes and sizes wander past, and there's a chatter of voices in 100 dialects. Somewhere in the distance, there's reedy music playing, and as I pass by a cantina, a naked human woman dances and gyrates in a window, a slim golden chain attached to one ankle. I pause to look at her face, wondering if she's someone I knew, but Alivos takes my arm and steers me back toward our group. You can't save them all, Sophie. I know that. It's one of the hardest lessons I've learned out here in space. Still, my heart goes out to the woman in the window, and I hope her master is kind to her. This way, Tarek says, glaring at a cloaked merchant that wanders too close. Jarok puts an arm around my waist and pulls me against him, and I wonder if it's for my benefit or his. I hold on to his belt as we duck into a shop with a scrawl of alien language written across the door and no other decoration. Inside, it's dark and crowded, machinery parts hanging from every conceivable surface and from the ceiling, like the world's ugliest wind chimes. They clank and rattle against each other as the men duck inside, and Alivos heads to the counter, banging a fist on it. Jarok just holds me tighter, practically squeezing me against him, and I know he's nervous. Someone stomps out of the back rooms. I'm coming. Hold your keffin sack. A moment later, a large male alien ducks out of a back room, sending more parts clattering, and then unfurls himself to his full height. It's a Masaka, but he looks like no Masaka I've ever seen before. He's big and bald, and a large portion of his skull on the left side is covered in an enormous metal plate. The horn on the other side of his head is gone, filed down to nothing, and the entire right-hand side of his jaw is silver, matching the plate on the side of his head. As he straightens, I see he's wearing little more than a harness over his chest, but his skin looks as if it's 3 different shades of blue, and I wonder just how much of him is prosthetic and pieced together. He's more than slightly alarming looking, his eyes hard, and I instinctively step closer to Jarok. The man's gaze rests on me for a moment, and then on Jarok. Shouldn't parade your human around on this station, friend. It ain't safe. Sophie goes where she wants, Jarok replies, and she's well protected. I put my hand on Sleipnir's head just to make sure my bossy pet is there. He is, and he's licking the nearest metal object as if he's a kid in a candy store. Discreetly, I nudge him with my boot, trying to get him to stop. I've brought a friend that needs your services, Alivos says, gesturing at Jarok. The alien man, that must be Zakoar of the broken back, just grunts. I figured as much. Didn't think you were here for social visits. He crosses his arms over his chest, and as he does, I notice his bare arms practically glitter, with even more metal just under the skin. It makes me wonder what that's all about, but I don't suppose I care much. I just need him to help Jarok. Zakhowar glances over at Jarok. Well? Jarok strides forward, and as much as I want to cling to him, I stay where I am. I watch as he takes a small, hand-sized case out of his pocket and sets it on the counter. He pushes it toward Zakhowar with his good hand. What can you do with that? Zakhowar flips the lid open and pulls one of the credit chips out. They're stacked in there, like thick playing cards, and I know all of them are unmarked and untrackable, and therefore a hot currency amongst the pirate types. The alien grunts, glancing up at Jarok. I can do a lot with this, but not all at once. You wouldn't survive it. He pulls out a stack and sets it down on the counter, then closes the box and pushes it back toward Jarok. Start with 1. If you like my services, you can come back and spend the rest some other time. I'm a little disappointed that Jarok can't get everything done today, but I appreciate that this Zakhowar guy is cautious. He's not going to try to do more than Jarok can handle comfortably, and for some reason, that eases a lot of my fears. Arm first, Jarok says. He pulls the bag off his shoulder and sets it on the counter. I need it reattached. Zakhowar takes the arm out of the satchel and studies it for a moment. His lip curls. You want this piece of shit back on you? You got any better options? Jarok retorts. As a matter of fact, I do. Zakhowar opens the box of credits, takes out another stack, and pockets them, then nods in the direction of the back of the shop. Follow me. As he turns, I see that his spine is a lattice of metal bars and tubes that weave in and out of his skin. I suck in a breath. Zakhowar of the Broken Back, indeed.
84. Jarok. I flex my new hand, marveling at it. The fingers move fluidly, without effort. The wrist turns fully. The fist I make is tight. Nothing creaks, and best of all, there's not an endless wave of feedback feeding into my head of circuits going offline or system errors. It's all quiet. I woke up from my sleep and there was no pain. My arm was back, and better. It do for you? Zakhowar asks in a terse voice, putting back several of his tools. Best prosthetic I've had yet, I admit, still marveling at how easy moving my hand feels. I didn't realize how much effort the other one was until I got the new one. With my other hand, I touch my shoulder, marveling at the fact that there's no exposed wiring, no new ugly ripples of scar tissue. Even the skin tone matches close to my own. Zakhowar grunts. Not much of a compliment there. Whoever gave you those parts should be in prison. Probably are. I flex the hand again. You can replace my legs, too? He nods. Eventually. Give that one a run for a month. Make sure you don't have any problems. If you do, come and see me. Repairs are on the house. I guarantee my work. Then, if you're happy, Zakhowar dips his head in acknowledgement. You come back. I will. I'm already planning on it. If all of my limbs can feel this light, the thought is staggering. I don't even care that Zakhowar just cleaned me out of more credits than my shuttle cost me. My arm feels amazing. You're good at your work. The smile he gives me is thin, half of his mouth frozen by the metal of his jaw. Got lots of practice in the war. He gestures at my heavy legs. Can't do much for those today, but I updated a few chips and replaced some faulty wiring while you were under, so they shouldn't give you as many problems as they have. It'll hold you over until you come back. He pulls out a rag and wipes oil off his hands. My thanks. The male glances at me. Your human nearly came unglued when I worked on your legs. I thought she was going to scratch my eyes out. Had to remove her from the room. Automatically, I search for Sophie. She's in the next room over, her face pressed against the glass, a frown on her lips, as if she's displeased with being out there instead of at my side. Alivos has a hand on her shoulder, which irks me, but when I see Sophie impatiently try to head for the door again and he stops her, I suspect it has more to do with keeping her out there than touching what's mine. Our eyes meet and I nod at her. Sophie calms. She gives me a thumbs up, a question in her eyes. I give her a thumbs up with my new hand and can't stop the grin on my face. She grins back. I glance at Zakawar. She's as protective of me as I am of her. His expression is impossible to read. Is she your slave? My protectiveness flares and I narrow my eyes at him, flexing my hand. Why do you ask? Zakawar continues to wipe his hands, his expression calm. I do not want to buy her. I ask because I know of a planet where humans are safe. If she is on the run. A farm planet. It is supposed to be a good place for them. He pauses for a moment. So I hear. I can take care of my mate, I growl at him. I did not say you couldn't. He tosses the rag over his shoulder. Come then. Let us get your mate before she claws her way through the glass. I hop off of the operating table and notice that my legs seem to be running smoother as well. There's no shockwave from impact, no ripple of parts reacting as my feet land on the ground. My limbs are still too heavy, but it's better. I head toward Sophie, unable to stop the smile from spreading even wider across my face. New limbs and a fierce mate at my side. Truly, no male is luckier than I am. Are you sure you won't come with us? Zoe asks the next day, as I run the final diagnostics through the little sister's renewed systems. I glance up from my datapad and look over at Sophie. We've talked about this already, but I'm willing to change my plans at a moment's notice if that's what my female wants. But Sophie shakes her head, her hands on Sleipnir, as the Caranu does his best to crawl into her lap and cuddle up. My mate is seated in one of the chairs on the bridge, but it's entirely not big enough for her and an 8-limbed beast, and neither one of them seems to realize it because Sophie tries to make room for the damned creature. We'd just be in the way, Zoe. With Sleipnir acting like he is now, I can't leave his side for an instant, and Jarek and I have decided we can't sell him no matter what. We're better off taking the sister somewhere safe and waiting for your return rather than just eating up your supplies. Or the walls of your ship. She pats the Caranu's nose with a wry look. Just this morning, we woke up to Sleipnir chewing on the comm panel's wiring in our room, so Sophie's not wrong. Given free time and some boredom, the Caranu could do some serious damage to the sister. At least back on my station, there's plenty of room to move around in the terrarium. Sleipnir is easier there. Here he's anxious and clingy. He also sleeps between me and Sophie each night, and that needs to come to an end. I miss my mate. I want to claim her body. I want to kiss her all over, without our 8-legged companion watching my every move and deciding if I'm hurting her or not. If you're sure, Zoe says, sighing. I'm sure. You know where they are, Sophie says encouragingly. You just need to hunt down this Lord guy and find out where they're hiding out. You brothers probably have 1,000,000 hiding spots in the galaxy. They might just be lying low from bounty hunters. And if you need us, you know where we'll be. She glances over at me, a look of promise in her eyes. Ever since we've left 3 nebulas, Sophie's been very clear as to our plans for the future. The run-in with the Vitarians scared her, and not for herself. She's been extremely protective of both me and Sleipnir since that day, hovering over me and touching my arm constantly, as if reminding herself that I'm right next to her. At night, she holds on to me despite the enormous beast sleeping between us. And when I finished my business with Zakawar, Sophie made it clear to me. She wanted to go home. Home to my asteroid. Home to my station, where no one bothers the two of us. Home, where we can scrap and make love and sit under the leaves of the overgrown plants in the terrarium. Home, where we can be alone together. I never thought I'd meet a female who liked being left alone as much as I do, but Sophie is absolutely my match in that respect. She doesn't complain about being around the others constantly, but I can tell. There's an easing to her shoulders when we're alone together, as if she can finally relax. We'll keep the little sister safe for your brothers, Sophie promises. She'll be home, with us. Kef me, but I like the sound of that.
85. Sophie. I sigh with relief when the little sister lands gently inside the docking bay at Jarok Station. Home. It's been over a week now since we parted ways with the others. I can tell Zoe is disappointed by my choice, but after our attack, I refuse to put Sleipnir or Jarok in danger again. I came too close to losing both of them, and the sight of both in the tubes in Medbay is going to be forever ingrained in my mind. I care for Adiron, Matthias, and Caspar, but as I told Zoe, we'd be more hindrance than help. Jerox left a plentiful share of his credits with the crew of the Jabberwock, along with most of his weapons, and we piloted the little sister back to his remote, lonely asteroid belt. I haven't slept a wink since we boarded the sister, and I'm exhausted. Jerox reassures me that no one can be hiding on the ship again, that the little sister's computers were wiped clean and reprogrammed with duplicates from the Jabberwock, that there can't be anyone fooling the readings again, and the deceptive programming the Vitarans filled the computers with has been removed, that every inch of the ship has been triple-checked, every hollow panel and hidey hole investigated, and there are no stowaways. Doesn't matter. I still won't relax until we're safe, and once the sister sets down and the bay doors close behind us, my ears popping as atmosphere floods into the bay, I feel all the worry sliding off my shoulders. I feel like I can finally relax, like we're home. I let out a long, slow sigh the moment Jerox powers down the little sister. He flexes his new hand, something he's been doing a lot lately, and he told me he does it now not because it pains him, but because he likes the feel of it moving, how fluid it is. I get that, and it fills me with a sweet ache every time I see him do it. He turns to me, a watchful expression on his face. We're here. We are, I agree, leaning back in my chair and closing my eyes. It's so quiet. It's the first time I haven't heard the hum of the ship's engines in a while, and it feels strange. There's a grunt behind us, and I hear the pad of Sleipnir's many feet on the floor. I turn around, and he's looking at us with a bright, alert expression on his face, like a dog that just heard someone pick up his leash. I chuckle at the sight of him. Are we home, baby boy? Baby boy? Jerox gives me an incredulous look. That thing takes shits bigger than you. Funny, considering you thought I was the one shitting on your floor at first, I tease, getting out of my chair. I groan like an old woman as the gravity of the station hits me, and when Jerox pulls me into his lap, I don't protest. I just snuggle against him, tucking my head along the curve of his neck. It's good to be home. We aren't even inside yet, he murmurs, stroking his fingers up my back. Doesn't matter, feels better already. Jerox's fingers lightly move up my spine. His new hand again, I realize. There's no welcome creak to his movements, no slightly too heavy heft to his hand, and it fills me with a twinge of longing. I liked all those small things about him because it always told me that this was my Jerox. It's selfish to miss them because I know more than anyone else how much they pained him. I'm just going to have to get used to his new hand. I press a kiss to his neck, my mind automatically thinking of filthy things we can do with that hand. Sleipnir makes his impatient coughing bark again, and this time Jerox sighs. I should check out the station before it's safe for you to go in, love, just to be on the safe side. I'm sleepy, curled up in his arms, and comfortable, not yet ready to move. What do the computers say? He presses a light kiss to my forehead. They say everything's fine, but after what happened, I don't trust the computers, do you? Fair enough. I whine only a little as he gets to his feet and carefully sets me back in the chair again. He checks his weapons, strapping them to his waist, and as he leans over me to tap at something on the comm panel of the ship, his crotch is practically in my face. It gives me so many ideas. I run a hand lightly up his thigh, humming to myself. Jerox groans, his fingers brushing over my jaw as he straightens. I don't know about you, but I'm more than ready to have some time alone. I am, I whisper, leaning in and pressing a kiss to his flat stomach through his clothing, even as my hand moves to his cock. Let me check out the station, love. I'll get Sleipnir settled in the terrarium with the new chew, and then you and I can be alone together. Sound good? Sounds perfect. Reluctantly, I drop my hands and watch him as he touches the Caribou's head, scratching at the perfect spot just behind Sleipnir's ears. I'm not entirely surprised to see the Caribou go down the ramp with Jarok as he heads into the station. Sleipnir's becoming just as possessive of Jarok as he is of me, which I love. We're a perfect little family, just the three of us. Smiling at that thought, I curl up in Jarok's chair. It's still warm from his body heat, and wait for them to return. My eyes drift shut and I yawn. Hopefully they won't be gone too long, and we can have dinner and a shower and some toe-curling sex. I'm asleep before I realize it.
86. Jarok. I check every room in the station twice, just because I'm paranoid about failing Sophie again. She doesn't blame me for what happened on the little sister, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to forever blame myself, and the sound of her weeping as she was held captive will forever be etched into my mind. Sleipnir's not the only one that's been clingy and paranoid since the incident. But all is as I left it, and I check the logs of the station as well as the surrounding satellites that monitor the area. All has been silent, and the only thing that wandered close was a freighter that changed courses the moment it got close to the asteroid belt. Suits me just fine. I return to the little sister, Sleipnir at my heels, only to find that Sophie is fast asleep in the same spot I left her in. My heart aches at the sight. I know she hasn't been sleeping much lately. It's all the more reason I'm glad that we've returned to my station. Sophie needs a place where she can feel safe, where she can relax without worrying she's in danger. I would never tell her that she can't help the fight to find the brothers, but I'm relieved that she's decided we should take a step back. We can keep our ears open for communications that come through, or check in with other pirate ships that move through the area. The Jabberwock can take up the front lines. We can do other work quietly in the background and still contribute. If nothing else, we can add funds to the pool. I carefully lift Sophie from the chair and carry her out of the ship. My mate doesn't even stir, just curls up against my chest, lost in dreams. I deposit her in my bed, our bed, and when Sleipnir immediately jumps into the bed next to her, I pull the blankets over both of them. You watch over her while she sleeps, I tell the Caribou. I've got some work to do. There's a million things to be done now that we're back. The station's an older one, so there's always something going offline or malfunctioning. Air filters to replace, systems to power back up now that we've returned. Plus the sister has to have maintenance so she can sit in the dock unused for as long as necessary. It's a staggering amount of work that's been piling up while we've been gone, but I don't mind it. We're home, and Sophie's safe. Truly, does anything else matter? I'm elbows deep into a wall unit filtration system when I hear footsteps behind me. A moment later, Sleipnir butts his head against the back of my leg, my knee almost giving out. Hey, now! I move to the side, avoiding the Caribou's overly enthusiastic rubbing. Some of us are trying to work here. And some of us slept all day, Sophie says, followed by a long, loud yawn. I slide my hands free of the filtration system and turn to look at my pretty mate. She's adorably sleep-tousled, her hair a mess around her shoulders, her clothing rumpled, and there's lines on one side of her face from pressing her cheek into the linens. Even so, the circles under her eyes have diminished and her smile is bright, and she's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. You're awake? You sound disappointed, she teases. I grab a towel and wipe my hands free of old dust and oil. Was hoping to wake you up with my head between your thighs. She gestures at the door. I can go back to bed and pretend to be asleep. Give me 2 minutes. I laugh, shaking my head, and she laughs too, and it's such an easy, pleasant moment that I almost forget that I never had them before her. I never had any joy before her. The realization that I almost lost her hits me and steals the breath from my lungs. Kef me. If things had gone differently. Jarok? Sophie's laughter dies, and she gives me a curious look, tilting her head as I storm over to her. Are you okay? I move close enough to pick her up and haul her into my arms. I want to crush her against my chest and squeeze her so tightly that I never let her go, because right now my system is flooding with the thoughts of her dead, her wounded. I have to be careful, not just for her sake, but for mine, because my existence impacts hers. If I had died and she was sold into slavery again, I know that would break her, and I won't let anything harm my Sophie. Gently, I tug her close, mindful of the strength of my new hand. I wrap my arms around her as if she's fragile glass and just breathe in her scent for a moment. Her arms go around me and her hands stroke up and down my back. I can't lose you, I tell her. Ever. I'm not going anywhere. Her fingers graze my tail. You're stuck with me. Stuck. As if she has no idea of what a gift she is. I've missed touching you, I tell her, suddenly desperate to be sheathed inside her body. I need to connect with her, need to feel her under me, yielding to me, giving to me just as much as I am giving to her. I need to claim my mate to appease the animalistic, possessive side of me that's threatening my sanity. I never thought of myself as a wildly possessive type, despite the fact that Masaka are known to be utterly focused on their mates. I thought it wouldn't affect me, that I'd be unchanged if a female entered my life. Ha! I slide my hands to Sophie's backside and haul her into my arms, carrying her as I head out of the storage room and into the hall. Where are we going? Her arms twine around my neck, the breathless note in her voice indicating that she has some idea. To our bed. I plan on claiming every inch of you, repeatedly. And Sleipnir? She leans in, and I think she is going to press her face against my neck, but instead she nips lightly at my ear. My cock jumps in response. I do not plan on claiming him. She giggles, smacking my arm. I meant, should we give him a chew of some kind? In this moment, aching for my mate like I do, I don't care if the Caranu chews a hole right through the station. But then I pause. Sigh. Because I'm growing fond of the irritating beast, and I know Sophie adores him. I set her down on the floor. Find him something. Anything. My mate grins up at me with a wicked look in her eyes. Go and get started without me. I'll catch up. Start without her? Is she crazed? But it gives me an idea, and I head to the bedroom, stripping my clothes off as I go.
87. Sophie. After Sleipnir is settled in the terrarium with a nice, fresh hunk of metal piping, his favorite, I practically race down the hall toward the bedroom. I'm so damn aroused. It's been forever since Jarok and I had sex, definitely over a week, and I'm aching with the need for him to touch me. I hope he took my advice and got undressed while he waited for me, because I don't think I can wait much longer. I turn the corner and lose my breath at the sight of Jarok. He is sprawled in bed on his back, his legs hanging over the edge of the mattress and his feet on the floor, as if it was too much effort to get entirely onto the bed. He's naked, too, his cock proudly arching into the air. As I watch, he runs his new hand slowly up and down his length, touching himself, waiting for me. Heat pulses between my thighs, and I bite back a moan at the sight. God, he's beautiful. I take a few steps forward, entranced as his fist works up his length, and he gives the head of his cock a little squeeze. He lifts his head as I approach, and there's such heat in his gaze that it makes my entire body respond. You said to get started without you, he murmurs. This what you wanted? It's even better, I whisper, pulling off my own clothing. Does it feel good when you touch yourself? You know it does. You also know it feels better when you do it. Jarok lifts his chin, indicating the bed. Come and join me. I let my serviceable jumpsuit fall to the floor around my boots, then bend over to unfasten them as well. I love the hiss of Jarok's breath as I bend over, because he's probably watching my tits, and I love that even this movement is sexy to him. I straighten, pulling my hair free from the bun atop my head, and I feel like Aphrodite, a beautiful and enticing goddess, as I approach my waiting mate. Jarok strokes his cock faster as I approach, his gaze locked on me, and I crawl onto the bed at his side. I lean over to kiss him, and as I do, I put a hand on his cock, covering his fist and working his length along with him. His groan against my lips is one of the most gorgeous sounds ever, and it just makes me hungry for more. I stroke him once, twice, letting my lips play over his. I missed you, I tell him between kisses. I'm glad we're alone again. Me too. The rasp of his voice is desperate, needy, and it makes my pussy clench in response. Would have stayed if you wanted, would have crossed the entire galaxy for you. I melt at that. I know, but I wanted to come home. Jarok kisses me again, his mouth hungry and desperate on mine. Our tongues flick against one another, and then I'm the one gasping as he lifts his hand from his cock and places it between my legs instead. You wet for me? Always. Good girl. I whimper because, God, how long has it been since I heard that? It makes me so damn aroused I can hardly stand it. Need you, I tell him again. Please, Jarok, need you so badly. I know. He kisses me again, and then Jarok takes control. His hands move to my hips, and he maneuvers me expertly down onto the bed, rolling over until I'm the one on the mattress, and he hovers above me. You tell me how you want this, love, hard and fast or slow and sweet. My toes curl at the choice. I want both. Oh boy, do I want both. At the same time, though, I feel so empty and aching and hollow without him that it makes my choice easy. Hard, I pant. Fast. We can do slow later. Jarok growls low in his throat, pleased, and lifts my thighs, pushing them forward until my knees are practically in my face. I suck in an excited breath, holding my legs as his weight bears down on me. He strokes his cock against my folds, the ridges dragging against my skin and sending goosebumps through my body. You're so wet already. I squirm because it's true. I grew wet the moment sex was brought up. My body is utterly primed, and just the thought of touching Jarok is enough to make my body ache with need for him. With one last slick stroke through my folds, he sinks deep into me, and I cry out with how good it feels. There's the inevitable feeling of tightness, of being stretched, that always comes with his first stroke. And then it's followed by the sensation of being utterly filled, and my skin prickles with goosebumps, even as I sigh with sheer pleasure. Good girl, he tells me in that low, husky voice. Look at how good you take my cock. A whimper escapes me, my entire body clenching in response to those sexy words. Fuck, I love that. I love how deep he fills me and how he gazes down at me with such a possessive look. How he's so damned careful when he holds me, even as he drives his cock deep into my body again with his next stroke. He always pauses to make sure I'm all right, then continues when he sees there's nothing but bliss on my face. My girl, he growls. My Sophie, my fierce, beautiful girl. He hammers into me with hard, wrecking thrusts that shake the bed and make my breasts bounce. It feels incredible, and I'm whimpering with pleasure as he fucks me into the mattress, my channel clenching tight around him as my release creeps up on me. His spur rubs against my clit relentlessly, and before I know it, I'm tightening with that all-over sensation that tells me that I'm about to come, and come hard. I dig my fingers into my thighs, holding them pressed to my chest as Jarok pounds into me. It's so good. Jarok shifts his weight again, one hand sliding under my ass and lifting my hips ever so slightly. I'm puzzled as to what he's doing, but then he pushes deep again, and it hits the spot inside me that feels like magic. My legs jerk. I make a sound that's totally incoherent, and then I'm coming, my body clenching tight around his cock as a hard, delicious release roars through me. Jarok continues to pound into me with fierce strokes until I fall back, limp against the mattress. Only then does he give in to his own release, dragging my hips down against him hard as he uses my spent body. I'm smiling as he collapses on top of me, and my arms go around his neck. "Love you," I murmur, practically humming with contentment from every pore. "Love you, too," he pants, and I wiggle underneath him because I love how worn out he is. "I didn't hurt you, did I?" I snort. "Never." Even if his fingers dug in a little tight when he came, I loved it because I love watching him lose control. "You feel wonderful." "So you enjoy being crushed underneath me?" He braces his weight on his elbows, lifting off me just a bit, and then begins to nibble at my jaw and throat. I'm one of the luckiest women in the universe that Jarok is a cuddler. He loves to touch and kiss and caress after sex, which usually turns into more sex, but I don't mind in the slightest. I just hold him closer. "You never crush me. I like the way it feels." Because it feels like home. Epilogue. 16 months later. Sophie. I press my toes against the cool edges of the new tub, enjoying my soak. How did we survive with only a shower for so long when there are tubs in the universe? I sigh happily, my chin sinking into the fragrant bubbles. They're not as foamy as a bubble bath would be back on Earth, but I found a soap mixture that does the job reasonably well and smells like exotic flowers. It's utterly delicious and perfect to soothe sore muscles, especially the ones in my butt. I've been on a cleaning tear for the last 2 days, and my legs are suffering because of it. The floors of the station sure look nice, though. The calm in the wall chirps. "Bethia will be here in a half-hour, love." Jarok's deep, delicious voice makes a shiver run through me, even after all this time. "Will you be ready?" "I'm getting out of the tub," I call to him. "Right now." "You need help drying off?" "No, because we both know you just want an excuse to put your hands on me," I tease, pushing the drain water button with my toe. "Why is that a problem?" "I love you," I tell him, shaking my head even as I sit up in the bathtub. "I'll be out in a minute." "Love you too." He chuckles as he turns off the comm. I smile as I get to my feet and dry off, toweling water from my hair. It's been a while since we've seen anyone. Things have been quiet on this end of space, and even the pirates that drift in with salvage from time to time have been few and far between. Jarok says it's because of the position of the asteroid belt to the nearest planets. The asteroid belt stays stationary, but the planets have drifted farther away from us, taking a lot of the traffic with them. The nearest planet will move closer again in about 2 years, but Jarok's not worried. He's more than ready for quiet time, he tells me. As if it's not quiet all the time already. I touch my stomach thoughtfully. Maybe Jarok meant something else. Maybe the lull in traffic would be a good time to raise a baby. It's something we've talked about recently. Neither one of us is ready to be a parent, but maybe in the future, with several quiet years ahead of us, it wouldn't be the worst idea. We'll have to talk about it again. For now, though, I need to dress and get the place ready for our visitor. I pull on a shift dress and a pair of sandals I made for myself with ribbon and some leather, and a bit of stubbornness, since a lot of the stuff we run across isn't human-sized. I tie my damp hair into a loose braid and then make my way to the terrarium. As I do, I pass Jarok, who's got a crate in his arms. His eyes brighten at the sight of me, and he pauses. "You look pretty." I give a little twirl. My dress is made from stitched-together remnants of a silky tablecloth we purloined from a wrecked ship brought to our doorstep, and it's this lovely shimmery color between red and purple, depending on the way the light hits it. "You like?" "You make everything look good," he tells me. then leans in for a kiss. "Happy birthing day, love." I giggle at his mangling of the word. The Masaka don't celebrate birthdays, but last year, when I confessed to him about mine and how I missed birthday cake, he grew obsessed with having a party for me this year, no matter how small. This is the third time today he's told me happy birthday, and I know he wants me to feel special today, as if he doesn't make me feel special every day. "Thank you, babe. I'm going to get some fresh flowers for the table before Bethia gets here. Where's Sleipnir?" "Probably eating your flowers," he says. "Should I put on some noodles?" I nod, leaning in to kiss him again, just because I love his mouth. "I'm going to add vegetables to it, though." Jarok makes a horrified face. "Must we?" "Green things are good for you, damn it." I poke him in the side. "And you like them." "I tolerate them," he corrects. "But yes, if you want green things in our perfectly good noodles, today is your day." With a sassy wink, I head on to the terrarium, smiling to myself. It's a never-ending battle between us, dinner. Jarok will absolutely eat noodles day in and day out without fail. He hates anything even remotely shaped like a protein bar, and I know it reminds him of the war and bad memories. It's just, man, I get tired of noodles sometimes. I think longingly of the small bag of flour we got from Kivian's brother and his mate, who live on a farm planet. It's a different kind of grain, but it's milled like flour, and I swear, I made so much bread when we had that stuff. It's a shame I didn't save any for a birthday cake, but it wouldn't have the right texture anyhow. At least now we have vegetables. I duck into the terrarium, as one of the leafy vines is growing over the entrance, and I don't have the heart to trim it back. I love the wild greenery, and the only thing I really do with them is to try to coax them into growing on the makeshift trellises that are scattered throughout the dirt beds. The terrarium itself is a thing of beauty, so green and verdant that it takes my breath away every time I enter. Now, instead of just green plants, there are bright splashes of color mixed in, huge red flowers next to bright blue blooms. There's a yellow flower that smells a bit like honeysuckle and looks like clusters of grapes, and I lean in close as I pass by it. I now have an entire bed for flowers of all different shades, and I head toward it. It kills me to cut any of the flowers, because I can enjoy them for months out here instead of just a few days inside a vase. But Sleipnir assists me with that. Sure enough, my darling pet is sprawled in my flower bed, licking his paw as if he has not a care in the world. He's squashed my flowers, breaking the tender stalks of the bright orange and yellow blooms. "Sleipnir," I call out, chiding him as I approach. "You know you're not supposed to be there." He gives me a bored look, then goes back to licking his toe beans. "God, you're worse than a cat," I grumble, gathering up my skirts and stepping over flowers to get to his sprawled body. I nudge him with my sandal. "Get up, go on." With a groan, the Caranu gets to his feet and stretches as if he has not a care in the world, and then ambles off. Meanwhile, I sigh at the destruction he's caused. Sure enough, the stalks of several flowers have snapped, and I pick the flowers to put in a vase. I can't be all that mad at him. He loves the flowers as much as I do, and at least now he doesn't poop on the tile. Instead, he always does his business in the dirt, like a properly trained cat. I'm very proud of my boy for that, if nothing else. He's the best protector a girl could ask for, and if he stomps on a few flowers, I can't hold it against him. Once my flowers are gathered, I head for my garden. I transplanted everything from one of the back beds so I could have room for the vegetable seeds that Fran brought me on one of their runs last year. The garden is my pride and joy, and even if I don't know the first thing about alien plants, they grow like crazy and produce all kinds of delicious fruits and vegetables. I pluck a large green gourd that has a taste something like spinach, but with the crisp bite of cucumber. It's delicious in the noodles, and it's my way of getting some greens into my man. He points out that the noodles are nutritionally balanced and he doesn't need to eat fresh vegetables. But I personally think they're good for us. It doesn't hurt to be a little more self-sufficient, and I'm tempted to clear another bed of wild vines to add more vegetables. Maybe next year. I touch my stomach again. Maybe if we have a baby. Flowers and vegetables in hand, I head toward the room I've set up as my kitchen. After I pointed out to Jarok that the food preparation should be in a different area than his work table, he spent 2 weeks setting up one of the cleared-out rooms as a kitchen and dining room for me. Now I have a large hot plate that acts as my stove, 2 sinks and cabinets for storing foodstuffs. I have a little table set up with chairs on the far side of the room, and there's even a pretty checkered tablecloth to cover my table, courtesy of Bethia. I'm pretty sure she stole it from the cantina at the nearest space station because the pattern looks awfully familiar, but I don't care. All the stations treat humans like crap anyhow, and I'm never comfortable visiting. We've had to do it a few times for food supplies. Sleipnir eats a lot, and it always makes me appreciate my nice, quiet home here with Jarok in the asteroid belt. I love how remote it is. It doesn't feel lonely. It feels private, cozy. And Jarok and I never tire of each other's company. There's always something to do, something to scrap, a book to read and discuss, gardening to tend to. And Sleipnir is a delightful pet. I never thought I'd be so happy. Humming to myself, I get out a delicate crystal vase, a gift that Jarok saw at a trader's stall on a station visit and bought for me, and fill it with the flowers, arranging the only slightly smashed blooms so they look their best. I chop vegetables after that, making an enormous pot of noodles since Bethia will be here shortly. Bethia. I sigh. I suppose in-laws of all kinds are a trial, no matter where you are in the universe. She's Jarok's family, though, and so I smile and tolerate her visits, even when I'd like for her to take a long walk off a short pier. She has her good moments, of course, like when she sat on my bounty until it expired, and then let me know that my old master declined to renew it. But then there are the times that Bethia has done small, irritating things, like constantly trying to bring Jarok on a drinking trip while I stayed home, or the time she brought him a sex robot and gave it my name. She loves Jarok. Because of that, I tolerate her, but just barely. I know she's afraid I'll somehow hurt him, but you'd think that since we've been together almost 2 years now, that she'd stop with her little comments. Not Bethia. Grumpily, I add more diced vegetables to the noodles and hope she hates them. I move the noodles to the warmer, just as the perimeter alarm pings with an alert. Ship approaching, identification, the pleasure spot. I make a face at the ship's name. Funny that Jamith let her keep it after all she put him through, but I suspect Bethia never tells us the full story of what's going on between them. I wipe my hands and smooth a piece of hair back into my braid at the same time that Sleipnir pads into the hall and moves to my side. By this time, my Caranu knows what those alarms mean, and he sticks to me like glue whenever there's someone visiting. He's still a little clingy, my poor love, but something tells me he might always be. I run into Jarok in the hall. He's switched to a different clean uniform, his shaggy hair pulled back into a neat queue at the base of his neck. "You look nice," I tell him, beaming. He's so handsome, my mate. I could look at him for hours and never get tired of it. He puts a hand to the small of my back as we turn down the hall, and I notice he's walking faster than usual. His new prosthetic leg has made a huge difference in his gait, and my heart swells with happiness to know he's not in pain. Zakuar of the Broken Back is as good as his word, never rips us off with his pricing, and he's always fair. He's gone a lot, though, so we haven't been able to finish getting Jerok's prosthetics all switched out. He's got one leg left to go, and we're saving up for that. But with his new arm, a new leg, and synthetic bracing along his spine, Jerok stands straight and tall, my handsome Masaka. And best of all, he doesn't wake up in pain. His old leg drags just a little, but Jerok swears the pain is almost nothing at all, and he smiles a lot more lately. Plus, the sex has been intense. I suck in a little breath at that, thinking about last night and how he made me come for hours before he finally took his own pleasure. Stamina is definitely not an issue. Not anymore. "You're blushing," Jerok murmurs as he glances over at me. "Thinking about last night?" I'm so obvious. "Maybe." He grins at me, still smugly pleased at how much he made me scream last night, as if he doesn't thoroughly please me in bed as it is. "Today's your birthday. We'll have to do something special tonight to celebrate." God help me, I tease, even as my insides clench with anticipation. How is it that sex hasn't gotten old with him? We're still all over each other like newlyweds, and I've never had a bad experience with him. I trust him completely, and maybe tonight we'll try something new. Maybe tonight we'll give doggy style a go. I think with Jerok, it might be okay. With Jerok, it might be great. I bite my lip, giving him a look of promise. My mate groans, pulling me close and giving me a hard kiss, his tongue grazing over the seam of my mouth before he pulls away. "You're going to make me want to toss you into bed and forget all about your party." "Promises, promises," I tease, breathless. "It's my birthday, right? Maybe we just tell her we called the whole thing off and go spend time together in our nice big bed?" I smooth a hand down the front of his chest. We switched the beds out, and now the biggest bed is the one we share, and it's made sex. Well, sex has always been fantastic, but now we're not squeezed up against the wall. But Jerok shakes his head. "Bethia has to come. She's bringing your present." "I'm getting a present?" I blink at him in surprise. "I thought we weren't going to do a gift." He doesn't want to celebrate his birthday, so I asked for no gifts because I didn't want him spending money on me when he could be saving up for his final prosthetic. I'd much rather have him get his limbs all taken care of instead of getting something for myself. Jerok just gives me a cagey look. "It's something Bethia ran across in her travels, and I told her to bring it. I promise you'll love it." "It better not be another human," I grumble. Bethia's suggested it before, and I think in her mind, if one human is a party in bed, two will be a delight. She doesn't seem to get that I'm territorial. Or maybe she does and just likes needling me. Either way, I will absolutely scratch the eyes out of any woman that looks at my mate, and then send her packing to the nearest farm planet. My mate laughs. "It's not a human, I promise. You're the only female I'd ever want, human or otherwise." I slide my hand into his, because I know this is true. "All right, I won't kill Bethia then. Is it a book?" I'm excited at the prospect. My little library is growing by leaps and bounds. I have 6 books now, but I dream of someday having an entire wall of reading material. Jerok has let his clients know that if they run across any sorts of human oddities, that he'll pay well, and the other day someone brought a trio of old soda cans and acted like they were priceless treasures. I giggled to see the junk, but Jerok bought them anyhow, and they do make me smile. They're cleaned up and set in a place of honor in my library, just because. "You'll see," is all he says, and he knows that makes me crazy. "You know I hate surprises." "You won't hate this one, I promise." He gives my hand a squeeze, and I hold back my reservations. He's so excited to give me this gift that I don't want to ruin it for him. We enter the docking bay, currently occupied only by the pleasure spot. In classic Bethia form, the ship is haphazardly parked in the middle of the bay, taking up enough space for 3 ships. She bounds down the ramp, her beaded braids swinging, a wide smile on her face. She's wearing a blindingly bright, skin-tight jumper of bright green that looks as if it was painted onto her lithe form, and in her arms she carries a plain metal box. "Jarok, cousin!" "Glad you could make it," he tells her, moving forward to clasp forearms with his cousin. Bethia looks over at me and gives a little sniff, as if she's just tolerating me. "Softy, happy birthing day!" She holds the box out to me. "I am told these noodles taste like human cakes, so Jarok insisted I bring a box for you." Noodles that taste like cake? I'm a little wary of the thought. I sniff the box, and there's a smell that wafts up, and it is not cake. It's more like old socks, body odor, something definitely not cake-like in the slightest. "We'll have to eat them later," I tell them both apologetically. "I just made a huge pot of noodles with fresh veg, but thank you for the present. You were right, Jarok. It wasn't what I was expecting." I smile at my mate, because it's a thoughtful gift if nothing else. How many times has he heard me long for chocolate or cake when I'm on my period? He always remembers everything I say, and I'm the luckiest woman alive to have a guy as attentive as he is. Bethia and Jarok exchange a look. "That's not the present," Jarok says after a moment, and his expression is so very gleeful. "It's not?" I look at their 2 grinning faces in confusion. "There's more?" "Oh, kef me, yes, there's more," Bethia says, "and I can't wait to offload this particular one." She nudges Jarok forcefully and then heads back up the ramp into her ship. "Wait here." I watch Jarok, but he only grins with pure delight, as if he can't wait to see my reaction. I'm utterly mystified. What is this gift that's so exciting to both of them? And Bethia is more than ready to get rid of it. Is it more human stuff? That's kind of exciting. I wouldn't mind seeing something like a board game, or even a deck of playing cards because... My train of thought dies as Bethia comes out of the ship with her arms full of iridescent scales and wiggling legs. A little squeal erupts from my throat. It's a caribou, a baby one from the size of it. It makes a kittenish mewling noise and then licks Bethia's wrist, long tongue snaking out between tiny little fangs. The little caribou has the biggest eyes, and my heart melts as Bethia pries it off her wrists and holds the squirming, wriggling thing out to me. "Oh, my God," I whimper as I take the baby into my arms. "How on earth did you get this?" The little caribou immediately latches onto me with all of its legs and begins to lick my chin with a raspy tongue. It's warm and heavy, and little claws are pricking into my skin, but I absolutely do not care. It's the cutest thing I've ever seen. At my side, Sleipnir sniffs it, pushing his nose against the baby's skin and woofing. I turn to Jarok, utterly shocked. "How did you afford—" He shakes his head, raising his hands in the air in denial. "This is all Bethia. I just told her you might be interested." "Lies!" Bethia rolls her eyes. "The moment he heard I had a baby, he wanted me to bring it for you. He thought you might like it." She reaches out and scratches at the small ears. "It's a girl, by the way. Maybe you can breed them." "Oh, but..." The baby caribou continues to lick my chin, raspy tongue abrading my skin. I wince and continue to snuggle it against my chest. "They're so expensive." "They are, but this one was going to be put down. The people that were supposed to be buying it ended up being allergic. It went to a second buyer, but it's a bit of a chewer, and they suggested I find a home for it. I got it dirt cheap. Should we take it back to its homeworld? I bite my lip, worried. Sleipnir is super smart, and I don't want to keep an intelligent animal from its home if it can feasibly go back. It doesn't seem fair to keep her if she can go home. This one can't, Bethiah says bluntly. It comes from a line of genetically modified ones that have been bred for docility. She'd get eaten alive if you dropped her on that planet. She shakes her head, still scratching the small bud ears. Don't know why you'd want to breed docility into a protector kin, but that might also be why she was so cheap to buy. No one wants a lazy protector. I press a kiss to the leathery little snout, already in love. I want her. Jarrock's been quiet this whole time. He watches me, his expression tight. You sure? I don't want you to feel pressured. It's like he's suddenly realizing that springing a pet on someone for a gift isn't the best idea. But this baby, this Carinu, I'm thrilled. Sometimes I worry that I'm so caught up with Jarrock and him with me that we don't have enough time for Sleipnir. I feel guilty every time we kick my pet out of the bedroom so we can make love. If he has a companion to snuggle with, he'll be happier. And I'm all for growing our odd family. I kiss her snout again. Her name is Freyja, I decide, to keep in theme with Norse mythology. Sleipnir, say hello to your new girlfriend. She is a little young for you, but I trust you to be a gentleman. I set her down on the floor next to him and watch them. Freyja blinks her eyes up at the full-sized Sleipnir and then rolls onto her belly, wiggling like a puppy. Sleipnir makes a sound that sounds awfully close to disgust, drops to his feet, and begins to lick the kitten. It immediately curls up between his front paws, and he continues to wash it as if he's disgusted at what a mess she is. It's the cutest thing I've ever seen. Second cutest. I turn to my mate, a sharp look in my eyes. I grab him by the front of his tunic. You, I need to see you alone for a minute. My voice is hard and stern. Bethiah, you'll have to excuse us for a moment. We need to discuss something. Someone's in trouble, she sing-songs. I'll hang out here with them. Call me when dinner's ready. I nod and take Jarrock by the hand, dragging him behind me. He doesn't protest, just lets me haul him through the station until we're far enough away that I feel we can talk without his cousin listening in. The closest room is the nearly empty library, and I pull him inside and slam the button for the door to shut behind us. Sophie, Jarrock says, in that calm, reasonable tone he uses when I'm hormonal. I didn't mean to upset you. I just thought you might like another pet. I grab his collar, drag him down to my level, and kiss him silly. He groans, pulling back and looking at me with confusion. I can't tell if you're mad or not. I'm not mad, I tell him, touching the auto fastener on the front of his jumper. You're amazing, and I love you, and I want to have sex right now. My hands are frantic as I pull at his clothing. My cousin. I don't care if she hears us, I tell him, my hands sliding to his cock, even as his clothing pools around his ankles. I grab him and drop to my knees, taking this pierced wonder into my mouth and dragging my tongue over it. I need to show you what an amazing man you are and how much I love you, how much I want you. He groans, caressing my cheek. Sophie, Kef, me, I love you so much. I give him a sloppy lick, dragging my tongue along the underside of his cock. I want to try something different right now, I tell him. Will you do it with me? The look he gives me is full of questions, even as he caresses my cheek. What do you want? Dragging my tongue around one of his piercings, I give him a playful look. I want you to take me from behind. My mate stiffens, a look of concern on his face. You don't have to do that. I know. I press a kiss to the head of his cock, then catch a bead of pre-cum with my tongue before it slides down the tip. But I want to try it. Now? Now's as good a time as any. I nod, and Jerok puts his arm down, indicating I should take his hand. I do, and he gives me a thoughtful look, tracing the lines of my jaw with his free hand as he studies my face. If he's looking for a hint of worry, he won't find it. I trust Jerok completely, and it's been so long since I've thought about my former life that I feel like it no longer has any hold on me. I want to do this because then I'll truly be free. If you get scared, he warns. I know. I promise I'll say something. I put a hand on his chest and kiss his skin, then the plating over his heart. Don't you want to make love to me? He groans, grabbing my hand by the wrist and pulling it off him. The look in his eyes is intense and takes my breath away. You want this, then? I nod, eager. Turn around for me, hands on the wall. There's a note of authority in his voice that does something to me. I suck in a breath, turn, move 2 steps to the wall, and put my hands on it, palms flat. The metal feels cool underneath them, at odds with how hot and flushed I am. A heavy hand touches my shoulder from behind, and immediately I stiffen, bad memories flooding in. A big body presses against me, and then a tender mouth grazes my ear. Good girl. Just like that, I'm okay again. I let out a shuddering moan as he grabs my skirts and hikes them up to my waist. Jerok's hands are everywhere. He fists the material of my dress and exposes my ass to the cool air. Hold this for me, love. I take one hand off the wall and do as I'm bid, and when he drops to his knees on the floor, I spread my legs and bend over slightly, pressing my flushed cheek to the wall and pushing my ass out. A moment later, his mouth is there, his tongue dragging over my folds, and I moan. I'll never get tired of the sensation of Jerok's ridge-covered tongue moving over my pussy. He dips the tip of his tongue into my core and then gives me a wet lick. You're already wet for me. How do you get so wet for me so quick? Because you're so good to me, I pant. I love you. I love you too, he says automatically, and then grips my hips with his hands and drags my ass backward, his tongue stroking deep into me. I cry out, then bite down on my hand because I don't want Bethia, or Sleipnir, coming in and seeing me practically straddling Jerok's face. Love this pretty cunt, he tells me when he comes up for air. Gonna fill it with my cock. Do it, I tell him. Now, hurry. He gives me one last deep lick and gets to his feet. His one leg creaks as he does, but there's no groan of pain accompanying his movements, and I know Jerok feels so much better than he has in a long time. He's not thinking about anything but making love, though. He puts his hand in my hair and grabs a handful of it, tilting my head back, and I gasp, loving the feeling of being trapped by him. Just him. He cups my jaw and tilts my head so we can kiss, and it's a tender mixture of possessiveness and affection as only Jerok does best, and it makes my pussy clench. My sweet love, he murmurs into my ear. My good girl. I moan. He knows I love to hear those words, knows that nothing makes me wetter. He rubs his cock between my legs, stroking it against my backside as he whispers to me just how perfect I am, how sexy, how beautiful. When he pushes inside me, there are no bad thoughts, just pleasure. And as Jerok drives into me, He holds me, arm locked around my waist, even as he pounds into me from behind, his spur thrusting against the pucker of my ass with every deep stroke. It's the most obscene thing ever, and the most perfect. I'm right where I belong, safe in my lover's arms, cherished and whole. When I come, it's explosive with its force, and the gush of my release slides down my thighs. Wrung out, I cling to Jarok and the wall as he pumps into me, and a few moments later, I'm wet with his release, too. Our spent breaths mingle, and then Jarok gives a panting laugh and kisses my face. Happy birthing day, love. I smile, wrecked but happy. As long as I have Jarok, every day feels like the best day of my life. This concludes When She Belongs by Ruby Dixon, narrated by Jillian Macy and Mason Lloyd. Copyright 2020 by Ruby Dixon. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Ruby Dixon, care of Root Literary, and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.